Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku was all for one's son and could absorb Quirk story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. You can't keep doing this, Mirai said tiredly. Doing what? Toshinori asked, though he knew exactly what his sidekick was referring to. Mirai glared at him. His yellow eyes were particularly piercing. Yes, you saved them, he jumped ahead in the conversation. But then you spent over an hour coughing up Chio had to come and heal you. So what was I meant to do, just leave them to die? I couldn't do that, the number 1 hero countered fiercely. You could have called in backup. You could have distracted the villains. You didn't have to rush in and fight them. You still haven't fully recovered. Mirai growled. You could have called me. He added. He would have thought of something. No, Toshinori rejected that course of action. He shook his head. No, I could not have left them. They need a pillar, he stated softly. Sasaki huffed and then rose. Toshinori watched as his sidekick came close and then slapped his arm. It was a shock when the next thing he saw was glowing purple eyes. His sidekick twitched and All Might expected him to come out of the vision quickly. He didn't though. He kept twitching and from the length of time Mirai was remaining in his quirk, Toshinori knew he was looking at as much of his future as he could. It didn't matter. He knew he was injured. He knew he was on borrowed time now and that just meant he had to step up his work. He had to be there for people. And he had to find a successor. Just because All for One was gone, didn't mean that One for All had to die. He had time yet. He could search for the perfect successor and while he was doing that, he would still carry on his work. Mirai twitched again. The purple rings and patterns in his eyes expanded and contracted as he searched through the future. Toshinori waited. It would be nice if Mirai could see his successor, but he doubted the man would tell him even if he did. He twitched again. He really was looking into as much of the future as he could. All Might knew what every twitch meant. It meant that Mirai was shifting his focus, searching through years, or events stretching into the future. All Might got up and gently pushed Mirai down into the chair he was sitting in. While his quirk was active, his sidekick was conscious, but when he got involved in his vision, it was as if he was in a trace. As such, he could be moved. It looked like Mirai was going to use the full hour of his quirk, so after settling him more comfortably, he noted the time and picked up his laptop. He had paperwork to do, and just before Mirai came out of his vision, he'd make some tea. Izuku gasped for air as he slid down the wall onto the bench that was against it. He was training with Kurogiri with the new quirks that his dad had given him. It was going well, but he was exhausted. He had no idea Kurogiri was this fit. And the man had any number of good suggestions on how Izuku could combine his quirks. The Misty Man had simply laughed off his compliments, indicating that he'd spoken to his dad about possibilities. Izuku pulled out his phone as he tried to take deep breaths. It felt good to be doing something, even if that something was just exercising. The motion took his mind off events. But there was something he'd been meaning to do today before he began training. Kurogiri had gotten him down to the training room before he had. Knock, knock, he sent the message with a grin. Hopefully Himiko would be awake. Who's there? Izuku grinned. She was awake. Ivana, he sent back. It wasn't the best joke, but it was the thought that counted. Ivana who? Ivana 𝐒𝐭𝐲 𝐔𝐬𝐵LD, Izuku replied. He snorted softly at her response. At least she liked the joke, but before he could reply, he saw that Himiko was typing again. It's not fair that All Might is back, when your dad is still injured. Izuku's eyes widened at the statement. Hitoshi understood and Ochiko didn't quite get it. Himiko knew society wasn't good, but he hadn't realized exactly how much she'd felt his pain. It's not, he typed back, but there is nothing that can be done about it for the moment. He was beginning to understand more now of why his dad said society needed to change, and why his dad would need his and Tomura's help to do it. It's still not fair, she insisted. Izuku felt warm at that. He smiled gently at his phone, but before he could form a reply, Kurogiri returned, his yellow eyes expectant. Gotta go, he sent to Himiko. More training to be done. Practice hard. Her response was almost immediate, allowing Izuku to see it before he put his phone down again and got up. After a quick drink, he was ready to go again. Mirai came back to himself with a gasp as his quirk deactivated. It wasn't often that he used the entire hour to see the future. Mostly he just needed a hint about something specific. The smell of tea reached his nose. He recognized the scent. It was one of the ones he had for restoration. He felt a burst of thanks towards the man who had to have put it there. And then he recognized that he was sitting. Another burst of thanks. Sir Night-Eye blinked, moistening his eyes as he shifted to pick up the tea. The movement brought the attention of All Might, who looked over at him. "You're back," he murmured, closing his laptop screen. "I am," Mirai replied, trying to get his thoughts under control. He'd seen so much. It was always difficult when he looked that long into the future, both in time of quirk activation and in years. "Drink up," Toshinori said. Despite the fact they had been discussing his fitness to work an hour ago, and that Mirai didn't agree with his course of action, the number one hero was still caring. That was the reason he was number one, Sasaki's mind reminded him, even as he took up the tea and sipped at it. It wasn't cold, which meant that All Might had made it fresh, already knowing that Sir Night-Eye was going to use the entire hour his quirk afforded him. The warmth spread through him, but that was superficial. The herbs worked to calm him, but Mirai could still feel his heart racing at what he had seen. He sipped the tea slowly, trying to order his thoughts, and for one of the few times in his life, he wanted to use his quirk. Again. Not on Toshinori. There'd been a spectator in All Might's life. He hadn't noticed him at first. All Might's battles always had spectators, but eventually Sir Night-Eye had picked him out despite the changes of hair and eye color. There was something in that child's eyes that stood out from the crowd. But he hadn't been present at Toshinori's death, so perhaps he was just a particularly enthusiastic fanboy. "So, what happens?" All Might asked. "You die," slipped out before Mirai could decide what to lead with. Yagi gave him a look. It was amused. "Everyone dies," he said sagely. "Not like that." Not as, he wasn't sure what to call what he'd seen. It felt like it was the opening move to something, but what he had no idea, and with his quirk, until he knew who else might be involved, and who survived that event, he would not be able to see what All Might's death was the starting point for. "No," Mirai shook his head. No. You don't die peacefully." It's he didn't want to say. It was brutal. "So who kills me?" There was a kind of morbid curiosity with the question. Mirai's mind pulled up the memory of the events. It was toned in that way all the memories that came from his quirk were. There was the impression of teeth. They weren't human teeth, or at least, not normal human teeth. They were pointed and sharp, and by the time All Might died, they were stained with blood. They were attached to a huge creature. "I don't know," Mirai replied. "I've never seen " he paused. He wasn't sure if the creature was a transformed human or something else. Them. Before. I didn't recognize them as human, but they could be transformed." "Everyone dies," All Might repeated. "Not like that," Mirai insisted. Toshinori gave him a look but then nodded. There was no point in arguing again. "What else did you see?" he asked instead. At the question, Sir Night-Eye took a deep breath, pushing All Might's death from his mind temporarily. He also pushed aside the knowledge that everything he'd ever seen had come true. "You are going to get a fan," he chuckled. "What about a successor?" "I wasn't focused on that, but there were several people who could be," Sir Night-Eye said. "Really?" All Might seemed happy about that fact. He ran his mind back over what he'd seen. There weren't that many teenagers in the mix, though they became more prolific near the end of Toshinori's life. In his mind's eye, he saw a progression of faces, but Mirai didn't recognize any of them. Still, he knew that was a few years in the future, so that wasn't surprising. "You are interacting with people of the appropriate age group," he confirmed. Yagi nodded slowly, still pleased at that, before his expression clouded. "Did you see any evidence of him?" "He's dead," Mirai objected. "And the body was in some lab being cut up for experiments. Hardly the most dignified end." "Did you see any evidence of him?" Toshinori repeated, his voice chillingly quiet. "You mean his son?" Sir Night-Eye asked. There had been something. Just one battle where. No, it couldn't have been all for one. He was dead. Except. Sir Night-Eye knew his visions. They did not lie, and they did not change. The man Toshinori was fighting had all for one's build, his suit, his quirks, but not his face because that was covered by a black metal helmet. And Mirai didn't know what that meant. He needed time to think about that one, to pull the memory up and examine it all. All Might just gave him a look. Mirai knew better than to say anything about it. It appeared the number one hero still believed it was his fault that Tsukochi's mission had failed. He didn't reply but instead closed his eyes and looked through the memories his quirk had given him. The number one hero knew how his quirk worked, so knew it would take him some time to go through the memory. Sir Night-Eye possessed a good memory, but part of his training had been to sharpen it so that he could recall and focus on the visions his quirk showed him and extract details others would miss. The child had green hair and eyes. There was no one who stood out in his visions with those features. The little fan's hair color changed frequently and his eyes were often a molten gold, which looked remarkably like All for One's eyes. He brought up the memories. The child wasn't really a child. Instead, he was a teen and slowly got older each fight, but he never did anything more than just watch on the sidelines. If he was All for One's child, surely he would have done something more. I'm not sure, Mirai said at length. There's no one obvious. At that, All Might nodded. The number one hero drew the same conclusions he had, that if All for One's son was going to be involved as a villain then he'd be obvious about it. All right, Toshinori said, leaning forward. Let's deal with what obviously bothered you. How do I die? Mirai looked down for a moment, gathering his thoughts. He didn't need to look at the memories to know how it happened. You keep working. You keep going with One for All, even with your body damaged. The damage never gets a chance to heal and keeps deteriorating. Your time as All Might gets shorter and shorter, and at some point, I'm assuming that you find a successor. But then you don't retire. Or at least it doesn't seem as if you did, Sir Night-Eye made the correction. With his quirk, he could look into the future of an individual for 1 hour after activation. He saw things in real time, which meant he had to focus on what was important. He'd flicked between a lot of scenes in Toshinori's life, getting a general gist for how things had worked out, all the way until the end. That he had seen in full. Just the last part though. He hadn't seen the entire battle but he'd looked around the location as much as he could and it had been empty. The creature was all that was there. Which meant it was most likely a transformed human. A villain. And then... All Might prompted. Someone took you out. I don't recognize them but it appears to be a mutant type or a transformation type quirk. A full transformation, Sir Night-Eye emphasized. Even with quirks becoming more powerful, complete transformation ones were rare. Everyone dies, Toshinori repeated. You didn't have to, Mirai returned immediately. Yagi gave him a questioning look. He knew how foresight worked. He knew that Mirai couldn't have seen everything. You didn't have to, Mirai repeated. But I will, the number one hero said. You've always insisted that you can't change your visions, so should I not do everything I can until that point? The question was damnably astute. He'd never been able to change the events he saw. Mirai trembled. That was the problem. He wanted to change this vision. All Might gave him a smile. It was not the smile he gave the masses. This was softer and more personal. It's all right, he said gently. I'll tell you something I learned in the instant he swung at me and I was swinging at him. I didn't know if I was going to survive but I realized then that death is a part of life. Death is not defeat, Mirai, death just is. If you accept it then there is nothing to be afraid of, not like he was. But you don't have to die. If you find a successor and then retire, you won't be in that fight. Yagi didn't say anything to that, but Mirai heard the words anyway. He didn't know that. Not for sure, because in the hour of his vision he couldn't see everything. Mentally, Sir Night-Eye shook his head. Toshinori Yagi, All Might have accepted his death, he hadn't. He'd find a way to change his vision. Just this once, he'd find a way. Ted Izuku looked over at his dad. It was nice to see him out of the treatment room but he couldn't help the way his gaze went to the tubes that were still inserted into him. There was one going into his cheek, just under the scar tissue, and another 2 into his neck. Izuku really hoped they weren't going into his dad's BLD vessels but he had a strange feeling that they were. It made him feel sick. A thick but flexible tube went straight into his trachea. There was the hiss of air all the time. His dad smiled at him. Izuku resisted the urge to cry. "How was the last day of school, my little dragon?" he asked. Izuku looked to the side. He didn't want to talk about it. She still hasn't come around," his father said. That caused Izuku to stare at him with wide eyes. "How did you know?" he asked. He hadn't said anything. "A father has his ways," All for One replied. "But you always know." Izuku objected. "You told me, my little dragon, without saying a word." The green-haired boy frowned. "How did I tell you?" "When you looked away," Hisoshi explained. "Now come here, and let me see if I can guess your hair color," he encouraged his son. He knew Izuku didn't like his current appearance, but for the moment, there was nothing he could do about it. The various tubes were necessary. Izuku came closer, allowing All for One to rest his large hand on his son's head. It was a calming ritual for them both. He felt Izuku's curls, letting the individual strands of hair run through his fingertips. With his senses of sight and smell being destroyed, he had found his sense of touch was greatly amplified. "Oh my," Hisoshi murmured after a moment. "I do believe it is your natural color." "Yep." "That's good. You must never be afraid to be yourself," he told his son. "I know, Dad, you said that already." "Did I?" Hisoshi whispered. "How wise of me." They sat for a few moments, just enjoying each other's company. For anyone looking at All for One, they would be amazed that he could be so calm and relaxed. They would be gobsmacked that he was with a child, but beyond that they would be amazed that it seemed like he was doing nothing. The Emperor of the Underworld seldom did nothing. "You have to be patient," All for One said eventually, keeping his voice soft so as not to disturb his son. "Patient?" Izuku asked. "With your friend, Ochako," he explained. "She understands what you are saying and she sees the truth from the examples you give her. She sees your pain. But then when she's away from you, the facade comes back in and the world presents itself to her as the heroes want you to believe it appears." He felt Izuku frown. "What does facade mean?" "It means mask," he replied. "Or a disguise. It means that the world appears as one thing, when it's really something else." Hisoshi gave all the explanations. For all that his son was intelligent, he forgot that he didn't know everything he did. That was okay, it was his duty to teach his son. Izuku nodded his understanding. "It is a difficult thing, my little dragon, for someone to give up all that they have known, and I cannot say if she will be able to." "You mean she won't believe me?" "Oh no, your friend believes you, but against the weight of the world and her own longing not to be hurt, it may not be enough and you will drift apart." "No. I want to be her friend," Izuku objected. "Then, my little dragon, at some point you are going to have to decide if your difference of opinion on society is going to be enough to drive you apart. It doesn't have to be soon. It may not be for years, but eventually, if she does not come around, you will have to make that decision." All for One could feel Izuku tremble under his hand, but his son knew he spoke the truth. He knew better than to complain. "You have time to wait," he reassured Izuku. His son wouldn't start working on his behalf for years yet. Unlike the heroes, he didn't use children. They lapsed into silence again. Even with his experience, All for One wasn't sure how things would work out with Ochako. Every outcome would be a lesson for Izuku, and in every outcome his son would know he was supported. He just had to wait. "Ted, did you have a good party?" Kurogiri asked Izuku. The boy smiled up at him. "It was cheerful." "Yep," came the very happy reply. The Warp Gate privately thought that Izuku might be happier about visiting his dad now, but he said nothing about that. "That is good. I'm sad that Himiko couldn't come though," the boy added. "It is a long way from Nagata to here," the Misty Man pointed out reasonably. "I know," Izuku agreed. He had been hoping all his friends could come to his party, but Himiko's parents had said no. They didn't want their daughter traveling so far. It was about 8 hours on a train, and while Izuku, or rather his dad, had assured them that Himiko would not actually travel on a train but would be traveling via Kurogiri's warp quirk, they still said no. She'd complained via messages to him and they had spent some time on the phone earlier at the party, so at least Hitoshi and Ochiko had gotten to speak to her. It wasn't the same. Now he was going to spend time with his father. He wasn't sure what they were going to do. They couldn't go out and look for villain fights, and with his dad focusing on recovery, Izuku didn't think he'd have been able to organize anything else. It didn't matter though. Just spending time with his dad was going to be enough. But his dad had hinted that he had something good, and Izuku went through the warp gate Kurogiri made without looking back. He was a bit surprised when he came out into an office. His dad's office had been destroyed. This one was different though. It was smaller, more personal. My little dragon. His dad greeted him, indicating that he should come close. Izuku raced over and gave his dad a hug. "Happy birthday, Izuku," Hisoshi said. "You're 10 now. Such a big boy." He sensed Izuku grin at him and felt a stab of anger at All Might, which was quickly shoved aside. His son didn't deserve to feel his anger. Izuku laughed. It was a nice sound. "I've got an unusual present for you this year, my little dragon," All for One said. "Actually, I've got 2 presents." Izuku knew better than to squeal, but he could feel his son quiver in happiness. "One present you are going to have to wait until next weekend," he told Izuku. "Is it a quirk?" Hisoshi chuckled. "It is a quirk." "What does it do?" Izuku immediately demanded. "It's a secret, but you will be getting it off the current owner." At that, Izuku blinked. All for One could tell in the way Izuku moved that he was confused. He sighed. "It's a little bit of a misnomer to call it a present," he said finally. "But you know I helped people with their quirks, my little dragon. I cannot really do that now. But you can, for me." At that, Izuku gasped. It was a happy gasp though. All for One could imagine what it was about. While Izuku knew what society was like, he still thought it worthwhile to help people. Jiran had finally found someone willing to sell their quirk, and while the price was slightly higher than he wanted, it was for his son. "So next week, you will help them in my place. That's why it's got to wait a week. I have to find out the details," he explained. "You mean it?" "I mean it," All for One confirmed. Izuku hugged him harder, activating the strength enhancement quirk he'd been given a little bit. It was a good thing he was robust. "The second present is for now, but is a bit different." "What is it?" Izuku asked. He was still easily distracted. At the question, All for One sighed softly. "I know you don't want to replace me, Izuku." "No." His son almost growled, remembering their previous conversation. "But I want you to be skilled in business, as I am," he continued, ignoring Izuku's distress. If his son listened, he would learn there was nothing to fear. "That way you can replace me as the manager of my businesses," he finished. That seemed to get through to Izuku. He felt his son JRK as he said the last words. "Manager?" Izuku asked. "I've been working, my little dragon, but I can't do as much as I used to," All for One explained gently. "As such, when you come of age, I want you to be able to step into some of my roles. In that way, you will replace me, and there's nothing bad about that." "But I don't. I can't." "My little dragon, it won't be for years yet. I have appointed people to run the companies, until you can. They are doing that now, so I don't have to work as much. But I would like you to take over. In another 10 years or so," he tacked on to the end. He felt Izuku relax at that. "For now though, I want to begin teaching you about those companies." "How is that a birthday present?" Izuku asked, confused. All for One laughed. "Because I'm going to give you 2 lots of birthday money today. And we are going to invest one together, and the other you are going to invest by yourself. Then in 5, 7, and 10 years' time we are going to look at the 2 investments to see what has done best." "Oh," Izuku said softly. He knew about birthday money. Most of his friends wanted it for theirs. He never really needed it because he had everything he wanted, and if he needed something, Kurogiri got it. So he hadn't really needed money that much. Plus, he had some for when he wanted to buy something, so it wasn't a big deal. "I will teach you how to invest, so that you can do it for yourself," All for One continued. "And it doesn't matter what you invest in. You can invest it in research, a company, or anything you want. While we will compare, it's not a competition, and I remember my first investments, he snorted. Some of them had been spectacularly bad. He hadn't known anything then, but he'd learned, just as Izuku would learn. Were they bad? Izuku asked, his amusement evident. I didn't have anyone teaching me, Hisoshi told his son before he sighed. They were very bad, he admitted. Izuku laughed, and All for One found that he didn't mind admitting to those past failures if this was his reward. Now, I'm going to give you 2 lots of 500,000 yen to invest, Hisoshi said, ignoring the way Izuku's gasp, this time, was one of surprise. He supposed it was a fair bit of money for a 10-year-old, but he wanted Izuku to be able to make realistic investments, and this was the minimum he could bring himself to trade with, even for teaching. Do you want to get started? As expected, that got Izuku back on track, and his son nodded. All right, then this is how we begin. Ted Inko. The call caused her to JRK. She took a few breathed breaths. Meigo, Inko said the name of her colleague. Inko, the woman said more softly this time. What's the matter? You've been staring at that page for the last 10 minutes. She took another breath. I'm sorry. It's okay, Meigo reassured her. But there's something wrong. You can tell us. Inko nodded. She knew she could tell them. They understood. It's Izuku's birthday today, she managed to get out before she choked. Instantly, a look of understanding came to Meigo's features. Inko didn't see it because tears filled her eyes. Her other co-workers, Setsu and Yum, also understood, and Inko didn't hear when Yum got up and bustled off to the kitchen. He's been gone longer than I have had him, and she couldn't complete the sentence. Meigo embraced her. It's okay to cry, she told Inko. It happened to them all on occasion. Yum had cried on her wedding anniversary, and Setsu on the anniversary of the day her brother had been declared legally dead. Inko sniffed. She gasped for air. I just want him back. Yum came back with tea. She put the hot cup in front of Inko. Drink it. She didn't take the cup. Instead, Inko pulled a handkerchief from one of her pockets. The small pieces of fabric had become her constant companions over the years. She wiped her eyes and blew her nose before taking the tea. It was bland stuff. Their work didn't provide anything robust, but she needed the warm drink. She took a deep breath, feeling the liquid settle in her stomach. I just want him back, Inko repeated softly, without tears. And I just can't believe that this helps, she added, gesturing towards the document she hadn't been reading. It helps, Setsu said immediately, not focusing on her loss. But we never Inko didn't complete the sentence. They never found anyone. Even if we don't find people, Yum said gently, our findings close off avenues of investigation, and that is valuable. I know it doesn't seem that way, but for every avenue we close, it means that we are one closer to the truth. And that truth may not always be nice, but at least it gives closure. Inko took another sip of tea before she nodded. She wanted Izuku back, but if she couldn't have that, she at least wanted to know what had happened. Even if he was dead. Then at least the wound in her heart could. It wouldn't heal, but it wouldn't weep for the unknown. It would have closure. That's really what she wanted, what she needed. She nodded at the ladies surrounding her. All right, then let's close off another couple of branches of investigation, Inko said, giving a wan smile. The others smiled and nodded and didn't push for anything further. They all had their own pain. Ted, the mask was functional, barely, All for One reported to Kyudai. The doctor nodded but didn't say anything. There wasn't really anything he could say to it. Mechanics wasn't his specialty, especially biomechanics. But at the moment, he was all for One had. Bringing in healers to save his life was one thing, but bringing in others right at the moment would not send the right signals. Hisoshi would have to make do. Did Tataro's dogs come back under control? Garaki asked instead. That was why Hisoshi had gone to Kyoto. All for One chuckled. Kyudai took that as a good sign. Now, doctor, can I expect any improvement? Garaki took several deep breaths as he thought. When All for One used that tone, he knew that the man was serious and expected a serious answer. It is unlikely, he began. Over time, you will adjust and I can moderate the drag dosages, however, Your reliance on a respirator is going to be permanent. Without your nose and sinus tissues, the air you breathe has to be filtered, or you will risk complications, with the most obvious being infections of the lungs and respiratory tract. With your eyes, I can try a transplant and have been preparing to grow the tissues, but before I can go ahead with that, I will need several high-intensity scans of your head to determine what parts are there. If the optic nerve is not there, then it will not matter if I implant eyeballs, they will not be functional. So, unless I can get access to one of the Commission's better healers, transplants are the best option. All for one summarized. Possibly, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 was compelled to point out, though he longed to ask if the Commission's healers were really that good. He suspected they weren't. And he suspected Sensei knew that. He sighed. The regeneration quirk has taken your injuries as a template. It's possible if you are healed, that it will simply revert the healing. You may need to give it away before you are healed by one of them. The way Hisoshi shifted his head spoke volumes. I cannot say for sure, Garaki admitted. All for one tapped one finger. Would any of the techniques used to create the prototypes be of assistance? That was a good question. Potentially, but in order to rebuild your tissues, you may need to die, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 said after thinking about it for a few moments. The prototypes started with live specimens, but they usually died at least once along the way. That didn't bother him, though he had noticed that the fewer times they died, the more intelligent they were, and was working on making those parts of the procedure that were lethal into non-lethal procedures. The thought of a fully intelligent, yet obedient prototype was thrilling. Again, All for One tapped his finger against the chair arm. Obviously, dying was not something he wished to experience. You can grow skin grafts and other organs for transplant, he said softly. Why not more? Garaki looked at him closely. More. Cloning, the Emperor of the Underworld confirmed. I could clone you, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 said blandly. But the problem is that the clone will not have a functional mind. Cloned animals are babies and they grow up. Your clone dash. He paused when Hisoshi raised his hand. I'm only after the flesh. I could transfer my mind to it. Garaki jerked back at that suggestion. There were some quirks which did change personalities, but they were mostly through the temporary removal of inhibitions. Or maybe a good telepathic quirk could transfer the mind from one body to another, but would it stick? It should. It would be the same synapses, the same flesh, so rejection shouldn't be a problem. Besides, what was being rejected? There were no antibodies. It was a challenging problem. What mechanism would be utilized for the consciousness transfer? He asked. The way Hisoshi looked told him that he hadn't worked that part out, and so the doctor took a deep breath. It's possible, he murmured. But I would need to research transference, and that would take time away from developing the prototypes, he told All for One. This once, Garaki wasn't sure what the man would want. Usually, anything to do with him, or for his direct benefit, would take precedence, but given that there was still a possibility of getting a commission healer in, it may only be a matter of time, and All for One was known for his patience. You need assistance, Hisoshi decided. That was true, but finding assistance was troublesome. He couldn't just grab someone from off the street, no matter how desperately they needed the money. And using a run-of-the-mill thug, the doctor shuddered at the thought. The less said, the better. Any assistant had to be intelligent and discreet. Hisoshi knew that. See if any of the quirkless junior school children are suitable, All for One instructed. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 gave Hisoshi a look. Quirkless junior school kids were potential subjects, not workers. Come now, doctor, Hisoshi must have picked up enough of the look to interpret it. We only need to start quirkless for specific outcomes. It's time to look for efficiencies, and we can now incorporate the subject's quirk into the design. I'll see if any of them are suitable, Garaki said, knowing that on this, he was not going to be able to change All for One's mind. And it was entirely probable that some of the quirkless teens would jump at the opportunity for employment. With their history, some wouldn't even object to seeing quirked people used in experiments. It would be a matter of finding the right candidates. Keep them away from Izuku, All for One instructed. Garaki nodded. All for One took a deep breath, timing it with the respirator. Now, a theoretical question. Izuku absorbs quirks, merging them into his own, yes. It was rhetorical, but 𝐻𝐸𝐽 nodded again. Can he absorb the same quirk twice? Hisoshi asked intently. That was a very good question. He can absorb the same type of quirk, the doctor said aloud as he worked through the problem in his mind, but even as he did that he was drawing a blank on the answer. But I am not sure if he can absorb the exact same quirk twice. If he could though, the implications were stupendous. All for One was physically an immensely strong man, even without a quirk. With quirks, he was equal to All Might, but he did that by layering different quirks together. A basic strength enhancer, then several reinforcement quirks and a few others to match the number 1 hero. But if Izuku could take in the same strength quirk multiple times, for the same effect, they would simply multiply on each other and... The doctor shivered. The implications. The things Izuku could do. Even if taking in the same quirk had a lesser effect. It all depended on how much reduced the second copy of the quirk was. If the effect was linear, or exponential, or any number of reduction shapes, that would still be useful. He could take in the same quirk until the return wasn't worth it. But then, Izuku could layer a second quirk on top of the first, much like his father did, except the second would be layered over a vastly stronger base. Izuku has the 3 quirks I had you copy. Regeneration, shock absorption, and a basic strength enhancer. Make another copy of the strength enhancer and we will find out. All for One instructed, already anticipating Kyudai's line of thought. It has to be named Singularity, the doctor blurted. Izuku's quirk was still not named. And here I was thinking that a derivative of All for One would be best, Hisoshi said softly. There was a note of amusement in his tone, suggesting that he was playing. Such as? Kyudai asked. All for me, the Emperor of the Underworld suggested with a laugh. Garaki chuckled at the suggestion. It was accurate. Perhaps we should ask Izuku, Hisoshi continued. At that, Kyudai sighed and nodded. Yes, perhaps we should, he said, so that All for One wouldn't have to rely on his sight quirk. There may come a time when he needs to tell someone its name, he continued. Izuku's quirk was not going to go down on any registry, but sometimes, it was necessary for the name to be known. I'll discuss it with him, Hisoshi assured the doctor. In the meantime, start copying the strength quirk with that new procedure, and find yourself some assistance. I think, for the moment, we can guarantee their loyalty without reinforcement. I'll check the registries anyway, Garaki indicated, translating his boss's statement. Reinforcement was code for a controlling quirk. Those were rare, but it had been a while since they'd looked for one, and who knows, maybe young Hitoshi could come to visit. He felt excited. There were so many possibilities in the future. Ted Izuku lay on his back, staring up at the ceiling. What could he invest in? He'd picked out several stocks with his dad on his birthday and invested in those. Mostly. He still didn't know exactly how the money had been invested. Dad said he'd take care of those details, but that he would show Izuku how to use investment software later. That was one option. He could invest in other stocks. He just had to send through the instructions and pick out the stock. Or he could do other things. Dad had explained that the amount of money wasn't enough to invest in property, but said that property investment was something they would cover when Izuku was older. So for now he had to think of something. Dad said it didn't matter if he lost the money as well, so long as he learned, but Izuku didn't want that. He wanted to make something. Even if he didn't make as much as the other investment, he wanted to have something to show for himself. So what could he invest in? So many people relied on quirks to make investments. There were, apparently, those who specialized in being investment brokers, who had quirks to help them, but Dad had said that investment brokers had always existed even before quirks. Izuku frowned as he remembered his history class. People didn't used to have quirks, so they had to rely on machines and each other. They had to rely on what they could build themselves. They didn't rely on quirks, he whispered to the ceiling. Saying the words aloud was an epiphany. He'd already been seeing that you couldn't rely on quirks completely, especially ones you didn't know. And he'd seen it in villain and hero fights from people who did know their quirk and what it could do. When they were tired, when something didn't go to plan, things just didn't always work out. But what if there was something different? What if there was something you could rely on? Pre-quirk humans had that. He had that to some point. People drove in cars and they could rely on them. His dad was relying on a respirator at the moment, but what if there was another device? Dr. Kyudai had made a mask, but Izuku knew he wasn't good at mechanical things. Maybe he could get something better. Except, Izuku took a couple of deep breaths. He couldn't just go to a company and ask them to make it. That wouldn't work. There'd be too many questions, and the only companies which would make something like that were support companies. And he couldn't risk that. If someone made the connection, Izuku forcefully shook his head. He was not going to lead them to his dad. He wouldn't let that happen. For an instant he thought about what might happen if the heroes raided here now. He was no longer 6. Kurogiri had been teaching him. He'd definitely make them regret it. He wouldn't let them hurt his dad. Kurogiri would probably tell him he was being overconfident, but he'd find a way. That wasn't what he was meant to be thinking about. He knew what he wanted to invest in, but how did he go about it? Did he research companies and do that? Or pick out an established support company? Except, if he did that, he might make money, but he wouldn't get what he wanted. He had to find someone who could build it for him. He needed someone who could build things. Izuku rolled over and pulled his phone out from under his pillow. He tapped the screen and opened his contacts. He had met someone who could build things. Sure, he hadn't been able to use the finder, but it didn't rely on a quirk. It wasn't hard to find her contact details on his phone, and this time, he gave the self-given title a smile of hope. Genius creator of invention babies was ostentatious, but she could definitely create something. He clicked the message function, and then drew a blank. What should he say? Did he explain everything now or no? For now, he just said hello. He would explain as they went on. Hello. He was a bit surprised when the response was immediate. Who's this? Izuku blinked, and then he suddenly remembered why she'd given him her contact details. Your first customer, he replied with more surety than he felt. He wasn't sure what type of response he was expecting, but the one he got was not it. You bought my baby finder. Did it work well? Did you find what you want? Is it still working? Do you want more babies? Each of them came through as their own line, so fast that Izuku knew Mai couldn't have typed it. She had to have some sort of voice control on her phone. I did buy it, he answered the first question before grimacing at the second. How did he explain that Tomura had dusted the device before he could get to use it? Maybe he'd just skip over that one. I did find what I was looking for, thank you. Another question to skip. Yes, I do want to talk to you about more items. He pressed send. For a minute there was nothing from her. If Izuku had been in Kyoto, he would have seen what Mai's parents could. Their daughter had been giggling a moment before, now she was just staring at her phone, her eyes wide in shock and completely silent. Do you mean it? Came the reply eventually to Izuku. Yes, he typed back simply. Oh my god. I'll make you the best babies. Do you want something to put out a fire? Or something to find hidden items? Or a baby to do the washing? Take out the garbage. Dust in high corners. Izuku got the feeling that the questions would have kept coming, but something stopped Mai from typing, and with the next text from her, he figured it was probably her parents, who were advising her on what to say. Wait, I should ask you for what you want and wait for a reply. She sent to him, and then there was nothing further. Thank you, Izuku typed for whoever had given her the advice. It was a bit daunting to have to reply to the barrage of questions and suggestions. I don't want anything like that now, though maybe in future, he added. Something that could vacuum up dust better than their current vacuum would be welcomed. Especially if it could get into small cracks and crevices, since Tomura had dusted a lot of controllers lately. And dust wasn't good for his dad's breathing. My dad got caught in a hero raid, and has suffered permanent injuries. He's going to be on a respirator with oxygen for the rest of his life, but the current ones are too large to carry around. I wanted something smaller and portable, that he could wear, Izuku wrote, not really knowing where the words came from but knowing that's what he wanted. There was a bit of wait before the next reply. I don't know how to make something like that. It was only words on a screen, but it appeared painful. Could you learn? Izuku sent back. When he didn't know something, Kurogiri and his dad encouraged him to learn. I can. But that would mean I can't make you a baby immediately. That's okay, Izuku replied. This was an investment. I can pay you something so that you can experiment, he typed to her. You mean it, first? Izuku smiled at the name. I mean it. How about 10,000 yen for now and we can discuss it as we go along. Where did you G? Never mind. You have a deal, first. I'll look into respirators. Izuku closed his eyes and nodded. He was pretty sure his dad needed more than a respirator, but that would help. And it was a worthwhile investment. He closed the messaging app, and then flicked back through the transactions on his phone. He didn't make many, so it was easy to find the one for Mai. He pulled it up and adjusted the sum, before clicking send. He wouldn't make money from this investment, but Dad had explained that investments weren't really about making money, they were about getting things you wanted or needed. Dad needed the respirator, and Izuku wanted him to have it. So, that was a good enough investment for now. Izuku was feeling both excited and nervous. Today was the day he'd get to help someone. Kurogiri had insisted that he dress in his best clothes today, and so he was wearing a suit and tie and his curls had been slicked back with a copious amount of styling product. Where Kurogiri had gotten the suit from was beyond him, though the Misty Man had tied his tie for him. He still didn't know how to make a proper knot. The Misty Man had instructed him to have black hair and black eyes today, and then they had waited in the bar until Jiran had arrived. The broker even looked neat and tidy, and after a short conversation with Kurogiri, the warp gate had opened and he'd accompanied Jiran through Kurogiri. It was a bit of a surprise when Kurogiri reformed behind them. Yeah, didn't think I'd be allowed to take His Highness myself, the broker had commented. Kurogiri had said nothing and Jiran had quickly gotten the point. They were walking towards what looked to be a huge house. It couldn't be a house though, not really, it was far too large. This is an elderly care home, Kurogiri explained. Izuku nodded as they followed Jiran along the driveway. There was a covered area at the end of it and Jiran just strode into the facility with them in tow. There was a receptionist sitting there. Izuku watched as Jiran spoke a few words to her and he didn't see exactly what the pink-eyed man did, but he did see Jiran make a gesture towards the woman. It looked like he was holding something. And then they walked past her down one of the corridors. Jiran led them confidently. He checked a couple of doors, and Izuku could see there were numbers and names on them, but apparently they weren't the right ones. Eventually they came to a door. The name tag said Saisho and Jiran nodded before he stopped in front of it. "This is the lady," the gray-haired man announced. Izuku instantly felt he wasn't sure what he felt. Nervous was a definite descriptor, combined with pride and worry and everything he could possibly feel. This was going to be the first person he helped. The first person, apart from his dad, who he deliberately took a quirk from and wasn't going to give it back. Kurogiri seemed to understand, because the Misty Man put one hand on his shoulder. That was grounding. Izuku took a deep breath and nodded. Then he looked straight into Jiran's pink eyes. "I'm ready." The broker chuckled and then tapped on the door before he opened it. For Izuku, stepping inside that room was a revelation. He could see everything, hear everything, and he knew he was going to remember this room for the rest of his life. On the far side, there was a large, floor-to-ceiling window that looked out onto a garden. There appeared to be a small balcony. No, there was a walkway around the building and the window was actually a sliding door that opened up onto it. There were curtains, but at the moment, only a light and airy curtain was drawn across the space. There was a bed to his left, but not so close that he could touch it even if he reached out as he came through the door. It was made and there was a maroon cover on it. The top pillow cover was in the same color scheme but was patterned and had frills. A cupboard seemed to line the wall on the left side of the bed and there was a door to his right. It led to the bathroom. In front of the window there was a small table and chairs. They were sitting chairs placed on the side of the sliding door that didn't open so they didn't get in the way. Everything was perfectly placed. There was a woman sitting in one of the chairs. The sun streamed down on her. "Oh, you are here," she murmured. Izuku looked at the woman. Her hair was so gray it was white, and her eyes were pale, but Izuku could tell that they had once been blue. She gave them a smile and he realized with a small start of surprise that she was dressed in a kimono. No one wore them these days, except on formal occasions. "I thought it best, since it's a special occasion," she said, as if reading his mind. Izuku couldn't help the small squeak of surprise he made and she chuckled. "Your expression was clear, my dear boy. Are you still sure about this?" Jiran asked. There was something about the question that didn't fit. It was rough and Izuku almost cringed. "I'm sure," the woman told him. "But you two wait in the corridor. The little man and I have to have a talk," she said. Izuku looked up at Kurogiri. The misty man was still, which wasn't a good sign. "I won't hurt him," the lady said, "and if I try, he'll just take my quirk. Besides, I think he might find this easier without an audience," she added. He bit the inside of his lip. She had to have some sort of mind-reading quirk. "I'll call," Izuku said before Kurogiri could object. Jiran snorted. "Better obey His Highness," he said, and then walked back to the door. "Don't take too long," the broker said. Kurogiri reluctantly followed, but Izuku saw the way he closed the door. It was left open a crack. The lady apparently noticed as well because she chuckled again. "Come sit with me, little man," she invited, pointing to the other chair. Izuku moved and took the offered chair. It was actually a bit hot to sit there in the full sun in his suit, but Kurogiri had explained that he should be nice to the lady. He could sit here if she wanted. "My name is 𝐶𝐻𝐻𝐿 𝐾𝐻𝐲. I'm not meant to tell you who I am," Izuku replied carefully. He felt kind of guilty for that. "I know," 𝐶𝐻𝐻𝐿 smiled. "It's okay. But I want you to remember my name." He nodded. Now that she'd said it, Izuku didn't think he'd ever forget it, not with what was going to happen. "Would you like some tea?" There was a huff from outside the door. 𝐶𝐻𝐻𝐿 ignored it. Izuku shook his head, but 𝐶𝐻𝐻𝐿 leaned over to the table and poured him a cup anyway. She took a sip of her tea after she'd settled back into her chair. "I wanted to thank you for accepting my selfish request." Izuku blinked at that. He was going to help her, so how was that selfish? 𝐶𝐻𝐻𝐿 chuckled. "You are delightful, you know that. Your expression is so honest," she complimented him. She took another sip of tea and then put her cup down. Her pale blue eyes looked over into Izuku's black. "My quirk is not going to go out of control," 𝐶𝐻𝐻𝐿 said simply. "But I want you to have it," she added before he could object. "Why?" Izuku asked. If it wasn't going to hurt anyone, or herself, then why did she want someone to take it? It didn't make sense. "Little man, I am 93 years old. I've seen the world change more than anyone could imagine in that time. I've seen powers, quirks rise to be normal, and I've seen the changes society has made for them. I find myself now, wanting to see more but being so tired." Izuku really didn't understand that. "Ah, youth," 𝐶𝐻𝐻𝐿 said softly. "I'm going to die soon, little man. I can feel it, and so, I want to give you my quirk, so that some part of me lives on and that some part of me can keep watching, through you." "I thought I was going to help you," Izuku said delicately. He wished he could take off his jacket. It was getting really hot in the sun. How was she wearing the full kimono and not feeling the heat? "You are going to help me," 𝐶𝐻𝐻𝐿 replied immediately. "I see your guardians haven't explained," she added with a sigh. "Will you let me explain?" Izuku nodded. "You are going to help me die in peace," the old woman said as gently as she could, but there was still a certain amount of callousness that was present when you spoke of death to a 10-year-old. "While I want to watch the world continue, there is a part of me that is tired, and that part is growing, hence, little man, I know I will die soon and I will die with regrets. But, if you take my quirk, I can die without regret. Because the part of me that is in my quirk can watch the world continue. You will give me the peace I need to pass on. And that will help me greatly." 𝐶𝐻𝐻𝐿 took up her cup again as Izuku thought about her words. He still didn't understand, not completely, but if taking her quirk would help, then he would do that. "Okay," Izuku whispered. He didn't really like thinking about dying. It still felt too raw. He could still remember seeing his dad in that tube, the BLD smeared on the control panel at the bottom. The fear was, "Dad is safe," Izuku reminded himself, forcing himself not to shake his head. He had to pay attention now. She gave him a smile. It was small, but Izuku could tell it was heartfelt. "Thank you, little man. I'm sure in the future, you will take other people's quirks, especially if they are a threat to you, but my one, you take with my full permission and blessing." 𝐶𝐻𝐻𝐿 set down her teacup and they sat in the sun for a few moments. "Now, is there anything I need to do?" she asked, somewhat curious. Izuku shook his head. "Are you ready?" he returned his own question. The old lady took a deep breath, and then smoothed the lap of her kimono. "Yes," she replied. Izuku nodded, and closed his eyes as he reached out with his own quirk. It wasn't quite the same as doing this with his father. She felt different. He felt different. Her quirk was an odd mix of yellow and green. It was almost like the too hot sunlight they were sitting in hitting a deep forest, or soft moss. It was rather appealing. He gently touched it with his quirk and tugged. There was a slight resistance, but not much. Izuku pulled it again, and this time it came to him. "Ah, there it goes," 𝐒𝐭𝐴 murmured with a contented sigh. He settled the quirk within him, cradling it slightly. "What is it called?" Izuku asked. It was odd. Now that he had the quirk, the sunlight felt like it was just the right temperature. "Solar force," she told him. "It's not that powerful. It just allows me to create energy from the sun." "Oh, like a reptile?" Izuku asked before slapping his hands to his mouth. They'd learned about cold-blooded creatures in school and how they took some of their energy from the sun. It was fascinating how little they needed to eat because of that. The lady grinned. "A bit like that, but my parents decided that 𝐂𝐫𝐿D wasn't a good name, and it wasn't true, either. There is nothing reptilian about my quirk. It's more plant-based. Solar Force was considered a good name for it." Izuku nodded, relieved that he hadn't insulted her. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 leaned back in her chair, tilting her head back into the cushioning. She looked tired. "Now, little man, I want you to live a long and prosperous life because the part of me that is with you wants to see how the world changes." She shifted slightly, looking down without leaning forward. "And maybe you will make some of those changes, little man." He gave her a tentative smile. "Maybe." That got another chuckle. "I want to rest now," 𝐒𝐭𝐴 said. Izuku immediately got up. He bowed at her and then turned to the door and walked as quietly as he could towards it. Just as he reached it and was about to slide it open, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 spoke again. "Thank you." He nodded towards her, not knowing what to say before he turned away and slid the door open. Kurogiri was standing there. Jiran was leaning against the far wall. "We're good?" the broker asked. Izuku nodded. "Then let's go," Jiran announced. "Here." Kurogiri seemed surprised. "Unless you want to speak to the receptionist," the broker replied lazily. "She'll know we are gone and will allow people back into this corridor." The misty man sighed and then opened into a portal. A few moments later the corridor was empty. "Ted, you lied to me," Sir Nightai stated. He didn't slam his hands on the desk, or hiss, or engage in any other histrionics, no matter how badly he wanted to. Instead he fixed the commissioner with a bland stare. The man returned it, but the fact that he wasn't spluttering at the insult or otherwise taking offense told Mirai that the commission knew exactly what he was talking about. "I didn't lie," Commissioner Sukan said mildly. "I just didn't tell you." "So what happened?" Mirai demanded. "Exactly how do you lose a headless corpse?" he added the question. The commissioner snorted. "We didn't. We never had it," he stated. That caused Sir Nighthai's BLD to run cold, and he saw again in his mind's eye one of the images that had come to trouble him. The man had all for one's build, and seemingly all for one's multitude of quirks, but covering his head, and a part of his chest was a black mask. The obvious conclusion was that it was him, except he had been headless. No matter what quirks you had, there was no coming back from that. Not even regeneration quirks went that far, and Toshinori would have known if he had a regeneration quirk. Sukan sighed. First responders checked the body. There were no signs of life. They then grabbed All Might and got him treatment. The site was marked off, as you well know. Then when we sent the corpse collectors in, there was no body. Sir Nighthai shuddered. "So his people got him?" "It would seem that way," the commissioner nodded. Mirai took several deep breaths to calm himself. "I don't see why you are worried. All they have is a corpse." "Maybe," he murmured. Realization dawned on the commissioner's face as he no doubt recalled what Sir Nighthai's quirk was. "What have you seen?" he demanded. All Might, without his quirk, fighting someone who could have been him. Could have been. The height was his, the build was his, the suit was his, as were the multiple quirks. However, there was a black metal mask covering his head and shoulders. The commissioner worried his lip as he thought. A clone perhaps? Or a puppet? He offered the alternatives. The thought of the figure being one of them had occurred to Sir Night-Eye as well, but human cloning was illegal. It wouldn't stop. All for one, came the immediate retort from his mind. He wouldn't allow himself to be cloned. That argument felt better to him. He is no longer calling the shots. The statement from the commissioner was enough for Mirai to know what they would be trying if they had All for One's body. They would be desperately trying to extract his quirk, and if that meant cloning the man, that's what they would do. They had BLD, so they could still be attempting that. He made a mental note to truly check. The world did not need another All for One. His not, but if there is anything of him Sir Night-Eye didn't finish. He didn't need to. The commissioner understood. Let's say the person in your vision was him. He could not be fully functional, Sukan said matter-of-factly. They pulled brain matter out from All Might's hand, so at the very least, he has a traumatic brain injury. Sir Night-Eye ran through the rest of his visions. He'd done this already, but another check never hurt. Except, he could not find that man again. One battle was all he'd seen. He could look into Toshinori's future again and look further, but that was chancy. His visions were in real time, and even with All Might being on limited time, that was more events than he could observe in an hour. I'd feel a lot better he didn't finish. He'd feel a lot better with a body and a cremation, but the commissioner wouldn't have allowed that. Even so, no matter what the commission had planned, he'd feel better with the body under their control. What have you told him? Commissioner Sukan asked, not bothering to fill in the half-sentence Mirai had uttered. I haven't, Sir Night-Eye told him. He's already pushing himself. He does not need to know that All for One might have survived. Sukan nodded and Mirai frowned lightly as he recalled something else. You haven't gotten his assets. The commissioner was a consummate politician, but All Might's sidekick was watching for a reaction. The slight souring of his expression was enough to tell him everything he needed to know. He was slightly curious to know what had gone wrong, but not so much that he could ask. There were a number of things that might have happened, including All for One having proper paperwork to deal with his assets in case of death or misadventure. The man was arrogant enough to believe he wouldn't need those arrangements, but thorough enough in creating his alias to actually have them. It was almost like a posthumous stab at them. That would be like All for One. Mirai sighed audibly. I will not tell All Might, he told the commissioner. But in return, you will keep me apprised of anything that might be him. For a moment, he thought the commissioner might reject the deal, then the man released his own sigh. The commission could not afford for the number one hero to be against them. They might control a lot, but All Might had enough popularity that he could go against them. That is acceptable, he replied. Sir Night-Eye nodded and then rose and left. There was really nothing more to say. Ted Garaki looked at the vial. It was clear and the liquid in it was clear. It was the latest batch of strengthening drags he'd made for Sensei. The man had recovered, but he wanted more. More speed, more stamina, more strength. He didn't seem to understand that when you were injured that badly, just breathing should be considered a victory. Sensei understood that some things would take time and that he would get stronger as the years went on, but he was not content with that. He wanted everything now. Kyudai knew what Sensei wanted. He wanted to turn back the clock, or transfer to a new body, or something to bring him back to his prime. Getting old was not something the man accepted. Being feeble was definitely not something Sensei would tolerate. That's why Garaki was working on drag combinations to make him stronger. But these were powerful drags and in combinations that weren't tested. It would be easier if Sensei would allow him to use that new drag, the one that activated quirks, but while that offered stunning possibilities, even Garaki could see dangers there. He didn't need the BLD freezing look the man had given him. He may not have eyes, but Sensei knew how to use his presence effectively. He just hoped this cocktail was effective. He was running out of combinations. Ted Krogiri looked down at the letter in his hand. It was on the letterhead of Horain, Mori, and Nishimura, signed by Watanabe and addressed to Hisoshi Rigi. It had been forwarded, via several very roundabout ways, to him from JBQC. It advised Hisoshi that as the government considered him officially missing, he had 7 years from the date of his fight with All Might before they would be legally obligated to action his will. Sensei, he prompted. All for One seemed pensive once he read the letter. He nodded slowly to acknowledge that he'd heard. Forward them a payment from my personal account, he instructed. And I believe I will send Izuku to speak to them before the time limit is up, if I cannot do so myself. The Misty Man nodded. That made sense. He already knew that Sensei was seeking other means of healing, and All for One would not wish to appear so weakened, even to his lawyers. There was time before they had to act. We'll just have to make sure 𝐭 does not visit them, Sensei murmured. At that, 𝐭 gave his boss a sharp look, even though he knew the man could not fully see it. Was 𝐭 still a beneficiary? That could be difficult to solve. Do you dash? He didn't ask the full question. Did Sensei want his wife taken care of? No, he said immediately, waving one hand to dismiss the matter. I do not wish to deal with the inevitable investigation at the moment. Ah, that made sense. 𝐭's death, if it was anything but completely accidental, would likely attract attention and investigation, which would no doubt confuse those who knew her but would happen anyway. I will set a reminder, 𝐭 indicated. If it was getting close to the time limit, and Sensei was not healed, he would remind the man that something had to be done. Very well, All for One allowed, and the matter was dismissed. Ted, while he couldn't see them in the traditional sense, All for One still liked to inspect the prototypes. It was genetically programmed into them that he was their MSTR, but allowing them to see him reinforced that, so there were benefits to visiting even when he couldn't actually see the progress. This one is functional, he asked. Yes, the doctor said, though Hisoshi detected a note of, what was it? Annoyance. The doctor was annoyed at something. Like the last one. All for One probed. Yes, 𝐭 answered, apparently realizing his tone had been detected. All for One didn't turn towards him. He'd destroyed the last prototype, which had been both necessary and unnecessary. Necessary to work out his anger. Unnecessary because it did destroy valuable research. How independent is this one? It will fight, 𝐭 said, but it will need direction to be told who to fight, he added. Acceptable, All for One said. Can you make others more independent? These things were foot soldiers. They did not have to be completely able to think for themselves. There was meant to be someone who controlled them. I believe so, the doctor answered immediately. But I think it would be best done via fixation. Fixation. Yes. The higher cognitive functions of the human mind are destroyed by the action of multiple quirks. It's not that surprising. The body detects the second quirk and treats it as an infection. The body's temperature rises but the quirk does not leave, and so eventually the mind is compromised. While I can ameliorate the effects somewhat, I believe if the mind is fixated on something, a concept, an event, even an emotion, then that fixation will survive, and some cognitive function will be retained with the fixation. All for One gave the doctor a look. That's the theory, 𝐭 admitted. You may look for a suitable candidate to test it upon, Hisoshi said. He saw the doctor nod. Gigantomachia, All for One called. His bodyguard moved, and from the slight flinch 𝐭 gave, the doctor had forgotten that the huge man was there. My lord. This has been put off for too long. Take the prototype to Nagata. At the word Nagata, Gigantomachia's expression changed. He grinned, showing his teeth, and an unholy light lit in his eyes. I believe you know who needs to be collected, All for One said. I do, my lord, but the giant's expression altered. He seemed distinctly disappointed but resolved. I cannot leave you unguarded. 𝐭 saw All for One's expression and was controlled enough not to laugh, but it was a near thing. I will be safe enough here, Hisoshi countered. Gigantomachia said nothing. All for One was meant to be safe at work too, but that had not happened. The giant man knew it wasn't his fault the heroes had found Hisoshi, but he probably felt it was his fault that he was not on hand to protect him. All for One sighed, recognizing that Gigantomachia would not say anything but was going to continue to object. He sighed. I will have the doctor configure several prototypes for protection and have a comm to you with 𝐭 waiting, he offered. The huge man thought about that for a moment before he nodded, his smile once again turning predatory. I will bring them to you, he announced. No, I wish the prototype to take them. You are accompanying it as an observer. I wish to know how functional it is with simple instructions. If it cannot perform, then you will take over and bring both the targets and the prototype back. 𝐺𝐼𝐵 listened carefully and then nodded. He flexed huge fingers. It will be done, my lord. All for One smiled. Kyūdai didn't like it, but at least it wasn't directed towards him. Prepare Hisoshi paused for a moment. 2 tanks. I want to know what it takes to awaken a quirk, he instructed. Garaki nodded. Will there not be 3? He asked. There were 3 involved. 1 held back, Hisoshi explained, so we'll form the base of a prototype instead. The doctor nodded as he understood. That was All for One's mercy. Prototypes lost their mind. It was perhaps a harsh mercy, but it was a mercy. If this test is successful, I believe they will then move from prototype to production. Do you have a name for them? All for One asked. Kyūdai chuckled. To anyone unfamiliar with the prototypes, the main feature was their exposed brain. Except, for all that it was exposed, they did not truly think. Nonisha, he said the word. Brainless. Hisoshi translated with a chuckle. The statement wasn't quite true since the prototypes obviously had brains, but he knew what the doctor was implying. Maybe they should be more literal. How about a contraction? No mind. Nomyu, he gave the term. Nomyu, Kyūdai repeated the word, trying the word in his mouth. Yes, that fits, he decided. Start a production batch. Mixed abilities and quirks, but all with physical enhancement. Give them all regeneration and 1 or 2 other quirks, he instructed. How many? Let's start with 10 for the first batch. Hisoshi couldn't see it, but he imagined that Kyūdai's face was surprised. That will take a long time, the doctor objected. They used certain protocols to make sure they weren't found. One of them was about power consumption at the warehouse. For the last 100 years or so, the power companies routinely monitored for properties which consumed too much power. It was a holdover from previous times when that information could be used to find criminals and illegal hydroponic operations. Producing the Nomyu consumed a lot of power. That's why they were set up in a warehouse in a factory area. The power consumption was higher than normal, but they still had to be careful. Take it slowly. No one can alter the records. Garaki asked. The question was directed towards Hisoshi's contacts. Still climbing the ladder, All for One replied. Another year or 2, I imagine. The doctor nodded. He had no idea who Hisoshi was referring to, but he knew that it would be someone All for One had helped. Whoever they were would have been directed to go into employment with a power company. Compared to a politician or a police person, it seemed such a waste, but it was just as important in the long run. Not every job was large, but the smallest could determine their success or failure. Have you had a chance to find assistants? Hisoshi asked. There are 2 who appear to have the required disposition, Garaki reported. The policy of segregation that Izuku's school indulged in continued into middle school, and the teachers and other students made it very clear that they considered the quirkless students to be consuming resources better spent on those with a quirk. They also made it clear that it would be very difficult for those quirkless students to find a position in a high school. The high school that serviced Izuku's elementary and middle school openly admitted that they did not allow quirkless students, and given that only elementary and middle school were compulsory, there was not a lot of recourse for the quirkless students except to try enrolling somewhere else, or trying to find a job. Humans were so foolish. But right at the moment, it was to their advantage. Some of the quirkless students just accepted it. Others were angry. Either way, they did not care for society or those with quirks, and when offered a job that came with a chance for some revenge, there were several he felt had the right attitude to actually see it through. Despite what some of them had been through, Garaki felt they were still too soft. And the registry search? There's something in 𝐶𝐻, he replied. Russia. All for One murmured. Their quirk registry is not as comprehensive as China's, but it is functional, Kyūdai explained. Hisoshi nodded. When you return, 𝐺𝐼𝐵, you will collect that one as well, he instructed. The huge man again looked like he would object, but he nodded. Now then, All for One said. To work. Izuku ate his lunch at his desk. He was alone today, and while he knew it was only going to be for 1 day, he missed his friends. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had something on for her family. She'd been apologetic but not clear, and Hitoshi had a summer sniffle and was tucked up in bed at home. It was only for a day, so he told himself he shouldn't be lonely. He could handle one day. Surreptitiously he pulled out his phone. Even though he was 10, they were still not allowed to use them at school. Even so, he could see that Kawaguchi was playing a game on hers. He tapped into messages and went to Himiko's chat. Why was the red BLD cell banned from church? He sent the question to her. He hoped she had her phone. Niigata Elementary had a slightly different policy. Students were allowed to use their phones in the breaks, but Himiko didn't always have hers with her. He watched the chat for a few moments, waiting for a reply. They'd worked out a system with jokes. You didn't deliver the punchline until the other person had replied. Izuku sighed, taking another bite from his bento. It appeared today was one of those days Himiko didn't have her phone. He sighed and slipped his phone back into his bag. He ate the last few pickles left in his bento and put the lid back on as well. Izuku was tying the furoshiki back when he heard a couple of the other students get up from their lunch. He thought nothing of it until someone blocked the light. They didn't move. The sympathizer is all alone today. Izuku recognized the voice. Gatorui. He looked up at the spider-quirked boy with a sense of dread and resignation. He knew how these encounters went. He'd experienced that in Niigata and Saitama. He wasn't interested in having it happen again. May I help you, Kumu? He asked politely. That seemed to surprise them for a moment. Gatorui's face clouded, though it was difficult to see with his mutation. Then the spider-quirked boy slammed his hands on Izuku's desk. The gray-haired today's color boy noted absently that Kumu's mutation had extended to his hands. They were a dark color, almost as if chitin was forming on them. Izuku was sure they hadn't been like that a few years back. Don't act so high and mighty, Gatorui demanded. I'm not, Kumu, Izuku objected. You are? Arata spat. The other boy was standing to the side of Gatorui. He knew how this was going to play out. I'm sitting eating lunch, Izuku commented, tucking his covered bento box back under his desk. It was best to get it away before they decided to steal or break it. Sitting, thinking of new ways to sympathize. Gatorui growled. If 𝐒𝐭𝐴 or Hitoshi was here, Izuku knew the other two boys wouldn't be here. They must have been waiting for an opportunity. Had they confronted 𝐒𝐿𝐴 last year, when he wasn't here? Yeah, but he's weak, just like his little friend, Arata told Gatorui. That answered Izuku's question. What had 𝐒𝐿𝐴 gone through? What do you want? He asked, holding back a snarl. Oh, the sympathizer has some spirit. Gatorui laughed. And I bet you want to prove something, so come on. You and me, after school. What? Izuku didn't get it. Fight me, the spider-quirked boy said. After school today. Unless you're so powerless all you do is whine. Gatorui laughed. Yeah, like Uraraka. Arata chuckled. For a moment, Izuku saw red. Fine, he snarled. 4 o'clock, Gatorui snapped. Be there. He walked away. Arata paused for a moment, giving him a superior look before the other boy followed. That was stupid. Izuku didn't recognize who spoke. He looked up to see Betsu Dokyusei looking at him. What do you mean? He asked when the two boys were out of the classroom. Betsu snorted at him, as if wondering why he was asking. Gatorui has been itching for a fight with you since last year. Why? That didn't make sense. Why would Gatorui want to fight him? You're not serious. Betsu gasped. Izuku nodded. The question was serious. He really didn't know. Oh man, she huffed and said something more under her breath that Izuku didn't catch. You might have noticed that Gatorui is bigger than you. Yes, Izuku agreed. Kumu, even at 10, had a large build. His shoulders were wide, and his body was solid. You might further have noticed that Kumu, despite being a 6th year, is bigger than most of the 7th years, Betsu continued. Since Ijimi left, he's been picking fights with everyone. Izuku blinked at that. He hadn't noticed it. You're the best in our year level at sports, both speed and strength. He doesn't like that. Izuku groaned. He got it now. Gatorui was another Setsuna. Especially since he's been training in karate since he was 5, Betsu finished. What? That could be a problem. Oh, don't worry, he hasn't taken it seriously, she retorted, waving one hand dismissively. He knows a couple of moves and thinks he's Jackie Chan. Who's that? Look him up later, Betsu grumbled, annoyed that her joke had fallen flat. It wasn't funny when you had to explain. Izuku groaned again, and put his arms on his desk as he slumped over. Thank you, he said to Betsu, though the words were sort of muffled. He didn't see the way she grinned at him. I'm kind of looking forward to it, she told him. Probably everyone who had noticed was looking forward to it, Izuku realized. He huffed to himself. He could not show up. He hadn't really made the challenge, but he knew if he did that then Kumu would think he'd won. And then he'd be insufferable. He had to show up, but he didn't have to fight. No. That wouldn't work either. Gatorui would beat him up anyway. Which meant he had to go and fight. He could use his quirks. That would be easy, but... Inwardly Izuku grumbled. If he used any quirk other than fire breath, that would cause attention, which would then be written up officially, which would then bring the heroes. He couldn't do that. Or at least, he couldn't use anything other than fire breath and against someone who knew how to fight. Darn it. He knew how to punch. Kurogiri had taught him that, but the Misty Man hadn't taught him how to do anything more. Though, Izuku supposed he could dodge well. Training with Tomura ensured that. If Gatorui hadn't taken his own training seriously, it might be enough. Wait. He had regeneration. That was passive. Izuku felt his stomach sink. He actually felt sick. How was he going to hide that? He was going to have to dodge a lot. And if he took a hit, it couldn't be one that cut. He could pretend to get bruises. They didn't form immediately. He hoped. Izuku trembled slightly. He was going to ask Kurogiri to teach him to fight. Then in the future he wouldn't have to deal with this problem. Despite what Betsu had said, Izuku was rather thankful there were only a few spectators. He silently gave thanks to after-school activities and everything else that meant people couldn't be here. He briefly wondered where the teachers were, but he knew they would only get involved if they were going to be impacted. Garurui was here, as was Arata. There was a small group of other students around them. Betsu was off to the side, and Izuku thought she was standing with Saicho Gase, but he wasn't sure. It didn't matter. It was still sunny, and Izuku looked up at the blue sky briefly. He enjoyed the light and the energy it gave him. Solar force was nice. It took the edge of a long day at school. At least until the sun went down. All right, Izuku said. Let's get this over with. Ha! Gatorui snorted. You act like you're going to win, the other boy growled. We'll see, Izuku shrugged, downplaying the situation. He knew enough to know that if he believed he was going to lose, he would. He wasn't going to lose. The spider-quirked boy shook his head. Oh, you're gonna be in so much pain. Over what? Izuku asked, giving him a look that clearly said he really didn't think much of Kumu's intelligence. He probably shouldn't be provoking him, but he wanted everyone to know whose stupidity this was. Don't try to talk your way out of this, sympathizer. He growled. Let's do it. Izuku sighed visibly and then rolled to the side as Gatorui threw a punch that even without any training, he saw from a mile off. He had the good sense to step back before the other boy swung back round so that when Kumu lashed out, Izuku was out of the way. Gatorui spun to confront him. He clicked his mandibles and charged again. Izuku dodged to the side, but at the last second, Kumu's hand shot out, and he clipped Izuku in the chest. Oof, he gasped. Ha, the other boy laughed. It stung for a moment, but Izuku felt regeneration take care of the bruise. He was thankful that solar force replenished his energy though, as he remembered how tiring regeneration could be. Probably not on that little hit, but if something more happened. But if that's what Gatorui wanted, then Izuku would play. He brought up his fists. Even without his strength quirk, he knew he wasn't too weak. The difference between them came from their builds. Gatorui was solidly built. Izuku was comparatively slender and light. If he was going to inherit his dad's build, he had a lot of growing to do. Ha ha ha. Kumu laughed. You're actually going to try to fight? He asked as he fell into a fighting stance. Izuku didn't recognize it but figured it was from his karate training. He waited. He really wished he knew what to do now, but Izuku knew if he threw a punch then he'd be open to retaliation. His best chance was to wait for Kumu to present him with something and hope he was fast enough to react. Mentally, Izuku was making a list of quirks which would help him. Speed was high on the list. If he just wanted to take damage then regeneration was enough, but that wasn't a good idea. Kumu jabbed but Izuku could see that it would be short. "You've actually got to reach me, you know," he taunted. That led to a follow-up kick. Izuku saw it coming but didn't know how to block it. He moved his hands, trying to catch the blow, and he somewhat succeeded but was pushed back and unbalanced. The time gave Gatterui the opportunity to lower his leg and jab at him. Izuku tried to dodge but he just pushed himself even more off balance and he felt himself fall. Instinctively he tucked up and then rolled. He remembered well enough that he couldn't let Kumu kick him when he was down. That's how his rib got broken. Thankfully the larger boy didn't seem to want to do that and Izuku sprung up and just managed to dodge a follow-up kick. He took a deep breath and thought about his options. 1. He could let Kumu beat him up. It would hurt, but he'd heal. Except that would mean that Gatterui thought he was better than him. It wouldn't really mean it, but the other boy obviously equated physical prowess to worth. No, he wasn't going to accept that. 2. He could run away. He didn't have a speed quirk but he was pretty sure that he was faster than Gatterui. The chitin that was his head had to be heavy and Izuku wasn't sure if he could breathe with the same efficiency. No, that wasn't an option. It would almost be worse than letting himself get beaten up. So 3, he could fight, and let regeneration heal the damage. Inwardly Izuku nodded to himself. Unless he stood up to Kumu, and actually showed the other boy that he wasn't going to be pushed around, then this would happen again, or there'd be that stupid superiority. For a moment, he let himself contemplate option 4. He could take Kumu's quirk. He wasn't sure what would happen if he took a mutation-type quirk but… No. That wasn't an option. He couldn't. He could but there were people watching. They'd know and that would go on record and… No, he wasn't going to do anything to endanger his dad. Right, option 3 it was. Izuku braced himself and waited for Kumu to swing at him. He didn't have to wait long. Apparently Gatterui was annoyed that he hadn't stayed down. The punch impacted on his ribs as Izuku didn't try to defend. Instead he threw his own punch back. He hit chitin and felt his knuckles sting. He knew what it felt like to hit the punching bags, but this felt different. The sting was quickly gone, as was the pain from his ribs. He swung again because Kumu hadn't drawn back. Gatterui gasped as Izuku's punch hit him a second time. He leapt back, and Izuku pet his head, as if inviting another round. Izuku was very tempted to say he could do this all day, which was actually true, so long as there was sunlight. He could go on, but he knew that wouldn't help. Run! Kumu growled at him, trying to make him seem weak. Izuku remained silent, holding his stance. The other boy yelled and charged forward again. This time, Izuku threw his punch first. He hit Kumu on the chin and winced as his knuckles impacted on one of Gatterui's mandibles. The other boy flailed at him and Izuku's head was rocked back as he was hit. He took a few steps backwards and huffed audibly. "I'm not going to run, Gatterui. I'm not going to give up. And we can continue hitting each other but I won't be changing to what you expect, and you won't be changing to what I expect," Izuku said, checking his hand to see if he'd cut it. He didn't think he had, because while regeneration was fast, it wasn't that fast. "I don't want you to change. You act all high and mighty. You think you're better than us. So what?" Izuku frowned. "You just want to beat me up." The spider-quirked boy screamed and charged forward rather than answering. It was pathetically easy to sidestep him and stick out one leg to trip him. He actually sprawled in the dirt for a little. "I'm out of here," Izuku said and turned away. There was a notable silence from the spectators and even Arata said nothing as Izuku walked away. Thankfully no one followed. When Izuku was out of sight he sighed heavily. Gatterui would want a rematch. He could avoid it for a while but not forever. And if he had to fight Kumu again then he needed some way to cover up the fact that he had regeneration. He had to learn to fight. Who could teach him? Now that he thought about it, 𝐒𝐭𝐲𝐲 was already teaching him how to use his quirks and he'd never seen the Misty Man fight. Which really only left 𝐺𝐵. 𝐒𝐿 had never seen the giant fight but he knew he had to be able to. 𝐒𝐿 nodded to himself. He'd asked tonight. He had a feeling he'd need the knowledge sooner rather than later. Ted, little lord, 𝐺𝐵 greeted 𝐒𝐿 happily when the boy appeared through 𝐒𝐭𝐲𝐲's warp gate. The Misty Man reformed behind his passenger and gave all for one a look. When he delivered 𝐒𝐿 and picked him up, it wasn't unusual for his boss to have new instructions. The Emperor of the Underworld shook his head slightly and 𝐒𝐭𝐲𝐲 bowed before disappearing. My little dragon, is something wrong? All for One asked. Usually, when 𝐒𝐿 was delivered he happily skipped over to 𝐺𝐵 to tell the giant about his day. Today 𝐒𝐿 had remained where he was standing. Nothing's wrong, Daddy, 𝐒𝐿 said to him. But he was still looking at 𝐺𝐵. Did you want to ask my bodyguard something? All for One asked his son. 𝐒𝐿 thought about that for a few moments, before he nodded. While All for One couldn't see, he could imagine the look on 𝐺𝐵's face. He would be surprised but pleased. What does the little lord want to know? The huge man rumbled gently. Will you teach me to fight? It was safe to say that neither of them were expecting that question. 𝐒𝐿. All for One said the name as a question. Little lord, you are not like 𝐿𝐿, so you are no. 𝐒𝐿 interrupted 𝐺𝐵. I'm not. But I want to be. So you want 𝐺𝐵 to train you? All for One asked. Yes. I want him to teach me to fight, 𝐒𝐿 repeated his request. The huge man shifted slightly. 𝐒𝐭𝐲𝐲 is he began but stopped when All for One raised one hand. 𝐒𝐭𝐲𝐲 is teaching 𝐒𝐿 to use his quirks, the Emperor of the Underworld explained. The large man understood the unspoken part of the information. It was 𝐺𝐵's decision if he wished to teach 𝐒𝐿 or not, but All for One knew what the answer would be. There was no way 𝐺𝐵 would deny 𝐒𝐿. He saw the huge man nod before he shifted again, looking down at 𝐒𝐿 who was still standing, looking up at him. All for One heard 𝐺𝐵 take several deep breaths. Little lord, I will teach you, he said eventually, but only if you use your full power. For a moment, All for One didn't understand what his bodyguard meant, but then it became clear. He didn't smile, but it was a close thing. 𝐺𝐵's condition would force 𝐒𝐿 to accept the reality of combat, and that would only help him grow stronger. What do you mean? 𝐒𝐿 asked. He hadn't grasped the implications of the large man's condition. 𝐺𝐵 shifted, kneeling so that he was slightly closer to 𝐒𝐿. He still towered above his son, but the gesture was not unappreciated. You must use your quirk. When you fight me, even in practice, you must take a quirk. But 𝐒𝐿 objected, but All for One could tell he wasn't quite sure what he was objecting to. When you are in battle, little lord, you cannot hesitate. You can take their quirk, so you should do it. This is your greatest advantage and you should use it. 𝐒𝐿 said nothing. All for One could tell that he was thinking. If the quirk is not useful, 𝐒𝐿, you can give it back, All for One reminded his son. Or if it is useful, you can keep it since you won it in the battle. But I won't have earned it, 𝐒𝐿 said. In some fights you will, 𝐒𝐿. Don't limit yourself by society's expectations, All for One explained. A battle is not about honor, little lord. It is about victory, and you must do what you can to gain victory by any means possible. You have the means, so you need to use it, 𝐺𝐵 added. 𝐒𝐿 nodded, but it was easy to tell he was still thinking. All for One decided another small push would be needed. It was essential that 𝐒𝐿 be able to take quirks even from those who didn't want him to. They had been gentle so far, but if introducing the concept as part of a battle strategy would help, then he would back that. 𝐒𝐿, I want you to remember something you've seen. What? The question sounded harsh, but 𝐒� was curious. History is written by the victors, All for One told his son. 𝐒� frowned. It was difficult to see, but that was the impression Hisoshi got. How? All Might, All for One said, and Toxic Chainsaw. It was perhaps a risk to refer to that battle, but 𝐒� was moved by it. You know that All Might did not fight Toxic Chainsaw, but that is what the world believes, he explained. And there is one more thing they are covering up, he added with a small chuckle. What is that? I know what damage I did to him, my little dragon. All Might is not as healthy as he appears, he said somewhat proudly. He'd have preferred to have done more, and not received any damage himself, but lingering on that might have been was not productive. He saw Gigantomachia nodding at his statements. That is why, little lord, you must always fight to win, and use all the means you have to fight, the large man explained. I understand, Izuku said, and he seemed to. But I can't take a quirk off you, Gigantomachia. You're my friend. That harkened back to something Izuku had said many years back. I think when training with Gigantomachia, you can pretend to take one of his quirks, All For One announced, looking over at his bodyguard. If he actually took one, it could destabilize you, my old friend, he explained. However, for your practice sessions, I will give Izuku a random quirk to simulate what he could find himself with. Gigantomachia nodded. If you are willing to take quirks, little lord, I will teach you, he said. Izuku took a deep breath. I am willing, he confirmed. The huge man smiled. To anyone else, it probably looked threatening. Izuku knew it meant Gigantomachia was pleased. All For One nodded. No matter what else happened today during Izuku's visit, this was good. His son would grow and learn to use his quirk. And isn't that what any parent wanted for their child? Izuku smiled at him. It was nice to see, and Hisoshi realized that his son must have been nervous about asking. He also wondered why Izuku was asking. What brought this on, my little dragon, he asked. Immediately Izuku looked to the ground. While All For One couldn't see, he shared a glance with Gigantomachia. His bodyguard was still kneeling and Izuku had walked up to him now. Gigantomachia scooped him up, putting him on his shoulder. I got into a fight, Izuku said quietly. All For One immediately ran through his memory. While he relegated the day-to-day care of Izuku to Kurogiri, and had the Misty Man deal with the school, he was made aware of important events and details. There had been no mention of this, and it was the type of thing Kurogiri would mention. The school has not mentioned anything, he said mildly. He may have to have another word with them. It was after school, Izuku admitted. But still on the school grounds. Yes. My little dragon, I'm not upset with you, Hisoshi was quick to reassure his son. I am upset with your school. They are meant to prevent things like that, and in the event that they happen, they are meant to let me know. How did it happen? Even if Izuku got into a fight, there was no way he should have lost. He had regeneration and increased strength, and All For One sighed inwardly. He wouldn't have used them. He wouldn't have wanted to get caught having multiple quirks. It was admirable and showed loyalty, but they would have to work some way around it. Teaching Izuku to fight would be one way. If he didn't rely on his quirks, or only subtly relied on his quirks, then that would go a long way to addressing the problem. It would be much easier when Izuku could openly fight, but subterfuge and subtlety were useful skills. Ochako and Hitoshi weren't at school today, Izuku said. Is everything all right? Hisoshi asked. He didn't care, but the question was expected. Ochako had family things and Hitoshi has a bit of a sniffle, his little dragon told him. I was eating lunch when Gatorui came up. Betsu told me he has been wanting to fight me for a while. All For One translated the statement. This Gatorui was obviously the one Izuku had fought, but he didn't know who Betsu was. Izuku seldom mentioned anyone from his class. So what happened, he prompted. I wanted to say no, Izuku said. But they'd been bullying Ochako while I wasn't there and I got so angry. Hisoshi nodded. Izuku's loyalty to his friends was to be commended. At least for now. Hitoshi wouldn't betray Izuku, but Ochako might yet hurt him. For now, the girl child had done nothing, so he had done nothing. And with him helping her parents, it was possible she wouldn't do anything. She didn't have to become a villain to help out Izuku in future. He would need friends. Then I remembered that if I fought and got a cut, regeneration would take effect and they'd know. So why didn't you just not go to the fight? All For One asked. He couldn't keep the amused tone from his voice. They hurt Ochako. Izuku repeated, and while All For One couldn't see clearly, he could see the way that the outline that was his son trembled. And I couldn't use my quirk. It's all right, my little dragon. I know you were protecting me, he reassured his son. Izuku would have wanted to hide his multiple quirks because he knew that would go down on a record and it was possible that the heroes would find out. As far as he knew, they still believed him to be dead, but it was better safe than sorry. Although, my little dragon, there is a way of winning a battle without fighting, All for One said. What? How? Izuku demanded. I know you wouldn't have taken his quirk for the same reason you didn't want to have regeneration revealed, Hisoshi said. But, I have noticed there is a difference between our quirks. Do you know what it is? You need to touch someone to take their quirk. Izuku asked. All for One smiled at his son even as he shook his head. Not that difference. I don't know then, Izuku said without thinking about it, but Hisoshi could tell that he was trying to work out what any difference between their quirks had to do with fighting. When I take a quirk from someone, my little dragon, unless I am careful, they fall unconscious, All for One explained. But Kurogiri and Jiran tell me that when you took the lady's quirk she remained conscious. Is that deliberate? At that question, Izuku took on an air of consideration. He was obviously thinking hard. I don't know, he said. Then I think we shall have to find out, All for One said. But do you see how it could end a fight? Yes. If I could take his quirk and knock him out, then Gatorui would have just collapsed. I could have given him his quirk back and no one would have known what was happening, Izuku gushed. He already sounded a lot more confident about the thought of taking quirks. All for One nodded. That's it exactly, my little dragon, he praised. He'd have to work on the give it back bit, but for the moment, Izuku was correct. Giving it back would raise less questions, especially at his school. Actually, Daddy, Izuku looked at him. What happens when we take a mutant quirk? Now that was an interesting question and it revealed more than his son knew. This Gatorui must have a mutant-type quirk. It varies, my little dragon, All for One replied confidently. He had experimented with this many years ago. Can you tell me the 3 types of quirks? Izuku immediately nodded. Emitter, Transformer, and Mutant. Very good. Now, within each type there is a lot of variety. There are those people who look to have mutant quirks, but actually have emitter quirks, Hisoshi explained. Can you think of some examples? He thought his son blinked a few times before he nodded. Kurogiri. He said. Tell me how. Kurogiri looks to have a mutant-type quirk but actually has an emitter quirk. Exactly. All for One replied. So, that's why I say it varies. You don't always know what type of quirk they have. Mutant-type quirks are not impossible to take. You have taken one once, you know. I have. Hisoshi smiled. Regeneration, he told Izuku. That is a mutant-type quirk, and I actually have a copy of Dr. Garaki's quirk, and it is a mutant-type quirk. It is. He nodded. But those quirks are what I call hidden mutant-type quirks or emitter mutant types. They are mutant-type, but they leave no evidence on the owner's body, like a lot of emitter-type quirks. Other mutant quirks are more obvious. When you take one of those, the effect varies. It depends on how much of the quirk relied on the visible mutation, All for One explained. So, for someone with a tail, they'd still have the tail, but what would I get if I took their quirk? Hisoshi could hear the frown in Izuku's voice. The person has a mutant-type quirk that gives them a tail, he clarified. Yes. I don't see why you'd want that quirk, but you would get the ability to manipulate a tail, he said. But would I get a tail? No, All for One said instantly. If the quirk is only mutant, and does not have any transformation aspect, then you would simply get the ability to manipulate a tail you don't have. Oh, Izuku said, and All for One could tell he was thinking about Gatorui. What is Gatorui's mutation? He asked. Spider, came Izuku's reply. If you took his quirk and kept it, he might then suffer physical complications, All for One said. What do you mean? Someone with a tail would suffer minimal complications from the loss of their quirk, because their body would be able to handle having the tail, especially if it is a tail that comes from another mammal. But a spider-type quirk is mixing arachnid characteristics with a mammal. There could be medical complications if you kept his quirk. Then I can't take it. Izuku cried. It would take a while, my little dragon. You could take his quirk to end the fight and give it back and there would be no harm, he reassured his son. We can take mutant-type quirks, but sometimes they aren't worth it, except for the other effects, he explained. Izuku nodded, apparently comforted by the knowledge that he wouldn't do permanent damage immediately. So, if you get into a fight with him again? All for One prompted. Izuku shook his head. First I have to learn to take quirks like you. Then, if we get into a fight he didn't finish. All for One chuckled. Gigantomachia echoed his sentiment. His son was so precious. Exactly, Hisoshi praised. Izuku smiled down at him from Gigantomachia's shoulder. He couldn't see it but he knew it was blinding and that his son was happy and for a moment, all was right with the world. Ted, sorry, Aizu. Why was the red BLD cell banned from church? The text from Himiko made him smile. She might not have had her phone yesterday but she had answered now. Because he said God's name in vain. Izuku sent back with a grin. Hee. Himiko messaged him. I might not be able to answer quickly for the next bit, she added in a new message. Is everything okay? Izuku had typed the reply before he even thought about it. There was a bit of a break before she replied. You know I like BLD, Aizu. Of course you do, it's for your quirk. My parents are worrying, Himiko sent to him. Because you like BLD? Yes. That didn't make any sense. Transform didn't work without BLD so that's why Himiko had to have it. And her quirk made her like it. Which was good, because it was kind of gross otherwise. There wasn't anything wrong with her. There's nothing wrong with you, Izuku replied, repeating his thoughts for her to see. Omega Izuku sighed. We'll talk when you can then. He sent the question. Of course, Aizu. He really hoped Himiko would be okay but he knew there wasn't anything he could do except support her in text. Izuku resolved to look up some more BLD jokes. It was the least he could do. Ted eating his lunch today was different. Ochako and Hitoshi were both back at school. They'd met today in Ochiko's classroom, since it was pouring outside. The nice weather of yesterday had given way to rain today. He'd gotten a few odd looks this morning from a variety of people. There hadn't been too many people present yesterday but word had spread. He huffed. He could tell from the way Ochako and Hitoshi were looking at him that they'd heard as well. Why don't you just ask? Izuku prompted them. Ochako and Hitoshi shared a look. What happened? Ochako finally asked. Her brown eyes were wide with worry. The classroom wasn't full but Izuku could feel the way the other kids were listening in. Gatarui was being a PP, he said bluntly. Ochako's eyes widened. I only swear when I mean it, Izuku said mildly before she could ask. Hitoshi chuckled. So he was being a PP, and you beat him up, the purple-haired boy asked. I did not. Izuku defended himself. He challenged me, he added, giving Ochako a pointed look. She looked at him quizzically, trying to interpret it. All right, Hitoshi allowed. You beat each other up, except you look pretty good. Izuku had thought about what he wanted to say about not having bruises. Gatarui didn't have any but that's because Kaitin didn't show them. He didn't like lying to his friends but protecting his dad was more important. He shrugged. Tomura hits harder, he announced. Tomura is 14, Hitoshi pointed out. Yeah. Izuku asked, confused. The teen was older but what did that have to do with anything? Hitoshi blew a breath out. You're impossible. He growled but Izuku could tell it was half in jest. Ochako, Izuku said, looking back to his other friend. She still looked worried for him and he thought he could see tears forming in the corner of her eyes. I promise you, he didn't hurt me, Izuku reassured her. But he wanted to, she said, reaching up to wipe the tear before it fell. Izuku looked at her. He had white hair today and knew he looked a little bit like his dad. It kind of made him happy to be that way. Well, I wanted to hurt him, he admitted. What? Why? Ochako was shocked by his admission. Even Hitoshi looked surprised. Because he hurt you, he answered her question. He hasn't, she objected. Izuku just kept looking at her. He hasn't. Ochako repeated. He recognized the irony of his words even as he said them. His friends didn't know he was lying to them. Don't lie to me. He made sure the statement was soft, not challenging. 𝐒𝐿 sighed heavily. She looked to the side. It told Izuku he was right. It wasn't much, she admitted. When you moved to Niigata, it was mostly 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐵, she told them. Who's 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐵? Hitoshi asked. A PP, Izuku said. He was in the year above us, but Gatorui and Arata followed him around. Hitoshi nodded. He didn't know exactly who this 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐵 was, but he knew his type. They shouldn't have done anything. The teachers should have stopped them. It wasn't that bad, 𝐒𝐿 defended. Izuku gave her a look. It told her he didn't care if it wasn't that bad. It shouldn't have happened. She huffed. Little dragon, they shouldn't call you a sympathizer, but they do. People do lots of stupid things, she added. Izuku sighed. If they do anything again, I'll dash. Izuku paused, not quite sure what he'd do. If he beat up Gatorui, then he'd get punished, and that wasn't good. Hitoshi chuckled. You'll do what? He sounded interested. I don't know, Izuku had to admit. Hitoshi winked at 𝐒𝐿 when she giggled at Izuku's dilemma. How about if they do anything, I make them turn themselves into a teacher? Hitoshi offered the alternative. But then you'll get in trouble. 𝐒𝐿 objected, though she sounded pleased that they would stand up for her. Not that much, Hitoshi shrugged. After all, I might have used my quirk, but I didn't force them to lie, he explained. Izuku shook his head. I doubt it would work that way, he said realistically. In fact, he was sure it wouldn't work that way. He was positive that the teachers would overlook whatever Gatorui or Arata admitted to because they wouldn't see past the fact that Hitoshi had used his quirk to make them confess. 𝐒𝐿 gave them both a WN smile. How about we ignore them? Besides, we know they are too cowardly to do anything if we are together, she added. That was true. I don't like it. Izuku nodded his agreement even as he said the words. Actually ignoring them would probably be best, Hitoshi agreed with 𝐒𝐿. Acknowledging them only validates their opinions, and we all know their opinions 𝐶𝐾, he said. Izuku laughed at that. Hitoshi had obviously been reading some online forums to have an opinion like that. He wondered who he was quoting. It was true though. All right, we'll ignore them, he agreed. Just so long as they ignore us, he added the condition. 𝐒𝐿 and Hitoshi shared another glance before they nodded. Izuku gave them a smile. He might say that, but he fully expected Gatorui to challenge him again another day. He'd be ready. Ted, are you sure this game can be won this way? Izuku asked Tomura. He just managed to live a grand total of 4 seconds after Tomura's character had been killed. It is, if you don't die, the teen snarled. At least the snarl was directed towards the screen. Izuku said nothing at that. He hadn't died. Or rather, he had, but that was because Tomura's character had died. He was playing support for Tomura, and you couldn't really expect the support character to survive past the main character. If you are sure, how about we both play attack characters then? Izuku suggested. Tomura actually paused from loading the last game save. Thankfully they hadn't gotten too far into this game, so restarting with him as another attack character wouldn't take too long. Izuku thought about the character lineup. How about I change to Waka? He remembered Tomura had rejected that choice earlier because the character was too nice, and traditionally Waka was played on the good side. This game didn't have heroes, but there was a definition good and bad side. The teen thought about it for a few moments. He was reluctant to change, but they simply hadn't progressed as far as he needed to, and perhaps having a double attack would be okay. They could always just max out potion buying instead of having a support character. All right, he agreed. At least we'll get through the start more easily, Izuku said, waiting for Tomura to take them back to the menu. As player 1, Tomura had most of the control that way. PFT. I think we are close enough still that you can change character, he said, trying to remember what he'd seen online. Really? Izuku didn't have to feign excitement at that news. The beginning of this game had too many cutscenes that slowed it down. Yeah, Tomura confirmed his words as he took them back to the menu and clicked through to settings. See, you can do it here, he told Izuku, already scrolling through Izuku's character settings. Hang on. That's going to reset me back to starting levels. Izuku objected. Deal with it. Tomura rolled his eyes even as he clicked through the warning. Izuku groaned but knew better than to say anything else. Instead, he flicked through his inventory. There were some power-ups there he could use, and he quickly applied them to his new character. If they went back to the beginning yet again, they just have to go back and farm them again. He checked the weapons next and selected a new one. It was better suited for attacking. While he was doing that, 𝐼𝐸 was loading up on potions and mana restores. Do we have to talk to anyone again now that I've changed characters? Izuku asked. Nah, 𝐼𝐸 shook his head as he directed his character towards the outskirts of the town they were in. Let's go, he commanded. Izuku gave one last check over his in-game gear before he nodded and followed. Hopefully they do better this round. Ted first. Medical tech is really sweet. I should have looked at it earlier. Izuku looked at his phone as it buzzed. The messages were from Mai. But I can make it better. The follow-up message made him smile. She was that type of person. How is it good? Izuku asked, referring to her opening statement. All the pumps are so efficient. And the redundancy. He didn't really understand what she was talking about but knew enough to know that he should be impressed. How can you make it better? I can make it smaller. And I can definitely give them better battery life. The smallest ones go on your back. A picture accompanied the text. Look up portable respirator. If you want an image, then you've got all the cables. They get in the way. Izuku looked at the image. The filtration tube ran from the unit to the back of the head into a helmet-like device with a clear faceplate. He could see how it would get in the way. I can do better. Could you build it into a helmet, so that there is no tubing? Izuku sent the question. Yep. You're thinking the same as me. He smiled. But, it's going to take time. As I said, medtech is good. Izuku nodded. He hadn't really expected anything immediately. How long? He sent back. There was a pause in the message stream. He thought Mai was thinking about it. As the time went on, Izuku hoped she wasn't rethinking her words. A while, came the reply. It would be faster if I had one to work with, but they're expensive. How expensive? He had to ask. At least 100,000 yen. I've been looking online at plans and designs but without actually having one, I can't really see how they work. That was expensive. But then Izuku reminded himself it was for a very technical piece of equipment. His school computer had cost that much, and he knew the consoles 𝐼𝐸 had cost a lot. Could you get an old one? I hadn't thought of that. Let me check. The response was almost immediate. The silence this time was much more reassuring. Izuku thought about what he wanted. A smaller, more powerful respirator for his dad was a start. Even if it wasn't technically making money, he knew his dad would agree it was a good investment. Can you make it more powerful? Izuku added the question in the silence. Yes. While the response was positive, it was definitely distracted. He put down his phone and went back to his homework. The sooner he could get it done, the sooner he could go watch TV and write in his notebook. I can get one for about 30,000 yen. It's X-stock, so not in spec. Izuku wasn't sure what that meant. You are positive you can improve it? I'm sure, first. He bit his lip. It was a lot, but it was not all the money Dad had given him. If you had one, how long would it take? I think about 6 months. That seemed to be a long time, especially if she would then have a prototype. Medtech is good, and if I'm making it better, I have to keep it to that standard. I could have something done in a week, but to ensure it's good, it will take longer to test. The explanation came without his request in several follow-up messages. Izuku nodded to himself, but his decision was made. He took a deep breath. I'll give you enough to get one, but I want the new design to go into a helmet. What? He wasn't sure what she was asking. You'll give me enough to get one? Yes. What? Izuku looked at the repeated message. This is an investment. If you give me that much, I have to give you something in return. I can't take that. What do you suggest? Izuku sent back. I'll send you my very best babies. You can have them all. He wasn't sure what to think about that. He didn't think he'd be able to fit the number she implied in his room, and he didn't want 𝐼𝐸 to dust them. How about one for the moment? Your best one. I'll give it back when you finish. Like a hostage. More like a bond, Izuku replied. You have a deal. There wasn't any hesitation in the reply. I'll make you the smallest, most powerful respirator on the planet. With a long battery life and self-cleaning scrubbers. He didn't know what the last was, but figured it was something needed. He taped through and transferred her the money. Sent the funds. Where do I send my baby? Izuku gave her the address of Kurogiri's bar. Are you sure you don't want something else? I've got some good ones. A baby to bubby trap your door. A baby to massage your back. A baby to hold your homework. Izuku smiled at the suggestions before he thought about something. Do you have anything that mimics sunlight? No, but I can make something. Can you make it small and wearable, so that the light is released onto skin? If he could get something like that to wear, then he could give himself a boost of energy even in the dark. You like your wearable tech? Yes. I can do that. Then how about you make that, as well, and we'll call it even. First. Izuku sort of knew what she wanted to say. I really want that respirator for my dad, and you are the only one I can trust to make it. It will be the best you've ever seen. Thank you. No, first. Thank you. No one else has believed I can build things. But, you made the finder. You are the first person who's ever bought anything. And the only person. Izuku looked at the message. He wasn't sure what to feel about that. I won't be the last, he sent her. I know I won't be the last, he reinforced the message. But you'll always be first. Teruya Kunita Tanahito, known as Yakyuni to the few friends he'd managed to make at school, sat under a bubbling tank as he read the book in his lap. Given he was dressed in a t-shirt and a tatty pair of jeans, his choice of reading would surprise many. High school calculus was not what you expected a teen to read, except when they were doing homework, or actually in school. Even then, one would expect most of them to attempt to skip reading it. Except Yakyuni was reading it intently, and he was actually working his way through the examples in the notebook that was balanced on his knee. It wasn't exactly the best study environment, but Yakyuni knew that his employer, one Daruma Yujiko, didn't care if he studied, so long as he got his job done. In fact, the man seemed to encourage his learning and had taken the time to explain what he was doing. Yakyuni knew it would revolt most people. He knew they'd have reported Daruma to the heroes, but he didn't care. What did it matter that a couple of quirked gits got dead? It wasn't like it didn't happen to people like him, and no one gave a f just because he was quirkless. He might have been quirkless, but he'd gotten through elementary and middle schools with the highest scores. Of course, no one at his school would admit it, and the teachers seemed ashamed that he'd done better than the kids with quirks. He certainly hadn't been acknowledged as dux of his middle school. They told him, but they hadn't acknowledged him. He'd shrugged at the time. After all, they were giving him those grades, and that's what it took to get into high school, good grades, and passing the entrance exams, and his middle school couldn't change that. So he'd applied to several high schools. He wasn't applying to anything fancy, like the small hero school that was for the prefecture, just the local high schools that offered classes. He'd sat their exams and then heard nothing. That was normal, he told himself. That's what everyone told him. He'd thought they were just telling him to wait. They weren't. They were telling him that he just wasn't going to get an answer. It had taken until the day results were officially released. He'd gone to school, intent on finding his name on the board, and to be fair, his name was there, along with the others in his class who were graduating. He'd waited to see the board. Yakyuni knew better than to try to push his way forward to see it through the crowd. That would be asking for trouble. It hadn't taken that long before he'd been able to get to see the board. Kachi had been with him. It wasn't hard finding his class's listing. They were the last piece of paper tagged onto the board. Kachi's name was there, as was his, and Mishita's. He'd been happy to see them both there, until he saw the symbols beside their names. It was a simple dash. Kachi had admitted that she hadn't applied to any high school, and that she was here for moral support. He'd looked at his own name then, wondering what high school name he'd see there. Except he hadn't. There was no name. There was only a NA. Not accepted. That wasn't possible. He'd passed the entrance exams. He knew he had. Kachi had shrugged, as if she'd expected it, but she had tried to comfort him. It hadn't worked. He tried to find out more information, but there didn't seem to be any appeal, or any way to ask questions. Eventually he'd gone to the principal of his middle school. The woman had looked at him as if he was wasting her valuable air, but he was used to that look. She then told him that the not accepted was correct, and wasn't a typo. None of the high schools had accepted him. Yes, he'd passed, but they had offered the positions they had to other students. She didn't have to tell him why. He knew. Quirkless. That was the only reason. In this world, that's all that seemed to matter. Not brains. Not motivation. Not skill. Not willingness to learn. Just a quirk. It didn't matter what. Just something. All the hope he'd nursed through the years. All the work he'd done to ensure that he studied hard and earned his grades. Everything didn't matter, because he didn't have a quirk. He'd looked for alternatives. He'd applied late to any high school anywhere that had that offer, but none had even bothered to reply. His parents suggested that he get a job. Except the only jobs he could get with a middle school education were menial. And he didn't want that. Kachi told him that Mishita had found one, but it was the only job in the area for someone like them. She checked. He'd applied at places though. The supermarkets. The Mendy's. The Whackers. The Jack's Hungry. The Kyoto Fried Chicken. Rawson's. Family Cart. Yoshinoza. Zukiya. Moo's Burger. Mizuya. Everywhere. No one replied. No one offered anything. And then, unsolicited, he got a message. Daruma needed people. How Daruma had gotten Yakuni's number, he still wasn't sure, but he wasn't questioning it. Daruma needed people to work in his research lab. He needed them to be intelligent, hard-working, and reliable. He'd almost deafened the man screaming yes, he'd work for him. Given the dearth of jobs available, working in a research lab, even as a lowly assistant that had to wash everything, was better than anything else he would ever be offered. And then he'd found out that Daruma didn't mind if he continued to study, and actually encouraged him to increase his knowledge by explaining what he was doing. This was as close to heaven as he could get. The man was old, and his research, well, Yakuni knew it wasn't legal, but he didn't care. It was research, and the man was obviously backed by someone well-funded. This wasn't the future he'd envisaged for himself, but it was a good future. He could live with it. He could live with Daruma's personality quirks. He could live with the fact that he didn't know where he was, and he could live with the fact that his contract included a confidentiality clause that was ironclad. None of that mattered because this was an opportunity and he was going to take it. If a few quirked bestiatas fell along the way, then so be it. Yakuni took a deep breath and leaned back, closing his book as he looked up at the tube. It was bubbling, so he couldn't really see who or what was in it. That didn't matter. It was still operational and lights on the control panel hadn't changed, so it didn't need attention. He got up. He had to check the others. This was barely work, but he knew it could change quickly if he wasn't careful, but everything seemed fine. He stretched, looking around the tanks. Yujiko had told him that there were several experiments going on, including some to copy quirks. The man had been nonchalant about it. Yakuni walked over to those tanks. Inside them was a mass of flesh. It wasn't identifiable as a human, but he knew it had to come from human DNA. Yujiko said he was working on trying to copy a quirk faster, and there had been a whole heap of technical information that had accompanied the explanation. Now Tanahito knew he only had a middle school education, but he didn't understand why the Daruma was doing it this way. The man was an amazing biologist, so surely he could simply clone the person. Given that Daruma didn't object to doing live experiments, Yakuni couldn't see why he'd object to cloning. There was a noise from the side. A door opened. "Sir." Yakuni called out so that Daruma knew he was here. "Yakunita," came the answering reply. It was a request for an update. "Everything is fine," he reported. "Excellent." Daruma appeared from between the tanks. The man paused at each one and looked up at the occupant. "They are going to be great," Yakuni said. "They will," Yujiko nodded, reaching out to make a few small adjustments. "Sir, I have a question," he said, a bit tentatively. Daruma encouraged questions, but he didn't always have time to answer them. The man looked over at him, and Tanahito knew that Yujiko was noting where he was standing. "I have time," he said, giving permission. "I was wondering why you were copying quirks this way. If you clone someone, doesn't it copy their quirk too?" Yujiko nodded at his question. Theoretically, cloning should copy a quirk, and while you do get something, it's not always the same and is always weaker. It has to do with the accelerated growth. Yakyuni nodded. Dauma could probably tell him the technicalities of why that happened. Does that work even if you allow the clone to grow naturally from childhood? The man looked at him sharply. I don't know a lot about cloning, sir, but all the information I've seen indicates that most clones are grown to the infant stage and then allowed to grow up in a natural environment. Animal cloning? Yujiko asked. Yes, sir, Yakyuni nodded. He'd read about animal cloning from before Quirks. The fact that Daruma immediately knew it was just proof of the man's abilities. It would take a while, I admit, sir, to grow at a natural rate, but the quirk would form in due course when the clone was about 4. The memories he had of that time in his life were not good. He pushed them aside. He didn't need to be reminded again of what had happened then. It may work, Yujiko nodded. I will get permission to try it, he added. A very good suggestion. Thank you, sir. Yakyuni said, feeling light. I knew you were the right choice, Dauma said. He didn't know what to think of that, but Yakyuni felt a smile split his features, and for a moment he allowed himself to think of everyone who'd told him he'd amount to nothing in one of the tanks. Maybe another day. Ted, you have a way to copy quirks painlessly? All for One asked intently when Dr. Garaki reported to him. Yes, the doctor nodded. At least, in theory, he added the condition. Sensei was quiet for a few moments, waiting for the other conditions. He'd learned enough to know with the doctor that there almost always was. It would take longer though. There it was. How much longer? 4 to 5 years, Kyudai said the numbers quickly, as if rushing through them would make them smaller. All for One nodded. This would be an investment then. You are sure? The theory is sound, the doctor said. Whose theory? Kyudai looked away from him. One of my new assistants, he admitted. That was interesting. The new assistants were quirkless, mostly teenagers, who had been abandoned by society. The doctor had employed them, and he'd ensured that no matter what happened they could not speak against him. The Russian quirk was proving quite useful, even with its limitations. It appeared though that at least one of them probably had and needed to be conditioned. Very well, All for One said. This would be an investment. He ran some numbers through his mind. Except for the time taken, it would be a relatively cheap investment, but one that would be well worth it should it work. Use Atsushi's quirk. The doctor was silent for a moment before he nodded, obviously recalling who Atsushi was. The boy had been involved in the attack on Izuku all those years ago, and while he had been collected with the others involved, All for One had shown mercy to him by ensuring that he would become a Nomyu, rather than be used in experiments for awakening quirks. Atsushi's quirk was named Space. He could fit anything into a pocket. It was a very useful quirk. Make 5 copies, All for One instructed. That would be 1 copy for him, 1 for Izuku, several for the Nomyu, and a reward. Give the boy whatever assistance he needs, but make it his sub-project. Tell him that if the procedure works, one of the copies will belong to him. Garaki looked at All for One sharply. Are you sure? Yes. Ideas are to be encouraged, Hisoshi said. He thought a few moments longer. If this assistant was as loyal as All for One thought he might be, then it may be possible that Izuku could practice with him. They still needed to find someone for Izuku to practice taking a quirk from. He would be happy to loan the teen one for that duty. No. Not yet. That might be too much. It would wait. But All for One remembered something else. I am also given to understand that congratulations are in order, Doctor. Sensei. You have been published again, All for One commented idly. Ah, yes, sir, Kyudai said. It was an article simply pointing out the truth, he said deprecatingly. Hisoshi ped his head, amused. Do not all scientific papers point out the truth, he questioned in a slight rebuke. Some truths are more palatable than others, the doctor said. That caused All for One to chuckle. He knew exactly which paper the doctor was referring to. His singularity theory remained unaccepted by the majority of the scientific community. It must be galling that his theories on quirklessness were more accepted. You have follow-up papers? He asked. It was one thing to be published, but it was important to follow up your theory with further publications. The scientific community wasn't known for its detective work, but if a paper was noticed, then it was important that Garaki's alias seemed airtight. More papers were one way to establish that. There were always some requests for employment in the comments after all, and he didn't need any of them finding out that Garaki was using an alias. Scientists could be vindictive and very persistent if given reason. I do, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 assured him. One is already going through peer review. It analyzes several BLD lines, showing that those who have incorporated quirkless individuals into their family tree actually have more stable and developed quirks. Will you need to present? All for One asked. Publishing papers was one thing, but sometimes it led to invitations to present at various conferences. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 could not afford that exposure. No, the doctor was firm. The publications I've submitted to do not run events. There was a note of longing there. The doctor would dearly love to present at a conference, or to submit his papers to the bigger journals. Patience, my friend, All for One cautioned. This had come up several times in the past. History will prove your theories, he stated. The doctor gave him a long look. Even though Hisoshi couldn't see it, he knew what it was like. Singularity will be proven by the acceptance of your other theories, he reassured the doctor. I hope so, the man said. I hope so, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 repeated. A singularity was not something to be desired, and he hoped the world would wake up before it happened. He suspected they wouldn't, and then he hoped that the controlled singularity Izuku represented would be enough of a counter to the one that would arise. Only time would tell. The air was fresh and clear. It was cold, but Izuku didn't mind that as he swooped through it. Flying was the best. He was just sorry that he didn't get much opportunity to do it, but he'd managed to convince Kurogiri that he needed to practice, and the warp gate had transported him here. Here was Lake Soroma, in northern Hokkaido, which meant that it was rather isolated. It meant he could practice without fear of being seen. He created a platform and just let himself glide through the air, closing his eyes to feel the breeze on his face. It was nice. It would be nicer if his dad could have come, but he'd had to decline. Izuku formed a fist. Dad had explained that he had other things to do, but Izuku knew why. His injuries. They were healed. They had been healed for a year or so, but they were confining. The heroes had hurt him so much, and Izuku missed the opportunities they had to be together, practicing his quirks. It wasn't fair. He screamed. It felt good, and Izuku flipped in the air, his eyes narrowing as he activated Nightcat, and he screamed again, diving towards the water. As he neared it, he leveled out and shot a jet of flame towards the water, strafing it. Steam hissed and billowed in his wake, swallowing the noise from his scream, but it quickly dissipated as it mixed with the cold air. Izuku pulled up, shooting into the air again. That's amazing. The voice was so unexpected that Izuku almost lost control of his quirk. He spun in the air, and found himself face to face with a young man, who was similarly floating in the air. OPB, he said, and Izuku felt a burst of air boost him as he stabilized himself. Hi, the young man said with a friendly grin. He held out one hand. I'm Inasa Yorashi, he introduced himself. He had dark brown hair and black eyes. Izuku blinked. This was not what he expected. There wasn't meant to be anyone around. But there was. He smiled because it didn't appear as if Inasa was here to enforce quirk usage laws. If anything, he got the impression that Inasa was out practicing as well. I'm Izuku Chue, he gave his name, taking Inasa's hand. They shook, and Izuku could tell from the movement that Inasa was strong. What's your quirk? It's fantastic. Inasa gushed. For a moment Izuku panicked. He couldn't say that he had multiple quirks, but what could he say that explained flight and fire breathing? And Kurogiri always told him he couldn't go out in public with green hair and eyes. What color were they now? From the corner of his eye Izuku could see that his hair at least was white, but if he'd used Nightcat, he knew his eyes were green. It would have to be good enough. Is it some sort of transformation quirk? Inasa asked. He nodded. That was probably the safest explanation. It's amazing. You can breathe fire and fly. That's so great. Only if I can get the timing right, Izuku countered. Your quirk is dash. He paused, remembering the burst of air that he'd felt earlier. Inasa's quirk wasn't just flight. Some sort of air control, he asked. Good pickup. Inasa praised. My quirk is named Whirlwind. I can control the air around me. That's awesome. Izuku gushed. It really was. Initially it seemed as if it was the same as Kaylee Imperium, but it was completely different. There were so many great quirks in the world. How far can you extend the effect? He asked. A bit, Inasa said with a grin. That's why I'm here, to practice, he added with a laugh. Izuku shared the laugh. Me too. I'm training to get into UA. Inasa said. Izuku felt the mirth drain from him almost instantly. UA meant hero course, but then he frowned. How old are you? He asked. Inasa looked like he should already be in UA. I'm 10. What? You're the same age as me. Izuku was flabbergasted. Inasa was tall. Way taller than him, and he seemed much older. The other boy laughed. Apparently, he replied. Though you don't like UA? He asked. Izuku sighed. He looked off to the side, admiring the scenery for a few moments as he thought how best to explain. I'm not that fond of heroes, he said carefully. My dad was caught in a battle a year or so ago and he still hasn't recovered. Ah? Inasa murmured, nodding. I'm sorry about that, he said. It actually sounded like he was genuine. It's not your fault, Izuku said immediately. I wish you luck, he said, turning slightly. No, don't go. Inasa said. We can practice together. Izuku pet his head. You are trying to practice your timing and aim? Inasa asked. He nodded. He hadn't said he was practicing aim, but that would be later. Then we can help each other. I'm working on strengthening my quirk and creating smaller, more detailed projections. So I'll mark the water with a target for you with my quirk, and you try to hit it with yours. What do you mean? Izuku asked. How was Inasa going to mark the water? The other teen grinned and gestured towards the lake. He pushed one hand towards the water and Izuku saw a series of ripples appear on it. Oh, he said, rather stupidly. Inasa was using his air control to create gusts of air that then hit the water, making a marking on the surface. That was his target. Okay, he said. It would be more fun to practice with someone else. Can you make a line? He asked. He'd start with strafing runs and then move on to pinpoint blasts of fire if Inasa could stay long enough. The target shifted. Izuku laughed happily. Thanks, he said, lifting himself up and then diving towards the target. He took a deep breath to shoot out fire. He strafed the water, running down the target Inasa had provided and then onwards. Steam billowed up again and Izuku felt the warmth of it before the cold air again dissipated it. Gonna need a longer target, he said. Inasa laughed and gestured. On the water surface the target extended. It was far longer than Izuku could use. He shook his head and smiled at the other boy. I'm not sure I can breath out that long, Izuku admitted before licking his lips. But let's try. This was going to be fun. Ted, Izuku breathed. He was sitting on a platform of air he'd made next to Inasa, who was currently laughing at his predicament. I can't. He managed to gasp the words. A pretty good effort though, the other boy said. The lake was still steaming, though. It was quickly being consumed in the cold air. Too long, Izuku choked out the words. He forced himself to take deep breaths and in a relatively short time his breathing came back under control. Well, I just can't make that length, he said with a smile. Thanks for the target. His new friend shrugged. No worries. Want me to help you practice now? Izuku offered. You have been. Inasa objected. You've been making targets for me to hit, but I hardly think that's what you wanted to do for practice, he replied. Inasa looked slightly sheepish and Izuku knew he'd been correct. I wanted to work on my maneuverability, he admitted. Don't get me wrong. I wanted to work on controlling multiple air vectors as well. Izuku nodded and ran one hand through his currently white hair. He was defaulting to white hair with gold eyes now. It made him feel closer to his dad. I can help with that, he said, standing up in the air, much like Inasa was. You can? The larger boy asked. I can, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 confirmed as he pushed himself closer to Inasa. He looked into Black Eyes, letting a grin split his features. Inasa's expression changed slightly when he knew 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was up to something, but he didn't react fast enough. "Tag, you're it," 𝐒𝐭𝐴 yelled and then shot away from the other boy. For a moment, Inasa didn't react. And then a smile crossed his features as he understood. He shot after 𝐒𝐭𝐴. As he followed 𝐒𝐭𝐴, Inasa realized he was faster. Not by a lot, but by enough to make a difference. He grinned as he closed in on the white-haired boy, reaching out to tag him, except as he made the swipe, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 wasn't there. The black-eyed boy blinked. He'd been just there. "You'll have to do better than that." The taunt came from his left. Inasa spun to see 𝐒𝐭𝐴 hovering about 20 meters away with a grin on his features. "How did you dash?" He didn't finish the question before 𝐒𝐭𝐴 shook his head. "You'll have to work that one out for yourself. By the way, you're still it," 𝐒𝐭𝐴 added in a clear challenge. Inasa charged again. He was faster. He'd close the gap easily and then, it would be 𝐒𝐭𝐴 who was it. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 watched him for about 10 meters and then moved with Inasa following. Again he closed. This time he was going to tag the white-haired boy. He made sure he got closer this time and swiped at 𝐒𝐭o𝐴's back. It was surprising when he swiped nothing but air. Inasa spun, searching for 𝐒𝐭o𝐴, and spotted him about 3 meters below him. "How did you do that?" he asked. It almost looked as if 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 had fallen the distance, but there wasn't the slightest evidence of discomfort. "Do what?" 𝐒𝐿𝐴 asked cheekily. "Did you fall?" That got him a laugh. "Nope. Come on, you're still it." This time the brown-haired boy let himself drop. His arm was extended to tag 𝐒𝐿𝐴 as he went by, but for a third time, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 wasn't there. Except this time, Inasa saw what he did. "How?" The smaller boy had dodged him mid-air, showing an ability to change directions much more sharply than Inasa could. "Keep coming at me, and we'll see if you can't work it out for yourself," 𝐒𝐿𝐴 encouraged. "It wouldn't do you any good for me to explain it, as our quirks work differently." That made sense. He could already tell that 𝐒𝐿𝐴 didn't use wind gusts to keep himself aloft. However he stayed aloft, it was effective because he could literally turn on a yen. It was the type of maneuverability Inasa wanted. He charged. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 stayed close, but every time he went past, Inasa had to correct his trajectory, which meant he usually had to swing wide. There was a limit to how fast he could turn. "You are getting better," 𝐒𝐿𝐴 told him as he continued to dodge the swipes Inasa was making. "Yeah, but I'm never going to be able to turn as fast as you," Inasa declared as he sailed past 𝐒𝐿𝐴 again. "That's not true," the white-haired boy objected. "You just need to practice." The brown-haired boy lunged, but again 𝐒𝐿𝐴 stayed out of reach by spinning around him. "How do you do that?" "Dad taught me," 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said, remembering times when he and his father had gone flying together. Sorry for bringing up the bad memory." "The memory is good. The reality isn't," 𝐒𝐿𝐴 sighed, waving one hand to dismiss the issue. "Time out though, because I've got a question." He stopped his new friend from coming at him again. What is it?" Inasa asked. "How are you doing that?" 𝐒𝐿𝐴 asked, gesturing towards the empty air under Inasa. "I'm using my quirk," the black-eyed boy replied, a bit confused as to what 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was asking. Still, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 nodded, before his eyes narrowed and it was obvious he was thinking about something. "Let me guess, you are using a single whirlwind to hold yourself in the air." Inasa felt his eyes widen. How did 𝐒𝐿𝐴 know that? He nodded. "I think that's why you can't turn that fast," he mused. "What?" "Wind doesn't change direction that fast," 𝐒𝐿𝐴 explained. "With your single whirlwind, once you get some momentum going, you have to curve your directional change. It takes time, yes." He paused, waiting for an answer. Inasa had to nod, still not quite sure where his friend was going with this. "What if you held yourself aloft with 2 whirlwinds?" 𝐒𝐿𝐴 asked. "Or 4. Or 6. 6 would be best," he decided, speaking rapidly. "Then to turn you'd just shift the focus so that the direction changed. And if you wanted to change direction suddenly, you simply cut out the whirlwinds that you don't need." "Is that how you do it?" 𝐒𝐿𝐴 laughed. "Nope. I create a platform to stand on and push it around. Or I can walk on it, he added, stamping down to show that there was something beneath him. That's how I visualize it anyway. So how would making 6 whirlwinds help? Inasa asked. Instead of using one, if you have 6, then you can adjust their strength, and that will allow you to shift directions faster. I still don't get it, he said. Okay, let's go down and I'll show you, Izuku said, heading towards the shore of the lake. They landed together and Izuku looked for a small rock. It was easy to find one. He held it up. Can you hold this? He asked. Inasa reached out and picked up the rock. With your quirk, Izuku specified, shaking his head. Inasa grinned and pulled his hand back. The rock remained suspended in the air. Now, I want you to create 2 more whirlwinds, Izuku said, and he held his hands up, fingers pointing towards the rock but from opposite sides. That's done, Inasa said. The rock wobbled a bit but remained steady. Now another 2, Izuku said, moving his hands around through 90 degrees. Done, Inasa said. And 1 more, from the top, Izuku requested. Again the rock wobbled but it held steady. Izuku grinned at him. Now, move it to the left, he instructed, pointing. Inasa frowned as he concentrated, but then a smile bloomed over his features when the rock moved. You're keeping the other whirlwinds? Izuku asked. The black-eyed boy nodded, and Izuku looked over at him. He could tell it was taking all of Inasa's concentration to hold the rock. Back to the right, he instructed. The rock shot off into the water, not to the right. Gah! Inasa gasped, and breathed heavily. That wasn't the right, Izuku commented. I know, he agreed. I get what you mean now though. I just lost one of the whirlwinds, he said. Izuku nodded. It will take practice, he said the words as encouragement. How did you work it out? Inasa asked, flopping back onto the ground. What do you mean? How did you work it out? That, if I used multiple whirlwinds, I could turn sharper. Izuku shrugged. I like quirks, he replied. Inasa nodded, before he jumped to his feet and bowed. Thank you. It's nothing, Izuku dismissed. Thank you for practicing with me, he continued. They both burst out laughing at the same time. Do you want to practice again sometime? Inasa asked. Izuku grinned at him. I'd love to, but I'm not sure I'll be able to, he had to conclude sadly. Then give me your phone number. You can at least help that way. I'll do my best to help you too. That Izuku could do, and they exchanged numbers. He grinned again at Inasa. This was a good day. Ted, Tsukochi, can you spare some time? Josie asked. The detective sighed. He knew what the question meant. If they could get away with it, his colleagues would have had him sit in on every interrogation. Or have gotten him to conduct them. Knowing when someone was lying was a useful quirk, but sometimes it was tiring. Who is it? He asked before agreeing. Josie probably wouldn't want him because she'd brought in some small timer, but you never knew. His colleague gave her own sigh. We've got a broker, she told him. Really? Brokers weren't rare, but the good ones tended to remain really hidden. Brokers, the good ones anyway, dealt with anything you could imagine. There were specialist brokers who dealt people, but others focused on drags, support items, weapons, and anything else that would make them a profit. There were even information brokers, though Tsukochi knew that those brokers were currently in a bit of disarray. One of the really big information brokers had been taken out when All Might fought All for One, and they hadn't recovered yet. It was a good thing for the police, since the villains were less informed, even a year or so on, but it wouldn't last. Yes, really. It's Yu-Hin, Josie told him. Yu-Hin. Naomasa repeated the name. You're kidding me. He knew that name. Yu-Hin was pretty big. Josie shook her head to indicate it wasn't a joke, and Tsukochi felt himself rise. If they had Yu-Hin, then it wasn't going to be a waste of his quirk to sort out the lies she'd no doubt tell. You know about Operation Kensaku? Josie asked him. He'd heard of it. The police ran so many operations that unless you were directly involved it was hard to keep track. And since he dealt with hero agencies, he didn't have the time to keep track of any police-only activities, not unless it impacted on an agency. Operation Kensaku was launched after All Might took out Toxic Chainsaw. It was looking for villains who were profiteering from that battle. And it caught Yuhin. Apparently, Josie admitted as they walked towards the interrogation rooms. "Tsukochi," she said seriously. "We've got her dead to rights on a lot of charges. She knows that too. She's not even fighting some of the charges, but she wants to cut a deal." Naomasa stopped. He shouldn't be surprised, brokers made deals all the time, but he was. "What's she offering?" he asked. Yuhin couldn't cut a deal unless she knew something. "We're not sure yet," Josie shrugged. "The captain sent me to get you first." The detective sighed and nodded. That made sense. "You want me to lead?" Josie nodded. Tsukochi shouldn't have been surprised at that. "All right, bring me her file, and I'll just start general today," he said. "She's been arrested, right?" He checked. His colleague nodded again. Tsukochi blew out his breath. He had time before they had to release her on bail, though given that it was Yuhin, the detective imagined the paperwork was already being done to extend the time. "Let's get this done." Detective Tsukochi leaned back in his chair. The interrogation rooms were always sparsely furnished and he'd gotten used to the lack of padding for his butt. He did it by ingesting copious amounts of coffee, and a steaming cup was resting on the table. It was out of reach of the broker, Yuhin, but he could tell she'd like some. "So you want to cut a deal?" he asked. She nodded, her eyes fixed on the coffee still. She couldn't reach for it. Her hands were fixed to the table. "For the record, you are going to have to respond verbally," Tsukochi said. "Or for your quirk," she retorted. He smiled at her, ignoring the way Lieutenant Notarin jerked at her question. It said a lot about the case that a lieutenant was with him for this interview. The higher-ups really didn't want any irregularities with Operation Kensaku. "A bit of both," he admitted. "Yes, I want to cut a deal," Yuhin said, almost monotone. She wasn't lying. "What would you propose for this deal?" She looked at him as if she was making some sort of assessment, and then Naomasa saw her eyes shift to a point behind him. There was a one-way wall there. It looked like a normal wall, but it acted like one-way glass. There were several higher-ups there, watching. "I want every charge against me dropped," Yuhin said, obviously addressing someone who was watching. Tsukochi didn't know who, but he didn't care. She actually meant that statement. Lieutenant Notarin slammed one hand onto the table. "Not happening." Naomasa was sure he wanted to add some sort of denigration to the statement but refrained because he knew he was being watched. Notarin had that sort of vibe. He waited a moment for someone in the viewing room to interrupt, but when they said nothing, he shook his head. "You'd have to be offering something very valuable for that to happen," he said. "And even then I'm not sure it's possible. But I'm sure we could discuss a reduction in sentence," he offered instead. "Nope," Yuhin rejected his counter-offer. "We're done here," Lieutenant Notarin said. Tsukochi remained sitting. Given that the brass hadn't said anything, he knew they wanted him to keep fishing. This was just the opening interview. "So you want every charge against you dropped," he repeated her terms, ignoring the way the lieutenant glared at him. "In exchange for what?" "For the information I'll give you," she replied easily. "I'm glad to see at least one of you knows how the game is played," she added, giving the lieutenant an unimpressed stare. "For us to even consider that, your information would have to be dashed." Tsukochi paused, trying to think of an appropriate term. He'd never even heard of anyone demanding anything like this. Most of those who wanted to cut a deal acknowledged that a reduction either in the severity of the charges or their sentence was possible. "Fantastic," he settled on the term. "Oh, it is," she replied with a superior smile. "But I want to make sure I'm talking to the right people. Plebs won't appreciate this information." "So who do you need?" Naomasa asked. So far, everything Yuhin had said was the truth. Or at least the truth that she genuinely believed. "Someone from All Might's agency would be nice, but you'll do, since you are the police's hero liaison. Someone from the Hero Public Safety Commission would also be good," she added, jerking her chin towards the window wall. Naomasa was pretty sure that there was no one meeting that description watching. "It doesn't matter who, but I'd suggest that whoever it is knows the truth about Toxic Chainsaw," Yuhin finished. Tsukochi felt his eyes widen even as a wave of nausea passed through him. 𝐿 just looked confused, but he had a bad feeling about this. "Oh," 𝐿 exclaimed. "You know the truth. How unexpected." She actually laughed. "Go find me someone from the HPSC who knows, and then we can talk." 𝐿 swallowed before he nodded. For a distraction, he grabbed his coffee and took a large gulp. "I'll see what can be done," he said, rising. "You do that," she told him as he left. A smug smile graced her features and didn't leave her expression even as he closed the door behind him. What did she know? 𝐂𝐨𝐧𝐿 slipped back into the chair. As a sign of good faith, 𝐻's hands were free, but her legs were still chained. He slid the extra coffee he'd brought over the table. "I didn't know how you liked it," he apologized in advance. The broker grabbed it and gulped some down. "It's caffeine," she shrugged, looking at the other person in the room. "Lieutenant 𝐿 is not able to make it today." "This is 𝐿 was interrupted. "I'm from the Hero Public Safety Commission," the man said shortly, and from his tone, that was all he was going to say. "I don't need to tell you how this will work," 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said before 𝐻 could say anything. "In order for us to consider your proposal, you are going to have to give us something to prove that the information you have is worth it," he explained blandly. 𝐻 smiled. It was confident, and she took another gulp of coffee. "Right, couple of freebies for you, to prove that the information I have is good, and then you can go and debate," she said, almost laughing. 𝐿 nodded. "That worked. First off, I know that All Might did not fight Toxic Chainsaw 𝐿, she said, her eyes hard. He fought All for One." At the use of that name, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 couldn't help the way he blanched. The guy from the Hero Public Safety Commission was either more controlled, or didn't know the man's name. 𝐻 watched them both, and then she rested one elbow on the table before leaning her cheek on her hand. "You, at least, know what I'm talking about. Right, next freebie." She grinned. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 felt his stomach clench. This was not going to be good. He could tell. He was suddenly glad he hadn't had any of the coffee in the cup in front of him. He had a feeling he might not be keeping it down. "All for One survived," she said. "No." 𝐿 gasped. 𝐻 nodded. "Yep. That information is free because you can find it out if you ask the right people, the right questions," she shrugged. His heart pounded. Yagi had fought so hard against All for One. He'd almost died. He could still die given the surgery and the wounds, and somehow All for One survived. Then a new thought occurred to him. If she was telling him this as a freebie, what the hell did she know that would cost them? He forced himself to take several deep breaths. All for One had to have been injured in that fight. He had to be, especially if it was enough to convince Sir Night Eye that he was dead. For all his faults, that man wouldn't hide that. The broker smiled at his reaction. She knew that he knew the gravity of her information. "That's the last of the freebies, so let me tell you about the information I'm prepared to give you in exchange for the charges disappearing." She waved her hands, wriggling her fingers to indicate their disappearance. 𝐿 knew he didn't want to know what it was, but he knew he had to find out. He nodded, not trusting himself to speak. 𝐻's smile became vicious. "I know where he is." The statement was a bombshell for him. It had taken Yagi years to track down All for One, and this woman was just sitting here saying she knew where he was and would give them the information. For a price. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 reminded himself of that forcefully. For a price. The broker raised one hand again and gave a gesture as if flicking him off. "You can go and debate how much that's worth now," she indicated. 𝐿 just sat there for a few moments. Even if he rose, he didn't trust his legs. Eventually he nodded and got up. It wouldn't be him debating it but everyone else. "You better tell the commissioner," he told the other man. The man gave him a glare, clearly not understanding. "You should listen to the detective," 𝐻 interjected. "Sukhan will want to know." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 forced himself to ignore her implied close relationship with the commissioner. She was just trying to get under his skin. "He will find out," he promised instead as he headed to the door. "Thank you, detective," she said. "Oh, one more thing, for you personally." "For me?" 𝐿 asked dubiously. "For you?" the broker confirmed, and then she grinned again. He was coming to hate that expression. His son is still with him. If the statement earlier was a bombshell, this was nuclear. He actually felt his heart clench with the information, and he couldn't help it when his breathing became shallow. He closed his eyes, steeling himself, and then walked out the door, ignoring the laugh that followed him from the prisoner. This was too much. Tsukochi was beginning to hate the interrogation room. Every time he was there, Yuhin seemed to be even more amused. "You at least bring me coffee," she said, accepting the cup he gave to her. He just looked at her for a few moments. "You're not afraid of him, are you?" "I'm terrified," she replied, and to his quirk, it was the truth. So why offer him up? If she was terrified, then why do this? Why not just accept the charges and go to prison? Why make him an enemy? The broker heard all the questions he didn't ask. "It's complicated. And the longer you debate, the more chance you won't get my information." 𝐒𝐻𝐼 winced at that. He knew what she meant. Even injured, All for One was bound to be a powerful man, and it would come as no surprise to him to learn that members of the police force were compromised. A few orders and Yuhin would be dead, or worse. "There's a lot of shouting going on right now," he told her. It was even the truth. All Might was ripping the commission a new one. Yuhin had the grace to chuckle. "Oh, I can imagine," she murmured. Tsukochi took a deep breath. "How did you come by this information?" he asked carefully, making sure she knew he wasn't asking for the information, just the circumstances that lead to her having it. "You know I take on apprentices every now and then," Yuhin said, almost as if she was reminiscing. He nodded. She wasn't talking about a formal apprenticeship, but while heroes had sidekicks, villains had minions. The two groups served the same function, except the villain side had far less paperwork. And bosses that didn't value the minions' lives. It probably worked out in the end. When my last one left, he took my biggest client. All for One, 𝐒𝐻𝐼 almost spat the name. "Yep, and frankly, I'm surprised he wasn't suspicious that I never fought to keep that account. Let me guess, good account, but lots of headaches." Tsukochi surmised. "Great account," Yuhin corrected. "But continental-sized headaches. So your apprentice took over, and you've kept track of him and the account." "Something like that," the broker nodded, not giving away unnecessary details. She picked up her coffee and downed about half. "I would have thought he was more careful," 𝐒𝐻𝐼 murmured. It was an obvious challenge. The Emperor of the Underworld hadn't maintained his position by being careless. Yuhin didn't rise to the bait. Instead, she shook her head. While he couldn't be sure, he surmised that Yuhin had kept track via her apprentice. He doubted she'd have been able to track All for One, no matter how good she was. He said before rising. "I'll see what I can do to hurry up a decision," Tsukochi said by way of leaving. "You do that." When the door closed behind him, he took a deep breath. She hadn't lied, which meant that if they could get Jiran, they might be able to find All for One, but that wasn't going to be easy. 𝐻𝐻𝐼 noticed that All Might was not smiling. That was actually odd. She might be an underground hero, but she knew that the number one had a persona, and that persona smiled. The man behind it might not, but he was in uniform, so he should be in his persona. Though, that fact that he wasn't smiling would explain the oppressive weight he was projecting. Whatever this meeting was about, the number one hero was really not happy about it. "Stop that," Sir Nightai muttered. Scarab almost rolled her eyes when several of the lesser-ranked heroes actually trembled. The look All Might gave his sidekick was testament that whatever was happening was disturbing him greatly. As expected, Sir Nightai returned the look and nonchalantly pushed up his glasses. The gesture must have meant something because the weight in the room lifted somewhat, but All Might still continued to brood. "What's this about?" Endeavor growled. It was amusing to see that he was sitting as far from All Might as he could, and the fiery number 2 hero glowered at everyone who came near. He was making it clear that he thought this meeting was a waste of time. "A mission," the answer came from the side of the room, and the assembled heroes looked over. Most were surprised to see the commissioner of the Hero Public Safety Commission walk into the room, followed by a trail of others. "One that needs all of us." Endeavor was naturally skeptical. Commissioner Sukan smiled thinly. "One that we want done quickly, quietly, and efficiently," he elaborated. "Because quietly is a quality the number one hero has in spades," Scarab muttered. The commissioner didn't hear her, but several of the heroes standing near her did. A few actually relaxed at the quip. Others were still tense from the obvious hostility in the air. Most of you have heard about All Might's capture of Toxic Chainsaw, Commissioner Sukan continued. Scarab didn't hear any more. The word was quiet, but if the commissioner was leading with that, then she released a string of profanity in her mind, looking intently at All Might again. Toxic Chainsaw was a cover story. She knew that better than anyone else, given that she'd taken out that moron. What did that mean? She knew what it meant. She'd been around more than long enough to know what it meant. It meant that the villain All Might had killed was not as dead as he should have been. It meant that the villain, if taken into custody, had escaped. It meant that a villain All Might himself needed to deny the existence of was alive and well. She felt sick. No wonder All Might was not smiling. Scarab turned her attention back to the briefing. There were images on display now. One was from a street camera and displayed an absolutely huge man. He wasn't doing anything illegal in the image. This man is believed to be a close associate and according to our intel will be in close proximity. He is exceedingly dangerous and is on record as killing at least 3 heroes and injuring more. She narrowed her eyes, looking at the image. If he'd taken out daytime heroes, why was he still on the loose? Usually the daytime heroes took that sort of thing personally and made an effort to capture hero killers. And if they couldn't, it was given to the underground heroes. It wasn't like they were immune to hero killers either, but they had more means available to them to deal with the issue, means made available to them by the lack of prying eyes. That what looked to be a huge mountain of a man was still at large was odd. She'd have to make some inquiries later to find out what had happened. A new picture appeared. The man in it was handsome, but Scarab knew better than to judge by looks. He was smiling confidently and his white hair was swept back. Gold eyes glittered above his smile. It was actually slightly disturbing. There was something about the image that she couldn't quite place. Even though it was just an image, the man seemed too confident. Scarab looked around. The pressure of earlier returned and she could see that All Might was tense. Okay, so this was the BSTRD who Toxic Chainsaw was covering for. She looked back at the image, committing his face to memory. He didn't look villainous, but Scarab knew that those people were often the worst. This man was dangerous. This is the primary target, the commissioner said. He is very dangerous and lethal force is authorized. That caused a stir amongst the heroes. It wasn't exactly a secret, but it certainly wasn't advertised, but there were times when a villain couldn't be captured. To authorize the use of lethal force before the mission, around her several heroes actually gulped. Endeavor's expression shifted. He was suddenly paying attention. All Might's expression? His was still closed and tense. What's his quirk? Scarab wasn't sure who asked, but she saw the way All Might flinched at it. There was history there. That's confidential, the commissioner said. It is believed he is injured, however, we can't be sure of that. The entire purpose of this operation is to ensure he is brought to justice. It is expected there will be other henchmen, but we have no information about them at this time. There were mutters at that. They weren't happy, but they would do their job. Additionally, there may be children present. The commissioner continued speaking over the mutters. That brought silence. No one liked villains who had anything to do with children. All Might and Sir Night Eye weren't surprised, which meant they already knew. Of course they did. They'd had the first crack at this villain. Scarab watched the #1 hero. He was strong, but he'd been injured fighting that man, she realized. He'd been out of action for so long the media had noticed. How bad was it? If there are children present, evacuate them but proceed with the mission. If they get in the way, you are authorized to knock them out. This was not a mission that was going to be on the books. You don't think they'll fight? Someone asked. The commissioner's mask slipped for an instant. We're not sure. The commissioner's mask might have slipped, but All Might looked positively devastated at the news. Scarab didn't like the implication. Most of her colleagues were thinking kids would be present because of child smuggling. All Might's reaction told a different story. The kids were present for a reason, and if they were going to get in the way, they were loyal to the villain. They could be brainwashed, but that hardly mattered in the middle of a mission. What's the layout? Endeavor asked, dismissing the issue. He'd go through kids if it looked good for him. It's a high rise, the commissioner said, and a schematic replaced the images. There's a public bar on the first floor, and a residential unit on the floor above. There is other office space in the building and the ground floor is commercial shops. The target is believed to reside in the residential unit. Is that the only apartment in the building? The question was asked. Yes. It was converted from a hotel space attached to the bar, the commissioner explained. They'd done their homework for this mission. Another schematic appeared, this time showing the layout of the residential area. Several rooms were highlighted. These are your target areas. Each room was labeled with a number and the teams who were to go there appeared on the side. Every team was headed by someone in the top. Other teams will secure the bar and the other floors of the building. We cannot afford to let this man get away. There were nods all round, but 𝐒𝐻𝐿 could tell they weren't from understanding. The heroes would perform their job, but even with the commissioner giving the mission himself, they didn't appreciate how dangerous the man was. She looked for her name on the team's lists and was shocked to see her name with All Might. It was probably some sort of gesture, giving her an opportunity to see the man her takedown was covering for. She almost snorted. That sort of thing was for daytime heroes. She didn't need to know. She knew he was bad. She knew he was worse than Toxic Chainsaw. Nothing else was really important. Except for the fact he was now free. That was important. All Might's hands formed fists. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 could tell, just by looking at him, if the target was not in their area, the number one hero would simply go to another area until the target was found. For some reason, this was personal. She just hoped he kept his head. Ted, Captain 𝐶𝐬𝐽, this is a surprise, All for One said as he answered his phone. You have to get out, the man said tersely. There's a raid coming. How long? Hisoshi asked. The captain would not have called him unless he was sure. A couple of hours at best. They are on their way down now, he explained. Instantly All for One's mind went through calculations. Even on a chartered flight they'd still be a half hour in the air, then they had to assemble in secret, which would take another hour. They didn't have much time, but there was some. Address? He demanded. He had multiple assets here in 𝐸, it would be best to know if they were all compromised. The captain gave him one. All for One was not a man to swear, but he felt like it. Someone had sold him out. Yet it was not as bad as it could have been. They were coming after his residential address, not Dr. Garaki's facilities. They were coming at Izuku. Thank you, he told his servant. You were right to contact me, he added. He felt the man nod on the other end of the line. The captain was like that. Who gave them the information? The broker Yuhin was captured. She traded information about your location for her freedom. All for One trembled. His hands formed into fists and he took several precious moments to calm down. Did she mention my son? She did, sir. That was enough for him to see red, but he appreciated that Captain 𝐶𝐬𝐽 was reporting this calmly. Except, now that he knew, he had to move. Yuhin would pay for her betrayal. But not yet. Not now. I will make arrangements for your 𝐸. No, sir, Captain 𝐶𝐬𝐽 interrupted. I've already made arrangements. All for One took a deep breath. Very well. I thank you for your service then, my old friend. It has been my honor, the captain replied. There was no hint of a lie. All for One knew there wouldn't be. 𝐶𝐬𝐽 had been one of his agents for many years. One of his best. That he was losing 𝐶𝐬𝐽 along with this was another blow. Yuhin was going to pay dearly. Do what you can and know that you will always have my support, All for One said. As you will always have mine. The captain cut the call off. Hisoshi took a deep breath, mentally planning what had to happen now. Izuku and his books needed to be moved. Kurogiri and Tomura would follow along with any evidence of his condition. The safe house in Hisai should be close enough as a staging point but far enough away to avoid attention. Then he would see where they went next. He hit a sequence on his phone. It sent a predetermined message to Kurogiri, Garaki and Gigantomachia. It was time to move. Ted Izuku, Kurogiri called the boy urgently. Yes. The yell thankfully came from his bedroom. We have to go, the misty man said loudly enough to be heard as he made his way to Izuku's room. What do you mean? Izuku demanded, appearing at the door. The heroes have found us, Kurogiri explained. Tomura was already grabbing things. He'd been playing in the bar when All for One's message had arrived. Izuku paled at the news and he looked around frantically. We have a few minutes, Kurogiri reassured him. But we must go within 5 minutes, he explained. Pack what you can, including your notebooks. He saw Izuku gulp and then nod. They had a little more time than 5 minutes, but Kurogiri knew that getting Izuku out was far more important than getting his gear out. I'll be back then, Kurogiri said as he moved further down the corridor. He had to make sure that Sensei's few personal items were removed, and any medications. They would be leaving evidence, but not that much. Izuku forced himself to take a deep breath when Kurogiri left. He turned back and looked at his room. What did he need? The last time this had happened he'd only had his pajamas and his notebooks. This time he had a chance to take a few items. There was a large bag in his cupboard. He grabbed that and put it on his bed. Then he grabbed his notebooks and put them in the bottom. He was careful not to bend the covers despite moving quickly. His school books went in next. Kurogiri had gotten him his next year's books already. He only packed the working books that he had, leaving the blank notepads on the shelf. His school computer went in as did his pencils. Izuku then looked around. What else did he need? There was not a lot he was attached to. He put in some clothes, tossing them in haphazardly before Izuku froze. Mai's babies. He wasn't sure if they could tie back to her, but he couldn't leave them. He threw one into his bag and the second one, the one he'd asked for, he quickly stripped off his shirt and put it on. It was cold, but once he got his shirt back on he was warm. The activation button went down his arm on a string so that he could activate the light at any time. This would be a good test. He should have taken her up on her offer of a baby that could bubby trap his door. That would serve the heroes right. Izuku, are you ready? Kurogiri's voice came from the door. He looked over to see the misty man waiting there. He went to his bed and zipped up the bag. I'm ready, Izuku said. Though he wasn't sure what he could say. Kurogiri came over to him and placed one hand on his shoulder to comfort him. We have to work together at these times, Izuku, he said. And there will come a time when we will not need to run, he added. Izuku smiled at that. He knew what the misty man was implying. When he and Tomura were older, they could fight. But not yet. Not now. He nodded. I'm ready, he repeated, looking around the room once more as he hefted his bag. Do you have everything you want? Kurogiri asked for confirmation. Yes. At that, the warp gate opened, his yellow eyes looking down at Izuku. The boy passed through him without looking. Back and Kurogiri reformed in Izuku's room. That was one. He had to get Tomura now and then the heroes would find only emptiness. And that was all they deserved. All for One gasped as he stood on the roof of the building. It was times like this he knew how much he still had to recover. Dr. Garaki had made him a portable life support system, but it was not efficient. It was not small, and it was heavy. It didn't bother him, because he was strong, but for a lesser man, it would not be portable. It barely gave him enough oxygen, so he was constantly feeling like he was on the verge of suffocation. It was not a pleasant feeling. He could meet with people using it, but that was the limit. The feeling of suffocation only increased anytime he put stress on his body. Like now, when he was gathering several quirks. Even with all the extra drags the doctor was using on him, this was just not good enough. Kurogiri had gotten Tomura and Izuku to the safe house. Garaki had been told not to come, and most evidence of their life here was gone. The heroes would raid an empty location. But that was not enough. It was bad enough that Yuhin had sold him out, but he was not going to give them even an empty victory. He dragged in as much air as he could. Airwalk, he said the name of the quirk as he took several steps up to stand above the roof. He allowed himself to focus his strength for a few seconds, gathering it into his hand as he formed a fist around a green scale he had asked Izuku for earlier. That done, he punched down, hitting the roof of the building. There was a loud crash. The concrete shattered, spiderweb cracks radiating from his fist. For a moment there was silence, and then the cracks continued with the noise loudly echoing. Kurogiri, All for One gasped the name. A portal appeared beside him. Before he walked through it, he opened his fist. He looked at the scale in his hand. Even though he couldn't properly see it, he could feel it. He'd lost the original one Izuku had given him in his fight with All Might. He'd lose this one here. It was symbolic. And he was sure that they'd find it. He didn't know what they'd think of it, but he would know, and Izuku would know, that the heroes owed his son 2 times. 2 times they had taken away Izuku's sense of safety, and that could not be forgiven. He let the scale fall before he walked through the portal. Back at the building, the cracks continued, and then the building almost seemed to tremble before it collapsed. Most of the debris went inwards as the force of All for One's punch created a hole, but some collapsed outwards. Great gouts of dust billowed into the air, obscuring the view from surrounding buildings. The sound of concrete falling continued for several minutes before it settled, though nothing could be seen as dust hung in the air. Those heroes who had been preparing to raid the building remained where they were. The more experienced knew what it meant. Others just stared. All Might emerged from where he had been waiting for the signal. The group that was to raid with him followed. Through the dust he stared at the remains of the building, and he reached both hands back before driving them forward in a resounding clap. He'd aimed it slightly upwards. A gale ensued as the air rushed towards the collapsed building. It took the obscuring dust with it, and the heroes were left staring at the pile of rubble. All Might trembled. He knew what it meant. He knew what the message was. As usual, All for One was stating it in the most obnoxious way possible. I am still here. It was a bastardization of his message. Darn it. He muttered. He wanted to say something so much stronger, but he couldn't. Not here. Not now. Move. The shout came from behind him, and someone dressed in black brushed past him. There might be survivors, came the explanation. Yagi gritted his teeth before he forced his trademarked smile onto his features. All for One was gone from here, and they weren't going to be able to follow him. He had a job to do now. Ted All for One collapsed into a waiting chair. He gasped for air. Dr. Garaki rushed over to him with a respirator in hand. He quickly strapped it onto Hisoshi, and the Emperor of the Underworld remained still for a few moments as the oxygen rushed into his system. I cannot fight in that, he said. I'll try to redesign it, the doctor promised, but All for One could tell that he had no idea where to start with it. We have eyes on the heroes, Kurogiri reported. Hisoshi nodded. Where are Izuku and Tomura? He asked. I have them playing a game together, Kurogiri reported. Gigantomachia is with them. Good. Which heroes showed up? There was a short silence. All for One activated his sight quirk to see that Kurogiri was looking at something. He thought it was some screens, though he couldn't see what was on the screens. All Might is there, he said. I have not seen Sir Night Eye, but I imagine he is with the support staff, the Misty Man said. Endeavor is with another group, Kurogiri continued. All for One might have laughed if he'd had the breath to spare. The number 1 and 2 heroes did not get along well, but they'd come after him. They'd come after Izuku. Hawks is also present, the Misty Man said. How many did they send? Kyudai asked. Quite a few, Kurogiri replied before he identified several more groups. The more heroes he identified, the more clear it became that the Commission was not messing around. It was gratifying that they took him so seriously, but it was bothersome in other ways. He was not in any condition to fight. Today, with the limited use of some quirks, had made that clear. Hisoshi gave the doctor a significant look. The man didn't show much reaction, but All for One knew he'd seen it and knew that Garaki would know what it meant. He needed more options than he currently had. They haven't found your research, All for One said aloud. You will remain here, but move it to Yokohama slowly, he added. So that's where you are going? Kyudai asked. Yes, All for One decided. It's close to All Might, Kurogiri commented. Which is why he won't be looking, All for One said softly. He could tell Kurogiri was skeptical about that. Every time he's found me, it has always been in regional Japan, All for One explained, before he smiled. Besides, that oaf couldn't find me even if he looked. It's always been Sir Night Eye who's done that work. And I suspect that relationship has run its course. Both Kurogiri and the doctor gave him a look, but he did not elaborate. It was a feeling. Very well, sensei. I will move Tomura and Izuku tomorrow. Then I will contact Jiran about supplies. No. There was no room for misunderstanding in All for One's tone. Sensei? Kurogiri asked. All for One was blind, but he directed his head towards the warp gate with a surprising amount of force. Jiran is not to be trusted, he stated coldly. Then I will contact him so that he may be educated, the Misty Man corrected his previous statement. Do it here, Hisoshi instructed. I imagine they will watch Jiran, he added, which was enough for Kurogiri to know that Jiran himself hadn't been the leak. It was Yuhin, All for One confirmed. His servants were silent, awaiting his instructions. There are 2 I want in Tokyo, All for One said. Yuhin and Kachi, he said the names as he thought. There was risk with all the paths forward, but he'd never let that stop him. Move Tomura and Izuku tomorrow, and collect both of them if you can, Hisoshi instructed Kurogiri. Make sure the boys are well supplied, and instruct them not to go out, he added. I will remain here until those 2 are suitably disciplined, he added. I will instruct Gigantomachia to assist you, he added. The huge man would no doubt longing to help, but it would clash with his longing to guard. Kurogiri nodded. I could collect Yuhin now, he indicated. It was his way of saying that it was likely that the traitor would be moved before tomorrow. All for One thought about it. It would be easier to take her now, and it would have more of an impact on the heroes if their informant disappeared with their failed raid. But it would mean she would most likely be close to Izuku. No, he'd keep his son away. Do it, he altered his instruction. But take her to Garaki's facility via an indirect route. He did not need his other assets compromised. The Misty Man nodded. It will be done, Sensei, he said. Now, Izuku and Tomura must be scared. Let them come see me, he said. Kurogiri nodded and got up from his position. The surveillance cameras, which were the Zoo City cameras, were still running, but all they displayed was the heroes, and there was nothing interesting with that. Ted, I know you are disappointed, Scarab said as she took up a position standing near All Might. The number 1 hero shifted slightly, acknowledging her presence. He was standing out of the way of rescue workers, who were combing through the wreckage. They'd been lucky-ish. The fact that the building was mostly office space saved them since it was the weekend, so there were not many people there. And it was, or rather had been daylight, so the bar wasn't open but the shopping district on the ground floor. They hadn't managed to get everyone out of it. They had been limiting the people there in preparation for the raid, but there were going to be bodies. I know if he was standing before you right now, you'd be swinging, Scarab continued before she sighed. But I can't help but believe we dodged a bullet, she finished. All Might blew out a breath. He looked over at her and she was surprised by how intent his gaze was. It was as if he was assessing something. You are probably right, he said softly. So softly that others couldn't hear. Scarab realized this was not really the sort of conversation they should be having in public, but at the same time, she knew All Might could not leave. That would ruin morale. Everyone knew something had gone wrong for the building to collapse, but the presence of the number 1 hero, even if he wasn't doing anything, was helping them believe that everything would be all right. They used toxic chainsaw to cover up his existence, she whispered. I know I'm right. And it scares the foo dash, she shuddered. It scares me that someone like that exists, given that he has to be worse. Your injuries confirm that he's worse. The number 1 hero started slightly. He jerked but said nothing. Relax, Scarab said softly. I only noticed because us underground heroes have to see what doesn't want to be seen. But that means I know his bad news. Worse than anything the commissioner could have said. All Might nodded, and then looked back at the rescue efforts. If he was here right now, as you say, I would be swinging. The number 1 hero snorted. Let's put it this way, if I could take him out, even if it cost me my life, that would be cheap. The world probably wouldn't believe that, Scarab replied immediately. She knew what chaos would happen if All Might was to die. The world is wrong. There was no doubt in his voice. She took a deep breath. Then if he was here, how many of us would be dead right now? Again the number 1 hero jerked. This time, it wasn't a surprise, but rather it showed how much he didn't want to think about that possibility. He shook his head. Most of you would be dead. Not many took the briefing seriously. And those of you who weren't dead would probably wish you were. All Might raised one hand and gestured towards the rubble. That was a message. He didn't have to do it. Just getting away would have said it, but he wanted to. He probably wanted to ensure we were delayed. A message? Scarab asked. Villains didn't leave messages by collapsing buildings. I am still here, All Might told her. That's what he's saying. You don't see it as a message, but I assure you, that's what he's saying. She could see the link to All Might's message. He always said that everything would be all right, because he was here. If a villain was saying he was still here then. She shuddered. How powerful is he? You've determined that I'm injured, All Might murmured. No one else has ever stood against me for more than a few hits. We traded blows for at least an hour, he said. Scarab didn't want to think about that. But she appreciated that the number one hero had answered her honestly. Some didn't think underground heroes took on dangerous people. With the response, All Might was telling her that he knew she took on people every bit as dangerous. No, he was saying he respected her, but Scarab knew she couldn't take on a villain that strong. She had a feeling even Endeavor couldn't. Only All Might could. And this villain had injured him. The number one hero sighed softly. The exhale was subdued, so that anyone watching would just think he'd taken a deep breath. I just want to be sure he's gone. His voice was so soft, Scarab almost wasn't sure she'd heard the words, but she nodded in response. You and me both, she replied. She meant it. If this villain was worse than Toxic Chainsaw, then every moment he was free meant more pain for them. It meant he was corrupting society. But she looked at the ruins of the building. She was good. She was a very experienced hero, yet she had no idea how to fight that. Get well soon, she told All Might. They needed him. Scarab hoped he knew how much and thought that, at least on one level, the number one hero did, but at the same time, he would do what he thought was his duty, no matter the cost to himself. There were times she hated daylight heroes. Now was one of them. But there was nothing she could do. With so many heroes present, the cleanup was going quickly. Endeavor and a few of the more combat-oriented heroes had left. That was actually for the best. If the media got wind of so many gathered, out of their normal areas, at a collapsed building in 𝐤, there would be questions that no amount of spin would be able to cover. All Might being here could be portrayed as an uplifting story. That he'd been here on a holiday, or just wanting to show his presence again. People didn't question their good fortune in having the number one hero in the country at the site of their disaster. And Toshinori knew this, which was why he was standing out of the way of the workers but still conspicuous. He was occasionally helping out, shifting some of the larger pieces of debris to allow them to dig faster. Heroes with scanning abilities had declared that there were some survivors, but they'd also been clear that most had died. He was directing as much as he could the investigation into what had happened. It was pretty obvious. Somehow All for One had known they were coming and had taken steps to cover up his presence. But the question remained how he knew. They weren't sure about that. And he was sure there would be evidence in the building about his life. Mirai was eager to reach that level. He wanted to know if they could determine how injured All for One was. Some would say, given the destruction, that he had to have healed, but Sir Night Eye knew better. All for One had many servants. It was possible one of them had done this in an effort to hide their MSTR. They didn't know yet, and he didn't want to draw conclusions. However, he was worried about one thing. Before they began wholesale excavation, he had managed to get a sweep over the rubble performed by forensics. It had happened while the scanners were going over the site, so it hadn't cost any time. One of the forensics team had found something. A small green scale on a string. It was exactly like the one that had been found at the other site. Iridescent, brilliant green that seemed to shine. He knew what it meant. There was a message there, but Sir Night Eye wasn't sure what the message was. Not exactly. To understand that, he had to know if it came from All for One, or from one of his servants. And to know that, he was going to have to ask Toshinori. That was a conversation which wasn't going to go well. He knew it. He'd already felt the number one hero's ire at him with the information that All for One was still alive. But what exactly was he meant to tell Toshinori? The man you've been hunting for years, the man who killed your mentor, the man whose brain matter they scraped from under your nails, the man who ripped out your lung, stomach and intestines is still alive. He could have told Yagi that and then watched himself drive himself into death, even earlier than what he'd seen in his vision. He wasn't doing that. No, instead some stupid broker had done it for him and the commissioner was simply shrugging his shoulders and dismissing the entire matter. That would cost the commissioner, but not yet. They had to get through today. He turned away, putting the evidence bag in his pocket. It was best to get this over with. Ted, my little dragon, all for one greeted his son when Kurogiri delivered him. Izuku rushed over to him, and immediately sat beside him. Hisoshi reached out to slide his son's hair. The gesture was comforting to them both, though he felt his son shifting his hair color. He decided not to comment on it. They sat together for a few moments. All for one enjoyed feeling the unique quirk and presence that was his son. He rather thought his quirk liked feeling Izuku as well. Did Kurogiri clear your phone? He asked eventually. He felt Izuku nod. I lost some contacts, he said sadly. Oh, who did you lose? He felt Izuku swallow, as if he was trying not to cry. Himiko, he said. It took Hisoshi a moment to recall who Himiko was, and then he remembered that his son had made friends with the girl in Niigata. Are you still in contact with her? He was surprised. Izuku nodded. But now I can't find her contact details. And Himiko doesn't do lifebook, he complained. He stroked Izuku's hair rather than saying something as he thought. He had no idea Izuku was still in contact with Himiko. Who else could he be in contact with? Could Yuhin have tracked them via Izuku? No, that was meant to be impossible. Izuku had a dark phone. It should have been secure. Do you keep in touch with others? Izuku could tell the question was odd. Only Himiko, he said, shaking his head. No one from Saitama, he told his dad, 'cause Hitoshi moved here. All for one patted his son's head to let him know he'd heard. He was going to have to ask Yuhin a question or two while she was still capable of answering them. Can I send Hitoshi and Ochiko a message? Izuku asked. That was going to be a problem. Not yet, all for one said sadly. He trusted that Kurogiri would have turned off several features on his son's phone. He also trusted that Izuku was smart enough to know how to circumvent that. He didn't wish to confiscate his son's phone. At least not yet. Dark phones weren't exactly rare, but there were only a few reasons, and none legitimate for Izuku to have one. It did mean though that Kurogiri could turn off its reception, while still keeping it on the networks, and for the moment, that was best. We have to be sure that the heroes aren't looking anymore, and do you remember what happened after my fight with All Might? You were hurt? Izuku asked. I was, but I meant something about you, Hisoshi said softly, trying to ease Izuku into the knowledge. You found it out when I spoke to the police captain, he offered a hint. He felt Izuku tremble, and deliberately stroked his hand through Izuku's curls in what comfort he could offer. They were looking for me, Izuku whispered. They were. There was a detective looking for you. That's why you can't contact your friends, my little dragon. I don't believe they would tell anyone where you were. All for one was quick to reassure his son. But I do believe that the police would take the information from them. What do you mean? Your phone is special, my little dragon. It is designed to be untraceable, but your friends' phones aren't. The police could track you through them. They wouldn't let them. I don't believe Ochiko or Hitoshi would betray you, all for one said. He knew Hitoshi wouldn't. But I don't think they'd know how to stop their phones being tracked. It wouldn't be their fault. That calmed Izuku. He was loyal to his friends, but he was more loyal to him. That was an acceptable state of affairs for a 10-year-old. That's why Kurogiri had to clear your phone and why you can't message Ochiko or Hitoshi yet. I'll let you know when you can. My little dragon, in this case the heroes didn't find us by phone and I don't know if they are looking for you, but it is best to be sure. How did they find us? Izuku asked. His voice was small and Hisoshi was reminded that for all his seeming maturity, his son was still only almost 11 but still very young. Someone betrayed me, he said. Like that minister? Izuku asked. Similar, all for one agreed with his son. The minister has not told anyone I am alive. This individual told the heroes exactly where to find us. And said individual was paying the price for that. Will you punish them? There were so many ways he wanted to answer that question. They will be reminded that it is not in their interest to go against my desires, he replied. That seemed to settle Izuku. He felt his son lean into him and was pleased. Minutes passed, but All for One couldn't bring himself to break the silence. It was Izuku who spoke. Daddy, why did you fight All Might? What do you mean, my little dragon? All for One asked. When he came, couldn't you have run? Why did you fight him? It was a question he had been expecting for a while, but it was a question that was not so easily answered. He probably could have gotten away if he desired, but he hadn't. He'd been sure he could win. How did he explain that to Izuku? He decided to tell him about All Might in much the same way as he'd told Tomura. Do you know what All Might's quirk is? He asked Izuku. No, no one does. He doesn't answer the question when asked. Izuku told him immediately. I know what it's called, Hisoshi said. You do? Izuku's shock was obvious. All for One stroked his son's curls a few times before he answered. I do. I gave it to him, after all. He felt Izuku's JRK of surprise. Not directly, my little dragon, but I created that quirk. Many years ago, I lived with my brother, he began explaining. He could tell Izuku was listening from the way he sat today. Then only 20% of the population had quirks. That might be stretching the truth a little, but it would aid Izuku in understanding the situation. Those who didn't have quirks didn't like those with quirks, and fights broke out. My brother was weak and sickly. I wanted to protect him, but because I had a quirk, I had to fight, just to keep myself safe. But I wanted to help him. I loved him. Your uncle would have loved you too. So what happened? Izuku asked softly. Eventually, in an effort to help my brother get stronger, I gave him a quirk. Just a simple one. A little one. It was a stockpiling quirk. It was meant to help, but it didn't. He turned against me, Izuku. And unknown to us all, my brother actually had a quirk. Izuku said nothing. All for One wasn't sure what his son could say, so let them sit in silence for a few moments before he continued. My brother's quirk allowed him to pass on his quirk, and he did. But with it he passed on the stockpiling quirk, and the two of them merged together to become a new quirk named One for All. So that's All Might's quirk. Izuku put the pieces together quickly. It is, my little dragon. All Might is the 8th holder of the quirk, and it has gotten very strong over the years. I have tried to get it back several times, he said, but it has always slipped through my fingers. I didn't want to fight All Might, my little dragon, I just want his quirk back. It's the last thing in this world that was my brother's, and I want it back. Izuku nodded at that. Couldn't you take it? I would love to do that, my little dragon, but even though I touched All Might in the battle, his quirk is not one I can take. My brother's quirk can only be willingly passed on. It cannot be forcibly taken. And All Might will not give it to me. Maybe I can take it. Izuku offered. Maybe you can, my little dragon, Hisoshi agreed. He wasn't hopeful, but he would allow Izuku to try. If it worked, then that would be an unexpectedly pleasant outcome. Though, he couldn't take Izuku's quirk, but had Izuku inherited more from his brother than just that? Could he give his quirk away? That was a thought. For another day. So you see, it is difficult for me to fight All Might, because I do not want to kill him. That decision was under review. He would like to get back his brother's quirk, but if worse came to worse, then All Might would die with it. But Izuku didn't complete the sentence. My little dragon. All for One prompted. Tomura wants to kill All Might, his son pointed out. He doesn't want to get the quirk back. Oh, there was a subtle jab there, that Tomura would never see the importance of quirks the way they did. Hisoshi knew his son wasn't even aware he'd made the jab, but he could see it. It was amusing. Between you and me, my little dragon, I don't think Tomura can do it. Not without a lot of help, he added. He intended to provide some help, but just not quite enough. At least, it wouldn't be enough until he decided what he wanted to do. It had been more than a year since he had been injured, but he had yet to make a decision on All Might. There were times when he wanted the man broken and bleeding before him, his brother's quirk be darned. But there were times when he just couldn't do that. He had wondered if he could somehow get Izuku to be All Might's successor, but he was equally sure that not even that buffoon would be that idealistic. The number one hero would find Izuku's identity and then no doubt dump him back on his mother, into obscurity, all the while thinking he'd done the best he could. Izuku giggled at his announcement. It wasn't relieved, just amused, and wasn't that interesting. He didn't think that his son was far enough along to be able to speak about death without feeling regret, or that something was wrong. What can One for All do? Izuku asked before All for One could think further on his son's potential. That is an interesting question. I have only ever seen All Might use the strength aspect of it, but previous users had their own quirks which they used with it. What were they? Izuku was definitely eager to learn. I think I'll save those details for another day, he told his son. But I wanna know. Izuku complained. And I will tell you, my little dragon, but don't you have to go practice with Gigantomachia? For a moment he thought Izuku might object, but then he felt his son leap up. He couldn't see the excited smile, but he could feel it. Even now? Izuku asked. All for One wondered for a second what his son meant, but then realized Izuku was referring to their relocation. Especially now, he confirmed. Tomura and Izuku had been shifted to Yokohama. He was still in Zoo, tying up loose ends. Their schedule was interrupted, especially with Izuku not going to school. He wanted to establish some sense of normality as quickly as possible. Go and practice, he added, holding out a quirk. Izuku took it. He remembered Gigantomachia's terms, and while he didn't actually take a quirk from the huge man, he did mime it at the beginning of each of their practice sessions. If he was to have a quirk for that practice session, he got it off him beforehand. Izuku didn't ask what the quirk did. That was part of his training. He had to figure it out for himself. Today's quirk was both useful and useless, depending on how one used it. It was a very minor sensor quirk that would allow Izuku to feel when there were people within 20 meters of him. It would then allow him to determine if they were hostile. For Izuku, he wasn't sure how useful it would be, because his son had explained he could feel quirks away from him. With his little dragon's abilities to pull quirks from a distance, that made sense. It was another use for his quirk, but this one offered a little more information, and could sense other animals, and quirkless people. In one-to-one training, it was not that useful, but a real-world fight, it was. But All for One knew there were better sensor quirks available now. He'd had this one for near 80 years and he intended to keep it, but he wasn't averse to upgrades. Go on, All for One said once Izuku had the quirk. He felt his son smile. Love you, Dad. Izuku said before he rushed out towards the training room. Gigantomachia was no doubt waiting. All for One sat for a few moments more, making sure his son was gone. It appeared he had a few more questions for Yuhin. She'd been reluctant to answer him earlier, but he was sure she'd have changed her mind by now. He just had to ask. Ted, thank you, Kurogiri, All for One said as his servant dropped the dekuwhatif into the room. Gigantomachia was quick to grab it. Please return to Tomura and Izuku. I don't wish the boys to be alone for long, he added the instruction. Of course, Sensei, the Misty Man replied before he disappeared. The dekuwhatif whimpered. All for One scared. Oh come now Koichi, you didn't truly believe this wouldn't happen, did you? He was sitting at the back of the room, covered in shadows, so that even as Koichi peered into the darkness, the man couldn't see him. I haven't told them anything, Koichi said desperately, struggling against Gigantomachia's grip. The huge man didn't move so much as a millimeter. I am aware of that, Hisoshi said smoothly. He detected the moment of hope Koichi felt about his statement. But equally you have not been telling me anything, All for One continued. Those he gifted with quirks who then went out into society as his agents weren't actually expected to report back to him frequently. That was too dangerous, and in many cases he had no need of their information. Koichi as the Minister of Education was useful for keeping an eye on politics, not just education, and therefore only passed on information when it was requested, or when something specific needed to be done. He essentially served as a sleeper agent, one who could be activated and deactivated as the need arose. It was not an onerous role. It was not even a dangerous role. There were other ways All for One could get the information Koichi supplied, but it was a role Koichi had denied. I can't. Koichi said. Why not? Hisoshi asked, allowing for some other factor to have impacted Koichi's usefulness. That had happened occasionally. Rarely, one of his agents was discovered by someone else, and if that other power didn't just remove the agent, blackmail was a routine process. He could somewhat forgive an agent who found themselves in that situation, but at the same time they should have known to tell him. He did not tolerate rivals. He knew it wasn't the case this time, but there was a certain way these conversations went and he would stick to the script while it suited him. I can't. Koichi repeated. You've done. The minister swallowed. SLV rings, murder, human experimentation, extortion. I can't. This wasn't a rival, this was a moral objection. All for One hated those. It appeared as if Koichi had developed a conscience. And not a very selective one at that, given that he had never had to do any of the listed crimes. The people who performed those tasks for him were far more stable in their moral choices. I do not see the problem, Hisoshi commented. At that Koichi gaped. You've committed so many crimes. You've killed so many — he objected. I do not see the problem, All for One stated again. I have not asked you to do anything like that, he added. There was little point in denying the accusations. He had committed all of those crimes, and many more besides. They were only crimes if you considered them to be crimes. To him, they were simply business opportunities. Koichi gasped. The terms of our agreement were very clear, Hisoshi commented, ignoring the way Koichi was gaping at him. Really, had the man not thought about anything? Your support, in exchange for your quirk. I didn't know I was supporting a monster. Koichi actually showed some spirit. Of course, the outburst offended Gigantomachia. The large man growled and shook Koichi hard. Hisoshi could tell his bodyguard wanted to do more. He tutted. You cannot be that naive, he said. Koichi gasped again, coughing as he tried to breathe. Gigantomachia had not been gentle. I haven't told them anything, Koichi cried. He was beginning to see reality. I know you haven't. You've lost your nerve, All for One said almost gently. And you aren't going to tell them anything, he added. At that, Koichi's eyes widened. He had been peering into the gloom, trying to get a glimpse of him. No. I won't tell them anything. Yet you will not tell me anything, All for One pointed out. I suppose you could give me back the instrument of our agreement. It took Koichi a moment to realize what Hisoshi was talking about. The man trembled before he nodded. Take it. You have no problem returning to Kachi? Hisoshi asked. Take it. Please just take it. The man begged. All for One sat in silence for a few moments. It always surprised him how supposedly intelligent people could be so willfully stupid. Koichi knew what was going to happen. He knew what the consequences were of his change of heart, and yet, he'd somehow convinced himself that he could walk away, that he could just give the quirk back and that would be that. Hisoshi didn't shake his head, but it was a close thing. In some ways, he preferred dealing with other villains. Those he had to take out, and who knew he was coming for them, either made their peace and accepted it, or fought the entire way. But no matter what they decided, they had no illusions as to what was to come. They knew the only way to possibly avoid death was to kill him. It didn't do them any good, but at least they didn't delude themselves. Koichi, no Kachi, was an intelligent man. He wouldn't have offered him a quirk otherwise. But somehow, he didn't know. It was stupid and he was tired of the charade. Bring him, All for One ordered. Gigantomachia stepped forward, moving Kachi into the shadows. The man got a brief glimpse of him before Hisoshi's hand closed over his face and he took back the quirk. He wasn't gentle. Kachi fell into unconsciousness immediately. The quirk settled back into him. It was one of those odd quirks that was useful but pointless. The quirk he'd given to Kachi was named Tien and had allowed him to control his body temperature at will. He'd picked it up when quirks were new, thinking it would be a useful quirk to avoid temperature sensors. And before he'd gotten skilled at other means of infiltration, it had been a very useful quirk for him, but one that he had been happy to give to Kachi in exchange for his loyalty. Now it was back with him because Kachi had lost his nerve. Take him to the doctor as raw materials, All for One instructed Gigantomachia. At least 𝐒𝐭𝐲 would be useful to him that way. The huge man nodded and backed away. All for one side. He hadn't thought 𝐒𝐭𝐲 was that weak, but apparently fear made morons even of the supposedly intelligent. He dismissed the matter. At least he had another quirk for Izuku to practice with, so that was something. And he looked around with his sight quirk. It was time to go. Sir Night-Eye sat across the table from All Might. They were in a police station, in one of the interrogation rooms. He had a feeling his boss had chosen this room because it was soundproofed. He really hoped the recording instruments were off, and that there was no one behind the one-way wall, but with the glow Yagi was giving him, he knew that there was no point in checking. The green scale that forensics had found was sitting in the middle of the table. Did All for One have a quirk that gave him scales? Mirai asked, deciding to ignore the tension. He knew what Toshinori wanted to discuss, and frankly, tracking down the villain was more important having a tantrum that he was still alive. He saw the number one hero tremble. No, came the very short answer. Internally, Sir Night-Eye sighed. Yagi was going to be difficult about this. What good would it have done him to know that All for One might have survived during his recovery? A recovery that was still ongoing, and would likely never be over. It would have distracted him. It would have stressed him, and that would have been counterproductive. Besides, there was still no absolute proof that All for One was functional. The man hadn't been the premier villain in the world because he had incompetent underlings. This could be the result of their work. A similar scale was found previously, Mirai pointed out. He doesn't wear jewelry. Terse and in present tense. Not good. Mirai looked over at his boss, meeting his eyes squarely. All Might could be intimidating, but Sasaki was used to him. Interesting, Sir Night-Eye said clearly. This one was found at the demolished building. Another one was found at the battle site. If he wasn't wearing jewelry, or had a quirk that gave him scales, then it's safe to conclude this one comes from an underling. A very close underling. It also means, we can't be sure he destroyed the building, Mirai added forcefully. That, at least, penetrated slightly. He could tell with the way All Might shifted. No matter what the number one hero thought, it wasn't guaranteed that the building had been destroyed by All for One. In fact, it was entirely possible that it was an underling, one that was trying to cover their tracks and perhaps make it seem as if All for One was either alive, or more healthy than he was. There were a multitude of reasons for this. He shouldn't have to elaborate on them. The style was his, Yagi pointed out. Mirai nodded. There was no point in denying that. You destroyed his brain, he said instead. We pulled in the very best healing quirks for you, and you are still injured, and very lucky that humans have 2 lungs, and can live without their stomach and parts of their intestines. But humans cannot live without their brain, he pointed out reasonably. Whether he liked it or not, All Might had to acknowledge that fact. The number one hero still glared. You told me that he was gone. That he was dead, he pointed out. Because that is what we believed, Sir Night-Eye replied, downplaying the situation. The way Toshinori's head moved told him that he wasn't buying it. You believed it with his body missing, with evidence that his followers had taken him. Yagi questioned venomously. If All Might's fans saw him now, they would never believe he was the number one hero. Mirai sat for a moment. He didn't really want to admit that the commissioner had lied to him. That was his job after all, to see through the lies others told them, to present real, clear evidence. But maybe it would be for the best in this situation. After all, heroes were meant to be able to trust the commission. I thought he was dash. The door banged open and the 2 heroes were instantly on guard. In All Might's case, the chair he had been sitting in went flying back, hitting the wall and shattering on the concrete facing as he shot into a fighting stance. A disheveled police officer stood there, eyes wide at the reception. They gasped a few times but managed to remain standing at the sight of the number one hero ready to fight them. Yagi quickly fell out of his stance and plastered a smile on his face. What is it? He asked. The officer gasped, heaving in air. He'd run with this news. Yuhin has escaped, he managed to get the words out. Sir Night-Eye saw All Might slip into character. Yagi boomed out a laugh. Then we will simply recapture her, he told the officer. While the man was still gasping for air, Mirai saw the way the man was reassured at the statement. Let's go, All Might ordered, looking at him. Mirai interpreted the look. It told him they weren't done here. He nodded and there was nothing more to say. For now. Ted Yakyuni stood with Daruma Yujiko, looking up at the 5 tubes he was in charge of. There was something small growing in each of them. He was beyond excited. When Daruma had said that he would ask permission to try cloning to copy Quirks, he expected it to take ages for Yujiko's sponsor to agree. But whoever they were, agreement had been quick. And it was accompanied by the most outrageous promise he had ever heard. 5 copies of the one Quirk, and if he did well, one of those copies was for him. He had no idea what the method of transfer was going to be, but Daruma had simply shrugged and said his sponsor would take care of that. The man hadn't even questioned it, and that had let Yakyuni know that whoever that sponsor was, they could transfer Quirks. Daruma had looked at him, amused in that conversation, and then asked for him to say why he thought they had been copying Quirks, if it wasn't to transfer them to someone. Yakyuni had to admit he hadn't had an answer for that. This type of cloning is simple, Yujiko said. We had genetic material, he explained. Yakyuni nodded. He now understood far more about the theory than he had before. Genetic material had been taken from the original Quirk user, and then the DNA removed from a single cell, and injected into an egg after removing its original nucleus. They'd done that 5 times. From there, the eggs had been allowed to grow, and that's what they were looking at. The other copying I am doing will not work this way, Daruma said. I've told my sponsor this since he was rather eager to try it for other Quirks. Why won't it work? Yakyuni asked. Daruma looked at him, as if assessing what he could accept. My benefactor has many Quirks. Even if I had a genetic sample from him, there are so many Quirks that separating one would be nearly impossible. He gaped. How many Quirks does he have? Several hundred, Yujiko replied absently. It was the fact that his employer was so blasé about it that convinced Yakyuni that it was true. He could hardly believe it. I've told him that from now on, if he could collect a genetic sample, along with the original Quirk, that would be most helpful if he wants to have a copy of it. Yakyuni had no idea what was going on anymore. He knew he was no longer working at just a job, but it was becoming more fantastic every time he did a shift. First his suggestion had been taken, then he'd been promised a Quirk, and now he found out that someone had hundreds of Quirks. What world was he living in? Copies for the prototypes, he asked, focusing on keeping his breathing even. Yes, Daruma said. This batch is just the beginning, and if your technique works, then the future batches will be much more diverse. How many more will be made? Yujiko smiled at him. Yakyuni didn't know what the number was, but from the pleased look on Daruma's face he knew it would be many. He knew Yujiko had a Quirk. He now knew his benefactor had hundreds of Quirks, and while he didn't, he was suddenly glad to be associated with them. No matter what they were doing, it was going to be nice to be on the stronger side. Ted Mirai hadn't exactly been dreading this conversation, but he had known it was coming. He'd thought it would be earlier, but they'd been distracted by Yuhin's escape, which everyone knew was not an escape. It just confirmed to All Might that All for One was truly still alive. The number 1 hero didn't want to entertain other possibilities. Which is why they were here. At least there were no witnesses. They were back at their agency, in one of the completely soundproof rooms. It was late, so the staff were home, but it was doubtful that Yagi would have allowed this to be public anyway. Did you see him? Yagi asked. There was a quiet resignation in his question. Sir Night Eye tilted his head in askance. In your vision, All Might clarified. The image came back. A man with All for One stature, suit and powers, but that mask. Was he overthinking it? Possibly, he admitted, holding up one hand. There was a battle, he explained. Your last battle, Mirai added. Against him. Maybe. The man had a very complicated mask. None of his face was visible. But was it him? Sir Night Eye shook his head. It could be, he replied. Or it could be his reanimated corpse. It could be his clone. It could be someone with the same build, and the mask is to hide the real identity. Yagi held out his hand. Look again, he ordered. It was an instruction to find out. To go to that vision and look at everything closely. You avoided telling me last time. He shouldn't be surprised that the deliberate change of subject then had been noticed. All Might was more than an overly muscled loghead. I won't see anything new, Mirai was firm in his statement. He didn't want to see that again. Either you ambushed him or he ambushed you. You know I can't see any more than what you could have seen, and there was no time when the mask was gone. Toshinori still held out his hand. It was odd. He'd always believed him before, and now, even when he'd told All Might everything, he still wanted more. There had been one time in that battle when it appeared the mask might have come off, but before it happened, All Might and whoever that was had been interrupted by a creature. The other man, the one who could be all for one, had backed away as the creature had taken up the fight. It had huge teeth, long talons, and glowing poisonous eyes. No creature should be able to stand up to All Might, but it had. The man who might have been all for one had backed away slightly and had held his hand out. It was almost as if he was controlling the creature or lending it strength. Mirai hadn't been able to see anything pass between them, but he was sure something had. And he didn't want to remember anything further. Not the way Toshinori had slipped by the creature to attack the man who might be all for one. Not the way he'd landed a hit, only to be struck from behind. Not the way Yagi's BLD had stained the creature's teeth. Not the way its claws had raked across his body. Not the way his eyes had. No. He was going to change that future. I die, don't I? Toshinori asked. It wasn't really a question. He didn't reply. Discounting your vision, Yagi said when it became clear he wasn't going to answer that. He already had. He'd said it was All Might's last battle. You knew before that. There was no doubt in the way he looked at him. Commissioner Sukan was a consummate politician. Sir Night Eye was not as good, but only because he worked in a different field, one where people tended to be more honest to him. However, never let it be said that All Might's sidekick was unable to play politics. I went to identify his body, Mirai began his explanation. It wasn't there, so I went to see the commissioner. Publicly, All Might and the Hero Public Safety Commission were on the best of terms. Privately, the relationship was far more pragmatic. The look All Might gave him spoke to the reality. Commissioner Sukan indicated that the commission had custody of the body, and that it was in a research facility, leaving Hisoshi Rigi tragically missing. And an easy target for several scandals, Toshinori muttered. Mirai nodded. He still wasn't quite sure how All for One's civilian identity had avoided the scandals, but he had. You are usually more astute than that, Yagi said. There wasn't a lot he could say to defend himself. There was a lot on my mind, Mirai hedged. And you weren't concerned about the implication of human research. It was the commission. Toshinori shook his head. Granted, he allowed, which was at odds with his movement, but if the commission wanted his body for experimentation, you know they would have gone after the child, and you have never cared much for that child. He is the son of All for One, what is there to care about? He is equally the son of Inko Midoriya, a law-abiding woman. A fool. No. You have been foolish. Yagi stated firmly. I know you delayed Tsukochi in Mie. We could have had Izuku there, safely, without All for One knowing, and now, we don't have the child. He does, and that means there's another enemy. He was always an enemy. Mirai objected. His 10. Toshinori countered. But he could very well become our enemy, given the missed opportunities. The child is no one. He's a distraction. No. You do not get it both ways. All Might snapped. The child is the son of All for One, not no one. He was never no one. But now, I fear that he will follow in his father's footsteps, and all you will ever see is that he was a villain. You won't ever see that we failed him, that he could have been so much more. He doesn't matter. Everyone matters. Yagi fixed him with an unimpressed stare. You seem to have forgotten that. Don't. Sir Night Eye replied. Don't you dare say that I have forgotten that. I didn't tell you that the commission had All for One's body because you were recovering, and I genuinely believed it. I didn't tell you about what I saw in my vision because I knew you'd tie yourself in knots worrying about what cannot be changed. You die. And it is not an easy death. Everyone dies, All Might dismissed it. And if I die taking him out, then so be it. I will be able to face my MSTR with pride. No. You don't need to die, Mirai growled. You are the one who assures me your visions are unchangeable. I'll find a way to change it. Sir Knight-Eye almost yelled. Do I kill him? All Might demanded. His eyes were intense. The vision came back to Sir Knight-Eye. The blow had looked fatal. He examined it, trying to ignore the way the creature raged. The man that might be all for one didn't move. It seemed as if he was dead, but he couldn't be sure. Possibly, Mirai whispered. Then that is enough. So long as he is gone, it is enough. It is not. All Might shook his head as he rose. Mirai almost gasped at the sad look that graced his face. It is enough, the number one hero said, and in that single sentence, Sir Knight-Eye knew that Toshinori Yagi accepted his death, and that nothing he could say or do would change that acceptance. He would have to change the future himself. Ted All Might sat across from the police captain. He'd spoken to many police captains in the past, but never when one was chained to the table in an interrogation room. But Captain Saitsu was chained there, and he had maintained his silence since he'd been caught destroying evidence. Forensics was still trying to determine everything he'd destroyed, but it appeared to be everything regarding Hisoshi Reiji, Yuhin, and the unsuccessful raid they had launched. The captain's phone records had been gone through, and there were calls to what the intelligence teams called black market phones. They were untraceable. It wasn't a confession, but it was good circumstantial evidence that the captain had been communicating with people he shouldn't. Except, after he was arrested, he'd said nothing. Not a single word. He'd said nothing to deny the charges. Nothing to defend himself. Nothing to even admit guilt. He'd simply sat as charges were leveled against him, and then sat further when people tried to interrogate him. It wasn't that he was expressing himself in other ways either. His expression was blank, almost faintly amused, and while that had annoyed some of his interrogators, the expression hadn't shifted. The captain had just sat there and taken the questions, the insults, the threats, and in one case, the punches, until someone had dragged out that interrogator. Yagi didn't know what difference he'd make. Captain Saitsu hadn't requested he come or anything like that, but he wanted to understand why this man was so loyal to All for One. What had that villain done to earn this level of loyalty? Toshinori reached down into the bag beside him. He pulled out several newspapers. The headlines were not flattering. He watched as the captain looked at them. He was watching, and the man's expression didn't change. Then he seemed to dismiss the matter and sat back, looking over at him. I don't understand, Yagi said. You are a police captain, so you know, better than others, what he did. You know what evidence you destroyed, so I know you were protecting him, and I don't understand why. He runs SLV rings. He runs villain rings. He funds human experimentation. He murders. He extorts. He does every crime imaginable, and yet, you sit here and display a level of loyalty that most will consider stupid, but is, if you ignore who the loyalty is to, admirable. So why do you serve him so well? All Might sighed, shaking his head slightly. He really didn't understand. He gave me everything. The answer was so unexpected, not the words but the actual fact that the captain had spoken. Yagi ran the words through his mind, and couldn't help the curious look he gave Captain Saitsu. There was a slight challenging look to his features now. He gave me everything, Saitsu repeated, as he shook his own head. You are about my age, All Might, or should I say Toshinori Yagi. The fact that Saitsu knew his name wasn't that surprising. It wasn't given out to the general public, but the captain was senior enough that he could have easily accessed the records. Or All for One might have told him. And it definitely appeared as if Saitsu had communicated with the villain. The number one hero acknowledged his name with a slight nod. Saitsu didn't do anything. He told me you are quirkless, the captain said. At that, Toshinori couldn't quite keep his expression still. Saitsu smiled, knowing that his reaction confirmed his words. But then you got given a gift, and I know that even now, you are loyal to the woman who gave you that gift. How much had All for One told the captain? Yagi didn't want to know, but at the same time he had to know. The difference between us is not philosophy or anything like that, it's simply memory. You have forgotten what it was like to be quirkless, Saitsu told him. The look now was straight out challenging. You've forgotten the pain, and if anything your very being has only made it worse for quirkless people. I have not. Toshinori objected. He had not made it worse for quirkless people. Some of the charities he sponsored focused solely on quirkless issues. You have, 𝐂𝐬𝐻 said. His tone was such that Toshinori knew he was not going to argue that fact. To him it was a fact, one that was not open to negotiation or reinterpretation, no matter how pretty or convoluted that may be. 𝐂𝐬𝐻's expression shifted and his lip twitched, as if he knew he had the high ground. Look at the stats, and then come back and tell me that you haven't made it worse, the captain challenged. He didn't know the stats, but he had a feeling 𝐂𝐬𝐻 did. Or at least, the captain had the stats that supported his point of view. But that doesn't answer your question, does it? The captain said, almost to himself. I serve him because he doesn't care if you have a quirk or not, 𝐂𝐬𝐻 said, looking straight back at All Might. He doesn't care about you, Yagi pointed out. He cares about how much you can help him, 𝐂𝐬𝐻 half agreed. And frankly, compared to the indifference, the hatred and the abuse I suffered because I was quirkless, that is far more honest. So you were happy being used? Toshinori pointed out. Transactional exchange, the captain corrected. He gave me the same gift you got from her. So are we really that different? He didn't want to say yes. Toshinori wanted to scream no, they were completely different. Nana had given him One for All as a legacy. All for One had given 𝐂𝐬𝐻 his quirk solely to gain his loyalty. Except, it was obvious that 𝐂𝐬𝐻 had a choice. He chose to follow All for One. He knew what the man was like, but somehow being given the quirk was enough for him. Was it really that bad for the quirkless? And was that a way of tracking him? There were records of late quirk manifestations. Some of them could be people like 𝐂𝐬𝐻, who had been given a quirk. The captain actually snorted. You are transparent, All Might. You won't catch him that way, the man said. Toshinori looked at 𝐂𝐻. The captain had been right. They were about the same age, and if he had truly been quirkless, then maybe. No. He would never have helped such a man. Except there was a tiny part of him that wondered. I'm sorry, Yagi told him. I'm sorry that we failed you, he continued. At that the captain smiled. It's not me you should apologize to. Then who? Toshinori wondered. Everyone else the system failed. All might read the message in that. Everyone else the system failed that All for One had picked up. Everyone else that man had turned into one of his servants. He brought one hand to the table, curling it into a fist as he blew out a breath. He's meant to be dead, Yagi said. The captain knew All for One had gotten away. He probably even knew exactly what condition the supervillain was in. Again you focus on the wrong thing. He looked quizzically at the man. Why did no one tell you that they'd lost his body, that there was a chance he was still alive? 𝐂𝐬𝐻 phrased the question, highlighting the ways that it could have been told to him. At that, All Might laughed. It was a bitter, twisted laugh, one that no one would ever believe came from the number one hero. Of everything that had happened, it was that which seemed to surprise the captain. I did not like the answers that I got to that question, All Might admitted. 𝐂𝐻𝐻 nodded. My apologies, you had focused on the correct thing. The captain's expression shifted again after he said that, becoming the blank, but slightly amused mask he had on earlier. Toshinori sighed. He knew what that meant. I am sorry I failed you, he said, by way of parting. But he was not the answer. He will never be the answer, he added as he rose. The captain said nothing, and as All Might left, he couldn't help but feel inexplicably sad. In his own way, the man was honorable, but no one would remember that. No one would see it. He hoped he hadn't failed too many others, but from the way the captain spoke, he knew he had. All for One had a lot to answer for. While All for One would always hate All Might for the damage the man had done to him, there were a few, rare times when he was somewhat thankful he no longer had a sense of smell. Now was one. His son had just returned from a training session with 𝐔𝐬𝐽. Because of the raid, he was allowing Izuku to train more often in an effort to distract him. He was sweaty and no doubt stunk, but all for One could feel was that Izuku's hair was wet. It made picking out the color somewhat of a challenge. Did you have a good session with 𝐔𝐬𝐽? He asked. Today's practice had been in pure combat. It had not included a quirk section. Yep. Izuku chirped, nodding happily. He taught me how to throw someone. Oh. Did you throw 𝐔𝐬𝐽? The man in question was on the far side of the room and he thought he heard the huge man laugh. 𝐺𝐼𝐵 was incredibly happy to be teaching Izuku how to fight, and while the man may not look it, he did know how to adjust tactics to account for Izuku's slight frame. Silly daddy. Izuku did laugh. I can't throw 𝐺𝐼𝐵, but I know how to do it to others. That's good. It was good. He'd been surprised when Izuku asked to learn to fight. He had been planning on having his son taught, probably when he started middle school, but this had addressed the issue. And 𝐺𝐼𝐵 had insisted that Izuku use his advantages. Truthfully, if Izuku used his quirk, then most fights would be over. Though his son had yet to learn how to take a quirk from someone and knock them unconscious at the same time. Finding people to practice on had been temporarily put on hold, but in the meantime, he had been attending to Izuku's education. They spoke about investments and how their one was performing. Izuku refused to tell him what he'd invested in, and while All for One could have found out, he had chosen not to. His son had simply revealed that he had yet to invest all the money. That was also a strategy, and they had discussed it the other week. This time, he wanted to discuss loyalty and maintaining business contacts. Since they'd begun, Izuku had come to relax more about the thought of replacing him in business. It probably helped that something like that was considered normal. Even Tomura's games were full of NPCs who were going to take over the family business. What shall we talk about today? All for One mused. I know, Jiran, he said. What did you think of him, my little dragon? Izuku thought for a few moments, obviously trying to determine what he meant. In this case he didn't mean anything, he simply wanted to know what Izuku thought. He seemed Izuku paused, still searching for the word. All for One waited. Resourceful, sarcastic. At the second word Hisoshi laughed. Oh, my little dragon. That is correct. He is resourceful, and somewhat sarcastic. He hadn't been sarcastic when Hisoshi had last spoken to him. Sweating, terrified, and very, very respectful were more accurate. But that conversation had bought Jiran his life, confirming that he had not known anything about Yuhin's plans or that she had been tracking them. The broker had promised to change his ways so that no one could track him and his clients. Now, do you think I like Jiran? All for One asked a more probing question. It spoke well of Izuku's intelligence that he thought about it before answering. Jiran isn't family, Izuku said slowly. But that just means you don't trust him. It doesn't tell me if you like him, he began muttering. Hisoshi chuckled. A very good deduction, my little dragon. He was surprised and pleased. He hadn't realized Izuku was capable of making that distinction. I think you like him because he's a business partner, but you don't like him the same as Kurogiri or the doctor. Very good. All for One praised. You are correct. I do business with Jiran, so, in that way, I like him because he can fulfill my requirements, but he is not family. We are both aware that our relationship is based on cash, and while that is firmly kept in mind, one is free to like or dislike as one pleases. But you don't trust him? Izuku asked. I trust him, but only to a point, my little dragon. Jiran likes money, and so long as he's paid, he can be trusted. But not like family. Yes, not like family, All for One said easily, but a harder question this time, how do you think people become family? He felt Izuku's head shift under his hand as he thought. You have to trust them, Izuku said. Yes, I have to trust them, my little dragon. But how do I gain such loyalty that I can trust them to be family? Again Izuku thought about it, but this time All for One was not expecting an answer. This was a difficult question. It had taken him years to truly determine his answer, and even now it varied. People rarely surprised him, but it did happen. I don't know, Izuku said finally, with a faint note of distress in his voice. It's all right, my little dragon. It took me a long time to determine an answer as well. It did. It did, Hisoshi confirmed before he sighed. Trust is a tricky business. It can so easily betray you. I trust people to act in their best interests, my little dragon, but with family, even if their best interests do not align with mine, they will put mine first. The difference is loyalty. Family is loyal to family. He couldn't tell how Izuku would react to that. It was a difficult concept for a 10-year-old, even if he was almost 11. Loyalty was such an ephemeral thing. It could be lost in an instant or gained. You never knew which. How do you get someone to be loyal to you? Izuku asked. That is the real key, my little dragon. It is easiest to gain loyalty from people who agree with you, All for One began explaining. But that does not make them family. What makes them family is when they agree with you and accept that you will be the best person to resolve any issues. But family, or loyalty, isn't all one way. You have to support them as well. Do you remember 𝐼𝐸? Izuku nodded. He was loyal to me, but in return, I was loyal to him. He was one of the people I helped. Was he family? Izuku asked. No, but maybe one day he could have been. It cost him nothing to say that. 𝐼𝐸 was like the doctor. You've probably noticed, my little dragon, that I don't speak of everything in front of him, but I do speak freely around Gigantomachia. I trust the doctor, my little dragon. The doctor is loyal to me and has performed many great tasks for me, but there are times when he puts his own interests before mine. So how do you know when you can trust someone? Izuku asked. He sounded worried. It is difficult to know. You can trust your friends, my little dragon, but as you become older, then it will be harder to determine. I prefer, my little dragon, having only a few people I trust, a few people who are family. For the rest, they are my business partners. There may come a day when I can help people for free, my little dragon, but at the moment, I'm afraid I must perform in much the same way as the Hero Public Safety Commission. There is trust involved in a business decision, but not enough to make someone family. Izuku said nothing, but All for One could tell his son was thinking about his words, so it was perhaps time to push a little further. People say I'm evil, Izuku, he said softly. But the truth is they still want what I sell and what I do, so if I am evil, then they must bear a part of that weight. You're not evil. Izuku objected. It is only what they say, what the commission says, but you know that doesn't make it the truth. The commission cannot help the people I do, and so they cover their failures by claiming I am bad. The people I help do not say that. But society, those who go along with the lies, will agree with the commission. However, if that is the case, and I am evil, then those who require my services must also be considered evil. There is demand for what I do, and thus, my little dragon, I do not consider myself evil, simply a businessman who fulfills a need. Izuku nodded at his words. He probably didn't understand that successful businesses found a niche and filled it. It's like your friend, Himiko, All for One pushed, as he recalled an example that would help Izuku understand. The students at that school said her liking of BLD was evil, didn't they? Again, Izuku nodded. Himiko isn't evil. He defended his friend. No, she's not, Hisoshi agreed. But it is the same with my businesses. Just as people say Himiko is evil for needing BLD, they say my business is evil, but it isn't. It just is. Like Himiko. Like Himiko, All for One agreed. I am sorry we can't get her number back for you, he added. It was still a bit of a sore point that her contact details had been lost when Kurogiri had cleaned Izuku's phone. With reception turned off, she wouldn't be able to simply message Izuku either, so it was a small issue. Have you found her on Lifebook? She doesn't have one, Izuku told him. You'll see her again, All for One said. Eventually, he added. I hope so, Izuku agreed. Now, I haven't guessed your hair color, have I? The change in topic surprised Izuku, but Hisoshi felt his son's happiness. You haven't? He chirped. I think it's green, Hisoshi said. Yes. Izuku was happy. Do you know what you are training in tomorrow? With the question, he also cast a look towards Gigantomachia. Hand to hand, my lord, the huge man answered. Very good. Are you enjoying the lessons, my little dragon? Yes. Izuku was obviously happy to say that. Gigantomachia teaches well. I'm glad to hear it, All for One said. It was good that Izuku was enjoying himself. The next few months would be difficult. Izuku would not be going back to elementary school. He would continue his education in middle school, but for now, they would all take over lessons. He had no fear for his son's academic future. Izuku was studious and in this year, he would learn far more than mere academics, but he was probably not going to be happy about it. Well, they would deal with any issues when they arose. He took a deep breath, curling his free hand into a fist. One day, there would be a reckoning, and All Might would not be able to pay. Until that day, he just had to be patient, and teach his little dragon, for it was his hand that would settle the balance and he would need to be strong. All for One had faith. Ted Hitoshi almost never ran late to school, but he never arrived early. As such, he and Ochako had worked out a system when he arrived to ask the most important question. Had either of them seen or heard from Izuku? As he slipped into class, he saw Ochako shake her head slightly. It was a gesture he had to return. He wished he could say otherwise. He really didn't like the way the light in her eyes faded. She recovered, but he could tell it hit her hard. It hit him hard too. Izuku just hadn't come to school one day last year. The first day it wasn't too bad. They just assumed something had come up and sent him messages. But those messages weren't returned. That was okay, they'd assumed they'd see him in a day or so. But nothing happened. There were all sorts of rumors going around as well. A building in zoo collapsed the same day as Izuku disappeared. Hitoshi remembered having a sharp spike of fear when he heard that. Surely it wasn't Izuku's building. But the news said it was a commercial building, and while there were some fatalities, they had been pulling survivors from the wreckage. That's where the rumors began though. People said they'd seen All Might and Endeavor there. No one knew what the top two heroes were in Zoo 4, given that they both primarily operated out of Tokyo. The Endeavor rumor quietened down quickly when the man was seen in Tokyo, but it was confirmed that All Might had been there. His PR team said the number one hero had been in Zoo for other reasons and had of course helped out with the collapsed building. While All Might was the number one hero, helping out in the boonies helped his reputation. The rumors about Izuku weren't as nice. Gatorui had actually told them that Izuku was a villain and All Might had taken him out. That was particularly stupid. Izuku was 10, 11 now, and 11-year-olds were not villains. Izuku wasn't a villain. Gatorui had been somewhat surprised when they had laughed at him for saying that. The spider-quirked boy had then said that Izuku's father was a villain, and All Might had taken him out. It was untrue. They had both met Hisoshi Rigi and they knew he worked at an office. They'd both been to the office, but it was harder to refute. They didn't really know what Hisoshi Rigi did. Hitoshi had asked his parents, and while they had done their best to explain what an executive did, they hadn't really been much help. Basically, Hisoshi coordinated what his company did and made high-level decisions. But they weren't really sure. It had been harder to laugh at Gatorui about that accusation, but he'd managed it. The other boy had been disappointed. But the accusation had stuck, and Hitoshi knew that Ochako had questions like his own running through her mind. What if Hisoshi was a villain? What if Izuku had been caught in some battle? They both knew that the number one hero had been in Zoo for something. It wasn't just that he was passing through, no matter what his PR team said. What if it was to fight Hisoshi? Except Izuku's dad had been caught in a hero raid a while back and hadn't recovered. But what if he was the villain then? Izuku had once said something too. There are people after my dad. If I have fire breath as my quirk, they might find him. They found us once. It was Izuku hadn't said anything more, and Hitoshi had put it from his mind at the time. But what if? What if the people were heroes, because Izuku's dad was a villain? No. It wasn't true. He couldn't have been the villain. Hisoshi was too nice for that. But the longer Izuku was gone, and the longer there was no contact, the more insidious the what if became. Ted first. I've done it. Mai looked down at her phone with a frown when it beeped. It wasn't the normal beep of a message sent. Instead, it was the one when a message failed to send. There was even a little tag on the message informing her of that fact. She checked her reception. As expected, it was good, and she knew her data plan was up to date. There was no reason it shouldn't send. Unless the reason was on First's end. That was possible. His phone could be off. No, then the message should tell her that his phone was off. Or not in reception. She knew how these things worked. Mai thought for a few moments. It wasn't that his phone was off or not in reception. And it couldn't be that he had changed his number. Then the message would go through to the new number, or again, if the number hadn't been reassigned, then it would let her know. So what else could cause her message not to be received? If you had a dark phone, it could be set to silent. But why would First have a dark phone? Did he have a dark phone? Mai struggled with her memory for a few moments, but she knew she couldn't remember. So even if there was no reason to assume that he did, she should act like he did. The message hadn't sent, not even when she told it to resend. How did she get around that? She could wait until the block was off, but Mai didn't know how long that would take. First had given her money. She owed him. It was bad business for her to walk away from that, taking the cash. Even at 11 she knew that. She had to find some way of contacting him, or at least trying. That was the right thing to do, and she wasn't going to let her first investor walk away without getting what he paid for. Except the only way she could see to do that would be to break the law a little. Stretch it. Mai mentally corrected. She wasn't going to break it. She would stretch it. After all, she owed First and had to contact him. And he'd be thankful she contacted him, so it wouldn't matter that. It just wouldn't matter. Okay, so she needed to get into her supplier's network to see where they were trying to send her message, and then she could track down First. Mai smiled. That shouldn't be too hard. She'd just use her mum's account as the launch point and see where it got her. After all, her mum had so many useful programs. She couldn't build, but she knew her way around tech. Ted, what do you mean I can't contact Ochiko? All for One didn't need to see to know that his son was outraged. At 11, Izuku could be a surprisingly good orator. He'd been expecting this argument, but he had hoped it wouldn't happen. Because it is not safe, he explained reasonably, knowing full well that when someone was this emotional, reason did not play a part in things. Raising Tomura was much easier in this respect. So long as the boy had a game console, a bit of cash and some news on heroes and how they'd failed, every now and then, he was content. But Tomura was a throwaway character. Not an NPC, but one he didn't intend to keep in his party for long. Izuku was going to be a permanent feature. As such, he couldn't be overly indulged or spoiled. He had to see reality and know when to back off and when to push. It was a lesson Izuku was still learning. The heroes didn't find us. They did, All for One corrected. He'd made sure Izuku had seen the articles confirming that. I had warnings so Kurogiri could get you out earlier, he told him. They were looking for you as well, my little dragon, he tried to soothe his son. But they didn't find us. That doesn't stop them looking. He held back from saying that in his current condition, he couldn't protect Izuku. It was something he didn't even want to admit to himself. I just want to talk to my friends. Izuku complained. I lost Himiko and I don't want to lose Ochiko and Hitoshi. All for One couldn't see, but he knew Izuku's eyes would have been full of tears. He'd probably feel more distressed if he could see that. It is good that you are maintaining your relationships, he said. That will serve you well in business. How can I maintain them when I can't talk to them? Izuku yelled. Izuku! All for One snapped his son's name sharply. He would not tolerate being yelled at. To his sight, Izuku jerked but still maintained a defiant stance. You can't keep me trapped here forever. His son cried. All for One bit back on his usual response to that. You are not a prisoner, my little dragon. I am doing this for your safety. For the safety of all of us, he added. He didn't want to make that appeal. It relied too much on Izuku's good nature, and while he wanted his son to have that, he needed his son to be suitably cynical as well. Izuku did not need heroic tendencies. He needed smart ones. Prisoners get better comms. Izuku retorted. Izuku! He saw his son shrink back, but he could imagine the glare still. It is for your safety, All for One said, forming each word firmly. It's so you can control me. Izuku yelled, and before Hisoshi could berate his son again, the boy turned and stormed off. All for One listened carefully. So long as Izuku didn't try to leave, he could have a tantrum. Gigantomachia, he said softly. While All for One couldn't see it, he knew it would appear as if the giant man materialized from the darkness on the far side of the room. Make sure Izuku doesn't leave, he gave the instruction. It will be done, my lord, his bodyguard rumbled before he set off. Hisoshi hadn't heard Izuku leave, which was good, but he would need to speak with his son when he was in a more reasonable mood. He should have expected this, but all for one side. It was not easy being a parent. Dr. Garaki looked at Izuku. The boy was in a bad mood. Kyudai was fairly sure he knew why, and he didn't want to get involved. He didn't do psychology. But with the boy being grumpy, with practically a cloud over him, the doctor knew he would have to. "What is the matter?" he asked. Green eyes glared at him. He glared back. It wasn't his fault. Apparently Izuku remembered that. "I want to talk to my friends," he said, still petulant, but the heat was gone. Kyudai sighed. "You know why you can't," he said softly. Izuku nodded, but it was obvious he didn't want to. "I didn't get to say goodbye," he grumbled. "I know," Garaki said gently. "It's happened to me before too, you know." "It has." Izuku actually seemed interested. "It has," he confirmed. He'd been with Sensei for a long time. The occasional hero raid was the cost of doing business. He'd lost contact with some of his acquaintances over time. "But do you know what I've learned?" Izuku shook his head. "Those people you know, who are your true friends, will simply be thankful that you are okay when you contact them again. Those who aren't true friends will wonder and make accusations, and they aren't worth knowing." That was perhaps laying it on a bit thick, but he'd learned that Izuku liked to hear that sort of thing. The child was logical, but he was still emotional. "Really?" "Really," Kyudai confirmed. "Your friends Ochako and Hitoshi will just be happy to see you again. They will ask some questions, but they'll accept what you tell them." Izuku looked down. He didn't finish. "You want to see them," the doctor completed the sentence. He had a fair idea what Izuku was about to say. His grandson was that age after all. The boy nodded. "You will, when it's safe. I know that's hard to hear. I know it's difficult being here, but Sensei just wants you to be safe." Izuku huffed but again nodded. "I probably should he grimaced. Kyudai gave him a look. "I should apologize," Izuku almost whispered. "You should," Garaki agreed. He'd heard the fight. Izuku had not been pleased when Sensei had told him he still couldn't talk to his friends. "But you can do that tonight." I would appreciate the help today," Kyudai told the boy. Since Izuku was spending the day with him, his usual assistants had the day off. That meant he would need Izuku's help. And Sensei had indicated it was time that Izuku was introduced to his research in a more hands-on way. "You mean it?" It was almost dizzying the speed with which Izuku could change his emotions. He had been down a moment before, now his eyes were shining with hope. "I mean it," Garaki said with a smile. "Sensei told me to show you my experiments." "Really? Even the ones with multiple quirks?" Kyudai chuckled. "Even the ones with multiple quirks," he confirmed. "Shall we go?" The green-haired boy jumped up and immediately came to him. Kyudai moved his wheelchair so that he could roll onto the floor. They had been in the control room, which overlooked the warehouse where the tubes were set up. There was a ramp down and he rolled down it, applying the brake with a practiced motion. Izuku followed him, looking around. "These are called Nomyu," Garaki explained, rolling up to one of the tanks. "It's a person!" Izuku exclaimed. "An enhanced person," Kyudai said proudly. "Enhanced?" The doctor nodded. "Why don't you look at them with your quirk?" he suggested. Izuku's eyes unfocused slightly and then he gasped. "They've all got he didn't finish. 2 or 3 quirks, yes," Garaki finished. "That's why they are enhanced. You and Sensei are special. You can have multiple quirks but most other people can't. If you give someone a second quirk, they'll collapse," he said. "Really?" "Really," Garaki confirmed. "But I am working on ways of allowing people to have multiple quirks." Izuku frowned. "Where are they getting the extra quirk from?" he asked. "That's one of my other experiments." Garaki told Sensei's son. "I've learned so much about quirks doing this research," he said. "You have?" "I have. The aim is to try to find a combination of quirks that would allow people to live long, healthy lives. Imagine if everyone had regeneration," he asked. "Then they wouldn't get hurt." Izuku exclaimed. "Exactly," Garaki confirmed. That's why I'm doing these experiments. I want to see how I can combine different quirks to give the best results. Do you like them? Izuku looked up at the Nomus. Most were in the early stages of development. That meant he was still strengthening their bodies. They are odd, Izuku said slowly. They feel weird, he explained. It's probably because you aren't used to them, Garaki said. I promise, they won't hurt you. They weren't capable of it. Alongside Sensei, Izuku was the only person they would all obey absolutely. The boy walked up to one of the tubes, looking up at the occupant. It's a person, he repeated. Yes, it is. There is a lot of interest in my research, Izuku. And so when I ask for volunteers, I do get them. These are people who have volunteered to participate in my research. The green-haired boy frowned again. Didn't you say that if I give someone a second quirk, they will collapse? He asked. How do these people have multiple quirks? Garaki smiled. Izuku was so logical at times. That's what my research is on. It is true that if you give someone a second quirk, they will collapse. Some people will be able to handle it, but most won't. However, I have prepared these people so that they can handle having multiple quirks. So they don't collapse. But you were right. Do you want to see where I get the extra quirks from? He asked. Izuku appeared satisfied with his explanation, and he nodded. Well, come with me, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 said, setting off. I know this research seems cruel, because yes, the people are trapped in there for the moment, but it is necessary to advance knowledge. And you know what? What? My research has already helped. I used some of it on Sensei after his battle with All Might. So it has helped. Izuku gave him an odd smile. It was happy but also sad. That's good. Now to the extra quirks. You already know I can copy quirks. Izuku nodded. Dad gave me some, he said you'd copied. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 smiled. I did. I copied regeneration, shock absorption and that strength quirk for you. They were hard to copy. I've got an easier way now. Why were they hard to copy? Your dad gave me the samples of them, but your dad has lots of quirks. I had to isolate them from all the others he has. That's not easy. I use a different way now, or at least I do when I can. Izuku's eyes showed his surprise. He'd obviously never thought about things before. That was not unexpected. What's the easier way, Doctor? If I can get a genetic sample from the person, then that's the best. I can copy the quirk from that, and they still have their quirk. Except, well, I'm sure you know. At that, he could see Izuku thinking. Know what? He eventually asked. It's slower. And if you need the quirk now, then you will have to take it. How long does it take? A few years, Garaki told him. Years. Izuku's eyes went wide. That was forever to a boy Izuku's age. The doctor nodded. It is a better way though, he said, coming to a stop in front of a row of 5 tanks. These were the 5 that Yakyuni were taking care of. He'd made sure the teen was gone before he'd brought Izuku here. Yakyuni hadn't minded moving from Zoo to Yokohama. He didn't complain about the small room he had to sleep in. He had complained about having to take a day off, but Garaki had replied with a practiced laugh and ordered him to go. The quirkless boy was a great worker, but he did need to take some time for himself. Can you use your quirk to feel the quirks here? 𝐻𝐸𝐽 asked. Again, Izuku's eyes unfocused, but then he frowned. There aren't any quirks. Garaki nodded. Not yet. Remember I said it takes years. This is a test batch and hopefully I will end up with 5 quirks that are all the same, he explained. Maybe you will end up with 1, he asked. Izuku was definitely going to end up with one of the copies. Really? Green eyes were shining. I think so, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 confirmed. Sensei wants you to be strong. At that, Izuku looked back to the ground. I really need to apologize, he repeated his statement from earlier. It's all right, Izuku. Your father loves you, so he will forgive you, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 said. He really wasn't meant to do psychology. Tears escaped Izuku's eyes. I hope so. He will, Garaki pressed. I know it's early, but do you want to go back now? Izuku gulped. Please, he requested. The doctor sighed. He wasn't going to be getting Izuku's help today, but he pulled out his phone and called Kurogiri. "Come back another day?" he asked Izuku. The boy looked at him and gave him a smile. "Definitely." The doctor nodded as Kurogiri's warp gate appeared. "I'll hold you to that." Izuku just grinned. When he was gone, Garaki turned around and looked back at the warehouse. That had gone well. Sensei would be pleased. Ted all for one sat as he thought. He tapped one finger on his jawbone as he reviewed his conversation with Izuku. He would not dignify it by calling it a fight. He did not fight with 11-year-olds. He thought he had headed off this particular discussion when he had informed Izuku that he could not contact his friends, but obviously his son had thought that was for a far shorter term than he meant. Kurogiri had blocked Izuku's phone, and since he controlled the account, it should mean that Izuku couldn't contact his friends until it was safe to do so. As intelligent as his son was, All for One didn't believe Izuku had the knowledge to hack through that. He was equally sure Izuku could learn, but he was almost completely positive Izuku didn't have a particularly strong interest in that sort of thing. However, it still bothered him that it had come to this. Izuku was usually. He was not placid but accepting of their situation. That grasp of reality was to be admired, but All for One sighed. He cast his mind back but couldn't remember if he had a similar disposition when he was 11. Life had been different then. He'd been fighting almost every day then. This bothered him. With Tomura what would he do? He'd have hoped that Kurogiri would have dealt with it, or he would let Tomura go out. Tomura didn't have friends, not in the way Izuku did. He had some he teamed up with to play games, but Tomura quickly got tired of them and changed. They never had the sheer amount of time the teen had to play. Why did Izuku's show of spirit bother him? His son was an essential piece in his plan, but he had been prepared for other outcomes when he sired him. Gender hadn't been a concern, but the quirk had. If Izuku had gotten a copy of his mother's quirk, he would have left. If he got his own quirk, he would have taken it, even if he got the combination. It was the fact that Izuku got some of his brother's quirk as well that had shifted his plans. Now was not the time to find out if Izuku had gotten more from his brother's quirk. And even if he had, would that change anything now? All for One took several deep breaths, timing them with the respirator. The doctor had indicated he could go to a simpler oxygen feed soon, which would be a relief. But, if Izuku could give him his quirk, would that change anything? No. Not now. 6 years ago it would have, but not now. 6 years ago he would have had Izuku give him his quirk, then probably given him fire breath, altered his memory slightly and walked away. Now he wouldn't. What had changed? Time. Izuku's intelligence. His fight with All Might. He had a thought that there were several factors. But was that so unusual? He deactivated his sight quirk, leaving himself in darkness as he thought. No, it wasn't unusual. Izuku was his son. It was normal to feel worried for him. To be concerned. But Izuku was going to serve him. An odd memory came to him. It was one from before Quirks. He remembered watching military parades. The soldiers marched in step past their general so that he could inspect them. Now, he recognized the message the state was giving out, but then, he'd been too young to really know what to think, but he remembered feeling pride. He remembered feeling slightly jealous of the troops who preened under their general's gaze. It was something like that. He was a general with a prized soldier. He had invested a lot of time and money to ensure Izuku was great, so of course it was natural that he would feel some attachment. It had happened before. He had invested time into his commanders back in the war, and it had hurt when they were killed. He invested time into Gigantomachia and the man was trusted. Izuku was no different, except it was a longer investment. That's why the disagreement now bothered him. The Emperor of the Underworld sat for a few moments longer before nodding to himself. It was fine. It was better than fine actually. It was good that Izuku had spirit, and had desires. If he didn't, then his son would be quite hollow. As for the disagreement, that would pass. Izuku would see things his way. He always had, and it wasn't as if he'd lied to his son. It was for his safety, and Izuku would appreciate that. Things would work out. All for One nodded to himself, cataloging what he had learned. Yes, this was interesting. His son was not some unthinking automaton but had his own desires. He could accommodate them, he was sure, and in the end, it changed nothing. Izuku looked around the room. It was the large room he practiced with 𝐺𝐵𝐴. It was really an empty warehouse with an office space up in the mezzanine area. The floor was padded and there were punching bags hung near the walls. 𝐺𝐵𝐴 stood in the shadows near the back wall. The huge man had indicated that today's training session would be different, and Izuku knew what he meant when Jiran appeared. "Your Highness," the broker greeted him with a smile. "Why do you call me that?" Izuku asked. He'd meant to ask the last time he'd seen the broker, but that hadn't been possible. Jiran laughed. "Some people call your dad an emperor, so what else should you call the prince?" From playing games with 𝐼𝐸𝐴, Izuku knew what the titles meant. There were often kings and queens and emperors and princes and princesses in the games 𝐼𝐸𝐴 played. But he'd never heard anyone called that in real life. Why do they call Dad Emperor? Izuku was curious. Because he's a very powerful man, the broker told him. Izuku didn't know about that. Dad was Dad. "Do you know what you are doing today?" Jiran asked before he could say anything else. "Today is my training time with 𝐺𝐵𝐴. Izuku said happily. The huge man had taught him so much. And while he had yet to beat 𝐺𝐵𝐴, he knew he was getting better. He had to be. There wasn't much else to do. Dad still said he couldn't contact Ochako or Hitoshi. And there were only so many games he could play with 𝐼𝐸𝐴. He'd met every Nomu the doctor was working on and had spent hours talking with his dad about business and relationships and everything else. He was also working through his schoolwork. It was a good thing Kurogiri had bought the last 2 years' worth of books for his elementary school, so he hoped he wasn't behind there. But working through it alone, even when he asked Kurogiri for help, was actually quicker than going to school. He could work at his own pace and he was almost through the entire year. He'd find out how he was going at the middle school exams. Dad had said he could take them. It should be safe enough then. Izuku wanted to take them, and he wanted to go to middle school in Mie so he could see his friends again. Dad was thinking about that, but Izuku was quietly hopeful. "It is. And today you are going to practice taking quirks," Jiran told him, casting a glance towards the huge man who was still standing at the back wall. "I am." Izuku's eyes went wide. He mimed taking a quirk from 𝐺𝐵𝐴 at the beginning of each session, but he'd really only taken a quirk from his dad, 𝐼𝐸𝐴 or Saisho Kijo. And in most cases he gave them back. "You are?" Jiran confirmed. "First you are going to practice on me. And then I have some other people who will come." Izuku bounced on the ball of his feet. This was going to be so much fun. The broker smiled at his obvious excitement. "Now first, Your Highness, you need to change your appearance," he said. "Think of it as practice," Jiran added at the face Izuku made. He changed his hair and eye color after that. Gray hair with pink eyes. The broker laughed. "Now take my quirk," he instructed, holding out one hand. Izuku concentrated, reaching out to feel Jiran's quirk. It was a misty gray color, much like his hair, and seemed like fog. Izuku tugged at it and pulled it to him. Before him, Jiran blinked, but he remained conscious. "That's odd," he said, shivering. "Little Lord, you have the quirk?" 𝐺𝐵𝐴 asked. "Yes," Izuku replied, poking at Jiran's gray quirk. It even moved like fog. "Give it back and try again. This time, try to knock him unconscious," the huge man gave the instruction. Izuku nodded. That was the point of this training after all. His dad was pleased he had such a delicate touch, but had pointed out that sometimes, delicacy could be a hindrance. They were now trying to find out if he could knock someone unconscious as he took their quirk. 𝐺𝐵𝐴 and his dad were correct. If he could do that, then he could win a lot of fights in a hurry. Izuku looked back at the broker and shoved the gray, misty quirk back at its owner. Jiran shivered again as his quirk returned. "That is definitely an odd feeling, Your Highness," he said. "Is it?" Izuku asked. He didn't really know what it felt like. "Yes," the broker nodded. "It kind of tingles," he explained. "Now, try again," he instructed. Izuku had discussed taking quirks with his dad. There was obviously some difference since Dad needed to touch someone and Izuku didn't, but despite what they had discussed, they hadn't been able to come up with a definitive difference between their techniques. But there had to be something. After all, he got his ability to take quirks from his dad. "I'll try yanking it this time," he said. He reached out again, this time attempting to wrap his own quirk around Jiran's before he pulled it to him. He couldn't quite reach around the misty boundaries of the quirk, but he did pull back as hard as he could. The quirk almost seemed to hit him like a flying ball. Jiran didn't shiver this time. Instead he staggered. He managed to hold himself upright and bent over, resting his arms on his legs to brace himself. Izuku saw him take several deep breaths. "That's closer," he said. "Woo! What a head rush," he added softly before standing upright again. "Better," 𝐿𝐼𝐺 said. "I think I see the difference," Izuku said slowly. He thought about how he'd taken Jiran's quirk the second time. It was almost like he'd wrapped it up. He'd never had to do that before. Was that what his dad did? Jiran took another few breaths. "Okay, give it back and try again," he instructed, though Izuku could tell from his tone that he wasn't looking forward to it. "Okay," he said slowly. Izuku pushed the quirk back to its owner and took a deep breath. He narrowed his eyes slightly and reached out again. This time he went slower, stretching his quirk over the gray mist that was the broker's quirk. He managed to cover it entirely before he pulled it back. This time Jiran gasped, and then slowly toppled to the ground. Izuku felt like he should join him, but before he could fall, 𝐺 was there and Izuku simply fell into the huge man's hand. He gasped for air. It felt like he'd sprinted a mile or so. "It worked," he managed to say. "It did," 𝐺 rumbled. There was a note of pride in his voice. "I'm tired," Izuku said. "Stay awake. You need to give back his quirk," the huge man said. Izuku felt them move, and he realized 𝐺 was taking him to the broker. "Little Lord, can you use the quirk?" 𝐺 asked. Izuku poked at the gray quirk he now had. It seemed easy enough. "I think so," he told the man carrying him. "Use it on him, and then give it back. Then you can rest." Rest seemed like a wonderful idea. Izuku nodded and 𝐺 waited. "I need to touch him," the currently gray-haired boy said. The quirk told him that. The large man lowered him. Izuku reached out to touch the broker's head as he activated the man's quirk. It didn't feel odd and he didn't feel any feedback, but he knew it had worked. Then he shoved the quirk back towards Jiran. "Hey!" Izuku slurred. "Little Lord?" 𝐺 asked. "It won't go back," Izuku said. The worry was making him both more exhausted and more awake. "Try again, little Lord. Be calm," 𝐺 advised. Izuku took a deep breath, and then pushed the quirk again. It still didn't move, but he was close enough to the broker that he could reach out to touch Jiran again. When he was touching the man, the quirk finally shifted and he breathed a sigh of relief when it went back to its owner. He wasn't meant to keep that one. "It's gone," he reported. He didn't see 𝐺 grin. Instead his eyes slid closed and soon the huge man was holding him as he slept. On the floor, Jiran stirred. He blinked as he woke up and wondered why he was on the floor. He rolled over and got up. "You have done well, Jiran," a voice he recognized said. The broker looked around. He saw 𝐺 moving away from him. "That's good," he said, still trying to recall the last few minutes. "You can inform the others that they won't be required today, however work opportunities will be available in future," the voice continued. "Sure thing," Jiran replied. The Emperor of the Underworld had wanted a lot of people for a short job. It had to do with quirks, because everything with the Emperor had to do with quirks. But this job also involved His Highness, so he'd actually volunteered to be the first. He could remember volunteering and coming here. He could remember standing, waiting for His Highness, and now. Nope, he couldn't remember what happened next. They'd probably used some quirk on him. Pink eyes flew open. Not some quirk. His quirk. It worked, he asked. He could remember the details of the job, but he couldn't remember performing it. That was definitely his quirk. "It did," Sensei replied. "You have my thanks." To himself Jiran added, "and my payment," because the man recognized that payment was necessary. "I will arrange another time with you in the future for this to continue." Jiran nodded before he smirked. "I'll remember that," he asked. The Emperor chuckled. "You will," he said, recognizing instantly what the question represented. Good, he replied as he dusted himself off. He pulled out a cigarette. He needed it. The broker took a deep drag and walked himself to the door. Gigantomachia had obviously taken His Highness away, and really, all he had to remember was that if Sensei was pleased, then he'd done a good job. And he got paid for that. Ted All For One tapped one finger on his chin as he waited for Gigantomachia to bring him Izuku. He'd been watching his son train with Jiran from the mezzanine level. It had certainly been interesting. He'd had no idea that his son found it so easy to attract quirks. But that was now working against him. The ease with which Izuku took quirks meant he hadn't really exercised his quirk. That would have to change. Gigantomachia squeezed into the room, carrying Izuku. Jiran had already left via warp gate and Izuku was beginning to stir. His son recovered fast. My little dragon, All For One said as Izuku blinked. I did it. His son said in that odd voice that was between waking and sleeping. You did. Gigantomachia lowered Izuku to the ground and his son stood for a few moments, still resting one hand on the huge man's arm to steady himself before he was sure on his feet. Then he rushed over to sit beside him. All For One dropped his hand, resting it on Izuku's head. It was hard, Izuku reported. What did you find hard about it? Hisoshi asked. Jiran's quirk is like a mist, and it was hard to surround it, Izuku said. He'd never really thought of the broker's quirk like that, but it was an apt description. So do you think it would be easier with a smaller quirk, he asked. All For One did not mean smaller to be weaker. Maybe, Izuku replied. All For One ruffled Izuku's hair. I'm going to hold out 2 quirks, and I want you to tell me which one you think would be easier to cover, my little dragon, he instructed. He pulled up 2 older quirks. One was hazy like Jiran's and one was sharper, more defined, and somewhat tighter. He pushed the hazy one to his left and the tight one to his right. That one, Izuku said without even thinking about it, pointing to his right. Why? Hisoshi pushed. Because I wouldn't have to stretch as much, Izuku explained. All For One smiled. Yet we are going to have to stretch your quirk, he replied. You can already take multiple quirks from a distance, but I want you to be able to take them and knock the person out. It spoke well that Izuku didn't dispute it. Instead he nodded. It would make any battle against a group easier, he mused. Gigantomachia gave a bark of laughter. You would win, little lord, he said firmly. But you will need to practice. Just as you practiced with your other quirks, you are going to have to practice with yours, All For One said. But we will have to be careful, he added, though personally, he didn't mind if Izuku ended up with a few more quirks, they were going to have to ensure that the previous owners were disposable. What do you mean? Izuku asked. My little dragon, All For One chided gently. What happened when you tried to return Jiran's quirk? His son gasped when he made the connection. I almost couldn't give it back, he exclaimed. That's never happened before, he added. Why do you think it happened? Hisoshi prompted. Izuku shifted under his hand and rested his back on his leg. It only happened the 3rd time when I managed to surround his quirk, which means it has to do with that, Izuku deduced. It would mean that when I surround a quirk, it's almost like I'm absorbing it. I wonder if I would absorb a quirk quicker if I kept it that way. That is something we will have to find out, All For One interrupted his son's mutterings. Really? Really? But what if I can't give a quirk back? It will be okay, my little dragon. I will make sure of that, he reassured his son. Izuku nodded before he sighed, trusting his father. Taking someone's quirk, my little dragon, is not something you should be afraid of doing. You will find, as you grow, that others will be more than happy to use their quirks on you, so why should you not use your quirk on them? Hisoshi phrased the question to be easy to answer. It was a trick he'd used with others. Agreement on the easy things, leading into agreement on other things. He wasn't trying to trick his son though, it was just the way these things worked. Again, Izuku nodded. He might not completely see the point of the question now, but he would, in time. Daddy, why haven't we named my quirk? It was an unexpected question. The flippant answer would be to simply say that because Izuku could not tell anyone about his quirk, it did not need to be named, but All for One knew that dismissing his son's questions was not the right thing to do. "There are a number of reasons, my little dragon," he said after a few moments, in which he made up those reasons. Gigantomachia had settled by the door, but Hisoshi could tell he was interested as well. That was rather curious. The man was seldom interested in things like this. When you name a quirk, my little dragon, it is easy to get trapped into limiting what you can do. Some quirks are so simple, that won't matter. Your old friend Keiju's quirk was named Feather Hair, and there wasn't anything else she could do with it, was there? No, Izuku said. It was good to hear that there was no regret in his voice. He had no longing for her. Not that Hisoshi thought his son would. He was longing more for his other friends, Hitoshi and Ochako. So naming that quirk doesn't put a limit on it. But a more complex quirk could be limited by the name. Because when you name something, you are defining it, and you are then getting trapped into what you believe it can do, rather than what it can do. The example that he really wanted to use was one he wasn't sure he should. The former hero Saberwind's quirk had been known as Barrelode, but Izuku had found far more uses for it as the still inaccurately named Kaylee Imperium. Do you remember the hero Saberwind? All for One instead asked delicately. Izuku nodded, and then Hisoshi heard his son gasp. "Oh, you gave me a quirk similar to Hess," he remembered. All for One didn't bother to correct his son. "And you use it to fly, to pick things up, to push things away, to mold fire breath, and to do so much more than she was. All the videos show her using pressure waves. Do you think she could have picked things up, or flown?" Izuku asked. "I'm sure of it," Hisoshi replied instantly. So you can see, when she named her quirk Barrelode, she was limiting her uses of it. She didn't discover all the possibilities, he told Izuku. He didn't bother to ask how much of an improved hero his son thought Saberwind would have been if she'd learned to use her quirk properly. "So that's one reason why I have never worried about naming your quirk. So that you weren't limited by expectations given by the name, but there are other reasons." Izuku sighed. It almost seemed as if he was about to fall asleep. "Are you still awake?" "Yes." He chirped brightly. "Very good. Another reason why I have not rushed to have you name your quirk is I don't want you to become solely known by it." "What do you mean?" Izuku clearly didn't understand what that sentence encompassed. All for One sighed gently. "I am known by many names, my little dragon. Jiran calls me Emperor, does he not?" he asked playfully. Izuku nodded at that. "Krogiri calls me Sensei, as does the doctor and Tomura," All for One continued. "I have taught them, so it is accurate, but many others also call me that. But still others call me All for One." "That's your quirk's name?" Izuku objected. "It is, but they call me by that name. It's not very nice, is it?" He personally didn't mind. It wasn't like he had extensive dealings with those his quirk name whispered in fearful conversations did have its uses. People didn't quite believe he existed, but they feared the possibility of what he represented. That type of mystic could be useful, but it wasn't something Izuku was ready to learn about yet. When he was, Hisoshi rather thought that Izuku would quickly grasp the implications. "It's not." Izuku agreed. "It isn't, is it, my little dragon? I do not want it happening to you." "The last reason is a bit of family tradition," All for One said lightly. "It wasn't really, but he could make it one. My quirk wasn't named until I was at least 43. "You were old." Izuku objected. Hisoshi laughed at his son. "Quirk naming only became necessary when quirk registration was brought in," he explained. "Back then, no one cared what your quirk was named, they only cared if you had one, and then they wanted to register that fact. As quirks became more and more diverse, names and classifications had gained importance, but the registration and control of them was more what the quirkless society wanted. Though, if he was honest, quirk names, for him, had been important before he named his own. When he took a quirk, and did not wish to recall the previous owner, having something to refer to the quirk was useful. He'd had many named quirks before his own had been named. And he hadn't named his. It hadn't always been known as All for One. Its first name was Give and Take, or as Petra liked to say, Take and Give. The memory was one of those odd ones that stood out. They were at war. constantly fighting for survival, recognition, and even just basic dignity, but for some reason this had been a happy day. There had been time for some smiles, and to relax. Petra had been quirkless, but she'd been loyal and he'd given her a minor quirk out of gratitude. She was one of the people who accepted the changes and she'd stood with them to the end. He pushed that memory away, focusing on the happier time. She'd asked 𝐿𝐼 what his quirk was. Named. The man had a minor heat-sensing quirk. It was so minor that if he hadn't been able to feel it, he would have wondered if 𝐿𝐼 actually had a quirk. But the man did, and he had been one of the unfortunate ones to be outed as having powers when some moron developed a test. That particular test had been wrong 25% of the time and had caused a lot of problems, but it had persisted. 𝐿𝐼, like Petra, had become one of his inner circle back then, not because of the strength of their quirks, because no one had strong quirks then, but because they were intelligent. The two of them worked well together and had gotten into a variety of places they had no right to visit. They were some of his main intelligence gatherers. 𝐿𝐼 had been surprised by the question. "It's heat sensing, you know that, Petra," had been his rather dumbfounded reply. "Yes. But what's it called?" Petra had insisted. "Why would it be called anything?" The other man had returned his own question. "It's mine." "Yeah, but Shigaraki here can take it," she reminded him. "So when he does, what's he going to call it?" she teased. "He's not going to take it," 𝐿𝐼 replied. Petra huffed. "I know that, but what do you call it?" She kept insisting on the question. "I've never thought about it," he replied. "What have you been calling it?" 𝐿𝐼 returned her question about names. Petra grinned this time. Her emotions had always seemed changeable, but he knew she was stable. And now that Petra had brought up the topic, he had been interested in the answers. "You always say it is like seeing heat, so heat sight was the first thing I thought of," she admitted. "Lame." 𝐿𝐼 objected. "This coming from a man who doesn't have his own name for it," she poked back. "What about refraction then?" Petra offered the alternative. He thought about that for a few moments. "Better," 𝐿𝐼 admitted. "Not accurate, but better." "Oh, you want something fancy, like infrared," she teased. The man seemed to think about it for a moment. "Might be nice," he said. All for one remembered he'd been sitting at an angle such that he could see 𝐿𝐼's smirk, but Petra couldn't. She'd huffed again but laughed. "You're impossible," came the fond accusation. "So what would you call Shigaraki's power?" 𝐿𝐼 had asked. It had come as a surprise and he considered the question as well. He'd never thought about naming his power. As 𝐿𝐼 had said earlier, it was his, and thus didn't really need a name. In literature, no one with what was then fictional powers named them, except if they were a certain type of power. Psychic powers had names, but they were all based on the type of psychic power the fictional individual had. Telepathy, telekinesis, pyrokinesis were good examples. The other fictional people, with different powers, didn't name them but classified them into a range of categories. Super strength, rapid healing, enhanced senses were common classifications. But there were no names. Now people were beginning to refer to powers by type, but again he hadn't heard of names. Researchers referred to an individual with pyrokinesis or hydrokinesis or something else. They would never refer to that individual by name. Petra had grinned at him. "That's easy. Give and take," she said quickly. "Because he can take a quirk and then give it to someone else -- she frowned suddenly, thinking. "Although, when I say it like that, it should be take and give," the woman corrected. "Should it now?" He'd asked. "Yep, Shigaraki, it should," Petra had told him. 𝐿𝐼 had shaken his head. "Next you will want us to give him some name like a superhero." There'd been a spate of attacks recently and the media had named the attackers. Except they did that. They'd always given repeat offenders names. Especially serial killers. They took a morbid fascination in building them up to be almost supernatural forces. "No, thank you," he'd refused 𝐿𝐼's suggestion. He didn't need that kind of baggage. Petra had laughed. All for one shoved the memory back into the depths of his mind. His trip down memory lane had only taken a moment. The mind was curious like that. It allowed you to recall the entire memory instantly, no matter how long it had taken. That was the first time his quirk had been named, but it wasn't why he was sitting here. "Do you want to name your quirk, my little dragon?" he asked his son. Izuku hadn't noticed his moment of distraction with the past and all for one heard him hum as he thought. "It would be nice to have a way to refer to it," he murmured. "Keep in mind that even if you name it, it won't be recorded, so you can change it later," All for One reminded his son. "What do you think a good name would be?" "There are lots of names you could call it," he said softly. He'd discussed this with the doctor before. "I'm sure you've heard the doctor. He wants to call it Singularity," Izuku confirmed. "But that sounds sort of scary," he added. All for One chuckled. "You could always name it All for Me." Izuku laughed at that. "Since I'm a dragon, I could always name it Horde," he suggested. "Horde, Dragon's Horde," All for One said, trying out the name. It fit with the theme he had set up for Izuku and it fit with his quirk. After all, a dragon did not give up his horde. Izuku would not be giving up any quirk he took. Izuku remained silent for a few moments before tentatively asking, "You don't like it?" With the question, Hisoshi realized he was meant to provide an answer. "It does fit," he said non-committally. "You don't like it," Izuku declared. "My little dragon, it does not matter if I like it, you must like it," All for One quickly said, realizing that his son was waiting for his approval. "Your true quirk name will not be recorded, so even if you change your mind later, you can change the quirk name," he added. "I like it," his son said. "Then that will be the name of your quirk and I shall have to make sure that your horde grows," he added. That cheered Izuku up and he felt more than saw his son's happy smile. All for One ruffled Izuku's hair. "It would be a magnificent horde. Ted,